Chapter 30:16. However, before Dui Qiming could reach the entrance of the abode, Dui Ling had already rushed in. Dui Ling had indeed matured a lot compared to before. 10 years of time had left a deep mark on her face. However, once Dui Ling entered the abode, she immediately looked at Xiao Hua and said anxiously, "Martial Uncle Xiao, you should quickly leave Myriad Thunder Valley. Many disciples of Dui Thunder Palace are at a loss and want to come to Myriad Thunder Valley to find you." Dui Qiming was shocked. Why would they want to come to Myriad Thunder Valley? Dui Ling. Xiao Hua looked at Dui Ling's anxious face and asked faintly. Ordinary Qi refining disciples are unable to get close to Myriad Thunder Valley. Don't worry. The magic power in your body is in chaos and has already been eroded by the silent thunder of my Myriad Thunder Valley. You should quickly adjust your breathing. Xiao Hua saw a trace of magic power flickering on Dui Ling's anxious face and knew that she had used magic power to resist the silent thunder when she entered the inner valley of Myriad Thunder Valley. However, it was very obvious that although Dui Ling's cultivation was at the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm, she still couldn't completely resist the silent thunder and was injured by it. However, she still took the risk and endured the pain to enter the inner valley in order to report to Xiao Hua. This concubine. The anxiety on Dui Ling's face faded as she said embarrassedly, "This concubine has received Martial Uncle's great kindness and is unable to repay it. This concubine is afraid of delaying Martial Uncle's important matter." Dui Qiming only came to her senses after hearing this. She hastily took out a yellow talisman from her storage bag and used her magic power to strike it on Dui Ling's body. After a flash of lightning, Dui Ling's pale face gradually regained some color. "Thank you for your hard work, Dui Ling." Xiao Hua looked at Dui Ling gratefully. Although Dui Ling's news had already been sent by Zhen Minghui and the rest, Dui Ling's intentions didn't seem to be inferior to theirs. Since Martial Uncle knows, this concubine can rest assured. Dui Ling smiled. Martial Uncle's cultivation is exceedingly high and naturally has a way to deal with it. Xiao Hua shrugged and said unhappily, "I know, but I still haven't thought of any good methods." Dui Ling saw this somewhat familiar action and thought of the 10 years of not seeing her and her own cultivation. Dui Ling was somewhat sad, but she still forced a smile. "Martial Uncle can avoid it, there's no need." Why would this Xiao avoid it? Xiao Hua sneered. "This Xiao wants to see who dares to come to my 10,000 Thunder Valley and ask this Xiao for an explanation." Zhen Minghui also whispered, "Child, we're not avoiding them. We're just going into seclusion. Let them cause a ruckus outside." Master's wife. Xiao Hua was too embarrassed to refute Zhen Minghui, but he still raised his head and said, "This disciple wants to see what these low-level disciples are thinking. I want to see if they're doing this for the Imperial Thunder Sect or for sword cultivators." Although Xiao Hua's words were full of lofty sentiments, apart from Sun Shu, everyone was worried. Facing a low-level disciple of the 8 Great Lightning Palaces, a middle-stage foundation establishment Xiao Hua, they really didn't have any particularly good countermeasures. Of course, Sun Shu understood that at the last step, Xiao Hua only needed to reveal John Doe's identity, and who would dare to be arrogant? Seeing everyone's frown, Sun Shu couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. That's right, Xiao Hua's trust is more precious than anything else. What should we do? Dui Qimeng and Cui Hongshan smiled bitterly at each other. The two of them knew better than anyone else the severity of this crisis. At the critical moment, another wave of divine sense swept over Shui. This divine sense was very familiar, revealing 2 different feelings of indifference and passion. Once Xiao Hua sensed it, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Always at this critical moment, he always had his loved ones and lovers by his side. Always had their concern and love accompanying his heart, making him unable to feel the coldness of the world. Junior martial sister Shui has come out of seclusion? Sun Shu's face was slightly embarrassed, but at the same time he was also stunned. Because he had probed Shui a few days ago and knew that the time she would come out of seclusion was uncertain, he naturally didn't check it out again today in a hurry. Shui was indeed already a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. She flew extremely fast, and in a moment after divine sense swept over, she had already arrived outside the cave. Apart from Xiao Hua, who came out to welcome her, the others as usual didn't come out. Shui. Xiaohua looked at Shueishue's somewhat thin cheeks and couldn't help but reach out his hand and shout. Darling Xiao. Shueishue landed and placed her hand in Xiaohua's hand. That warmth was very familiar to her. When did you come out of seclusion? Xiaohua couldn't help but ask. Sunshu just arrived and said you've been in closed-door meditation all these years. I came out of seclusion 4 hours ago. Shueishue said with a smile. I'm afraid I sensed darling Xiao returning to the mountain, so I hurriedly came out of seclusion, right? But I didn't expect senior martial sister Sun to be half a step faster than me. Actually, your cultivation level. Xiaohua still wanted to say something, but Shueishue squeezed his hand and said, we'll talk about this later. Today I came to ask you for a favor. What is it? Xiaohua frowned and asked curiously. Let's enter the cave first. Shueishue took Xiaohua's hand and very rarely took the initiative. I have to report this matter to Martial Uncle Zhuo first. Xiaohua originally thought Shueishue wanted to persuade him to avoid those aura-refining disciples, but looking at Shueishue's expression, it seemed she didn't know about this matter. He followed Shueishue into the cave. Shueishue's arrival was naturally different from Sun Shu, Zhen Minghui and the others. Zhuo Minghui also personally came to welcome her. But how could Shueishue let Zhuo Minghui take a few more steps? She hastily walked in front of Zhuo Minghui and respectfully saluted her. Zhuo Minghui had a smile on her face and that smile seemed to be sweet. The expression she looked at Shueishue with was even more benevolent than Yan Qinglian and Dui Qiming. She pulled Shueishue's hand and insisted that Shueishue sit next to her. Xiaohua walked behind Shueishue and was rather puzzled. Previously, before he left Myriad Thunder Valley, Shueishue also came, but he had never seen Zhuo Minghui so close to Shueishue. It was as if Shueishue was her own family. The dual cultivation ceremony hadn't been held yet. Xiaohua really didn't understand. Before Zhuo Minghui gave birth to Wu Qing, although she was very close to the disciples of Myriad Thunder Valley, after all, she didn't have the affection of licking her children. Or it could be said that she didn't understand the meaning of familial love. Only after she gave birth to Wu Qing did she understand the meaning behind it. Therefore, when she looked at Xiang Yang, Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan, she didn't think they were any worse than Wu Qing. Love the house, love the crow. When she saw Shueishue, this wife who hasn't married, her affectionate attitude was innate. Martial Uncle Zhuo, please take a seat first. Shueishue said with a smile. After the boy greets the various senior brothers, there is still an important matter to discuss with you. And all right. Zhuo Minghui returned to her seat with a beaming smile, while Shueishue greeted Xiang Yang and the others. When she saw Sun Shu, Shueishue smiled and said, Senior sister is even faster than junior sister. Sun Shu couldn't understand the meaning behind Shueishue's words, so she said with a smile, Senior sister saw you a few days ago and knew that you hadn't come out of seclusion. Today Xiaohua came back and encountered some trouble, so I hurried over. I didn't know that junior sister had come out of seclusion. Junior sister's mind suddenly became restless today. I felt that there was something important, so I had no choice but to come out of seclusion. Shueishue didn't say much, frowning as she said, as soon as I came out of seclusion, I actually heard that Xiaohua had returned to the mountain from Thunder Palace, so I hurried over. When Sun Shu heard this, she felt a bit sad. She understood that Shueishue was hinting that she had a telepathic connection with Xiaohua. Although she didn't say anything else, her meaning was clear. However, when Shueishue saw the sadness in Sun Shu's eyes, she immediately understood that she was thinking too much. She knew that Sun Shu was very sensitive right now. She wanted to say a few more words, but she was afraid of adding to the trouble, so she simply didn't say anything more. She pulled Sun Shu's hand and sat beside her. In fact, Sun Shu's mood was very awkward, but now that Shueishue was accompanying her again, her heart slowly relaxed. However, she heard Zhuo Minghui speak again. Shueishue, you're already in the late stage of foundation establishment. Don't be in a hurry to cultivate in seclusion. Golden core cultivators can't become golden core cultivators just by cultivating in seclusion. Now that the great battle of Daoan Sword is about to end, you still have to go out with Xiaohua and gain experience. Disciple will engrave martial uncle's words in her heart. Shueishue said with a smile. Disciple's aptitude is dull and my starting point is also low. If I don't diligently study and cultivate in seclusion, how can I catch up with someone? Of course, Disciple's master also told Disciple clearly that the late stage of foundation establishment needs more tempering, and that there won't be any more progress in seclusion. Disciple also told Master that after this seclusion, I won't force myself to cultivate in seclusion again. Very good. Xiaohua smiled. In other words, after coming out of seclusion this time, you don't need to cultivate in seclusion again. Xiaohua is wrong. Facing so many disciples, Shui didn't hide her feelings for Xiaohua. She said with a smile, I came out of seclusion this time because I had a warning in my heart, so I had no choice but to come out. After this matter is over, I'm afraid I'll have to cultivate in seclusion for a few more days. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, what kind of warning did you have? Shui saw Xiaohua's concern and smiled sweetly. However, she stood up and said to Zhou Minghui, Martial Uncle Zhou, disciple wants to borrow Xiaohua for a few days. I wonder if Martial Uncle can agree? Zhou Minghui was stunned, but she immediately understood. She clapped her hands and said, Shui, you can borrow him. Don't return him. Martial Uncle is joking. Shui blushed and said, Xiaohua is now the pillar of our myriad Thunder Valley. It won't do if he doesn't come back. The word "our" made the entire Immortal's cave feel warm. However, Xiaohua frowned and said indifferently, Shui, what's going on? If you don't tell me clearly, I won't leave the valley. Xiaohua, what's wrong? Shui was a bit dazed, as if she didn't understand Xiaohua's attitude. She said curiously, my body and mind had a warning sign. I felt that there was danger in Misty Mountain, so I had no choice but to come out of seclusion. It was only when I went to Thundercloud Palace to ask for leave that I received the news that Xiaohua had returned to the mountain. That's why I happily came to find Xiaohua. I know that with Xiaohua accompanying me back to Misty Mountain, uncle, brother and the others will be fine. Shui took out her leave token. Chapter 30:17. So it's like that. Xiaohua suddenly understood that this was a coincidence. He naturally wouldn't check Shui's identity tablet. He turned to Zhou Minghui and said, if that's the case, Master's wife, I'm afraid I really have to go with Shui. Hongshan, go to Thunder Palace and ask for leave on behalf of your senior brother. Zhou Minghui nodded and instructed Cui Hongshan. Yes, I'll go right away. Cui Hongshan hurriedly got up. No need. Shui smiled. No need to trouble junior brother Cui. I'll go with Xiaolang to Thunder Palace. After I ask for leave, I'll immediately leave the mountain with him. This. Cui Hongshan smiled bitterly. Senior sister Shui, you don't know. Senior brother can't leave Myriad Thunder Valley now. Huh? Why? Shui was very surprised and puzzled. The details should be explained by eldest senior brother. Cui Hongshan naturally wouldn't waste time and said, I'll go to Thunder Palace first. Okay. Shui turned to face the sun with Xiaohua on her back, but she whispered a few words to Sun Shu and winked at her. Sun Shu was obviously stunned, but she returned to normal in an instant. When Cui Hongshan walked to the entrance of the cave, Sun Shu frowned and whispered, Junior sister Shui, Master's going to preach Tao at Jingxin Pavilion the day after tomorrow. It's fine if you don't come out of closed-door meditation, but since you've come out, shouldn't you go? You didn't ask for leave from Master, right? Oh, you're right. Shui seemed to be caught off guard. She said in a low voice, Little sister originally wanted to see Master after taking leave from Xuanlei Palace. But when I heard the news of Xiaolang returning to the mountain, I was thinking, I forgot about Master. How about this, I'll send a summoning talisman. No, summoning talismans are too disrespectful. Since you're in a hurry, I'll go for you. Since Xiaohua will accompany you, Master will be relieved. Sun Shu stood up and said to Xiaohua, Junior sister Shui is here now, senior brother Zhen and the others are also here. Eyes not, so I won't stay here any longer. What happened here was a group of aura-refining disciples being deceived and blinded by their hot-bloodedness. Junior martial brother Xiao, you don't have to lower yourself to their level. I understand. Xiaohua stood up to send him off. He understood that if Sun Shu came with Shui, Sun Shu would definitely not leave. However, if Sun Shu came alone and Shui came, then Sun Shu would definitely leave. Thus he did not urge him to stay. Thus, after Sun Shu took his leave, he followed Cui Hongshan out of the Myriad Thunder Valley. Xiaolang, what's going on? Shui asked in confusion. It's like this. Xiang Yang wouldn't let Xiaohua speak, so he roughly explained the situation. Shui came to a sudden realization and nodded. No wonder some aura-refining disciples gathered in Xunlei Palace. Each and every one of them looked so agitated. I thought something big had happened. Then she looked at Xiaohua and said, Xiaolang, everyone has a time when they are young. Senior Marshal Sister Sun is right. They were all hot-blooded and thought that their actions could help the Imperial Thunder Sect. However, they didn't know that they were doing something extremely wrong. When the truth came out, they were extremely regretful. We are now Foundation Establishment Masters. We really can't lower ourselves to their level. I understand. Seeing Shui being so meticulous and persuasive, Xiaohua's somewhat cold heart gradually melted. He nodded and said, Previously, Master's wife advised me to leave for a period of time. Now it's all good. I can go on a trip in your place. It's really the best of both worlds. That's right. Shui pursed her lips and smiled. It seems, you still have to thank me. Seeing that Shui's arrival had untangled the knot in everyone's heart, Zhen Minghui and the others also calmed down. Especially Dui Ling. After regulating his breath for a long time, he finally returned to normal and looked at Shui thoughtfully. You all go to the outer valley and take a look. Dui Qiming saw that there were some changes in the situation and felt uneasy, so he instructed Zhen Tingmu and the others. Yes, disciple will go right away. Zhen Tingmu hurriedly agreed. You all go too. Xiang Yang turned his head and instructed Zhen Quan and the others. When the dozen or so people had just walked out of the cave, Dui Ling anxiously said, You all be careful. Those disciples look aggressive. I'm afraid they won't be easy to deal with. You go too. Xiaohua turned his head and said to Xiang Zhili, If you see anyone you don't like, feel free to attack. As long as you don't lose your life, foster father will take care of everything. Yes. Xiang Zhili's voice was extremely loud and clear. He jumped out from behind Xiaohua and flew out of the cave, completely ignoring Xiang Yang's fierce glare. In fact, ever since they entered the cave, Xiang Zhili had been staying behind Xiaohua. When he heard everyone's messages, he was eager to give it a try. If he hadn't seen Xiang Yang signal him not to move, he would have already gone out with Zhen Quan and the others. Now that he had received Xiaohua's instructions, how could he restrain himself? Not to mention Xiang Yang, even Yan Qinglian didn't understand why Xiaohua was so arrogant. The current Xiaohua was completely different from before he fought the sword cultivators of Huan Nation. They couldn't imagine that Xiaohua, who had gone through the great battle of Dao and sword, had a new understanding of life and death. Xiaohua wasn't afraid of the ferocious sword cultivators and the swordsmen who could destroy the heavens with one sword. How could these qi refinement cultivators who still smelled of their mother's milk enter his eyes? On the contrary, Zhen Minghui and the others had already seen Xiaohua's high profile and weren't surprised at all. That's right. Xiaohua spoke again. Tidy up the things in the cave abodes in the outer valley. Don't let some dishonest disciples steal them. Oh, that's right. Hearing this, Dui Qiming was a little anxious and hurriedly transmitted her voice to Zhen Quan and the others. Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming had put in a lot of effort in the cave abodes in the outer valley. Those were the face of myriad Thunder Valley. If it was really as Dui Ling said, those disciples would really vent their anger on those cave abodes if they were enraged. Dui Qiming hurriedly went out again. She was naturally worried about those disciples and could only do it herself. Fortunately, not long after, Dui Qiming leisurely returned. It was obvious that she had already tidied up the cave abodes. During this time, Xiaohua listened to Shui talk about what had happened in the past 10 years. In fact, it was very simple. Shui had been cultivating in seclusion for the past 10 years. It seemed that in the days when Xiaohua wasn't around, Shui could only use seclusion to pass the time. Thinking about what Fairy Hongxia had said before, that there would be an indescribable pressure when she was by his side, Xiaohua's heart ached and he looked at Shui with love. Shui was naturally full of tenderness. She smiled and her eyes never left Xiaohua. Shui. After Dui Qiming returned, Zhuo Minghui asked, That year when you were helpless about Marshal Uncle's seclusion, you said that he would definitely condense his core. At that time I still had some doubts. However, at that time I also had the idea of going into seclusion. However, because of Wu Qing, I was afraid that my vitality would be damaged and it would be impossible for me to pass the test of condensing my core. However, after hearing your words, I had confidence in condensing my core. The result was as you said, I successfully condensed my core. But now, your helpless martial uncle has been in seclusion for so many years. Hee hee, martial uncle Xue, you can rest assured. Xue Xue smiled and said with certainty, Junior can guarantee 10,000 times that martial uncle will definitely succeed in condensing his core, just like Junior knows that I will definitely be able to enter the late stage of foundation establishment. Xiaohua was extremely surprised. He had seen a lot of divine techniques and clairvoyant techniques. Even his own karma hand didn't seem to have this kind of magical ability. He really didn't know how Xue Xue could predict this. Xue Xue, how do you know this? Darling Xiao, this is a feeling. It's a pure feeling. Xue Xue smiled and said, it's the same as when I know that there will be a disaster in Fog Mountain. Moreover, I also know that martial uncle will definitely come out of seclusion this year. Ah, really? Zhuo Minghui's face showed ecstasy. That's right, if she only said that Wu Qing could condense his core, that would be a guess. Xue Xue actually said when he would come out of seclusion, so what else did she have to worry about? Oh, Xiaohua was speechless. This answer seemed to be similar to Jiuxia's. If Xiaohua didn't know Jiuxia, he would still be suspicious. However, after knowing Jiuxia and seeing the Shaman King's divine technique, he actually believed Xue Xue's words. Moreover, Xue Xue seemed to have this kind of magical ability after awakening the Lightning Beast's bloodline. Perhaps the Lightning Beast's bloodline originally had this kind of magical ability? Master. Just as Zhuo Minghui's heart calmed down, two panicked voices came from outside the cave. Dui Qiming's two female disciples, Zhang Wan and Fan Yuming, hurriedly rushed in and shouted, outside Myriad Thunder Valley, there are over 1,000 aura refining disciples flying over, blocking the sky, blocking everything. Xiaohua sneered. He swept out his divine sense and took a quick glance. It really was as Zhang Wan had said. There were over 1,000 aura refining disciples aggressively rushing to the entrance of Myriad Thunder Valley. However, because of the silent thunder, they didn't dare to get too close. They stood in midair and arrogantly shouted something. Among them there were quite a few instigators who were egging them on. Zhen Quan and the others stood guard at the edge of the silent thunder, not getting close. They looked a bit flustered. On the other hand, Xiang Zhili looked at these disciples with interest, seemingly thinking about something. Xiaohua, who was used to facing thousands of sword cultivators, felt bored by this formation. He only used his divine perception to take a look and then withdrew it. He said indifferently, the disciples nowadays are really amazing. They actually dare to attack the cave of a foundation establishment master. Actually, most of them are disciples who don't know the truth. Zhen Minghui said with a wry smile, they only want to understand the truth, only want to cover up the shame of the Imperial Thunder Sect. They themselves are the shame of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiaohua said without any trace of politeness. If they have the ability, then go to Sky Patrol City and fight it out with the sword cultivators. Chapter 30:18. Also, perhaps it's because they have always worshipped Martial Uncle Xiao, but they never expected that Martial Uncle Xiao would become the greatest sinner of our Imperial Thunder Sect. Their idols collapsed in an instant. No one would be able to bear this responsibility. Dui Ling continued. There's also this. Xiaohua was speechless. He never thought that his name would have such an effect in the Imperial Thunder Sect. Of course. Dui Ling laughed. Disciple thought so back then. After returning, I talked a lot about Martial Uncle with the disciples of Converted Thunder Palace. As long as Disciple talked about how Martial Uncle killed thousands of sword cultivators, the eyes of all the female disciples of Converted Thunder Palace would light up. Nonsense, when did I kill thousands of sword cultivators? Xiaohua finally understood what it meant to spread a false rumor. Kiki, no matter what, they just love to hear it. Dui Ling shrugged his shoulders like Xiaohua. If Disciple didn't say so much, they wouldn't be happy. Just now, when Disciple heard Martial Uncle's punishment order in Converted Thunder Palace, Disciple also felt extremely sad. Dui Ling explained, however, Disciple understands Martial Uncle. Anyone who has survived the great battle of Dao and Sword would definitely inform the conference hall immediately if they encountered any news related to the battle. However, these so-called hot-blooded disciples don't know that. They have been quietly cultivating every night after hearing about your wonderful deeds. They believe that you have always been right. Now that you have suddenly made such a big mistake, their hearts can't take it anymore. Why isn't junior brother Cui back yet? Is it so difficult to apply for leave? Xiao Hua frowned slightly. Faced with Dui Ling's situation where even he himself didn't know who was wrong, Xiao Hua could only face it and escape. Without waiting for Dui Qiming to speak, Xue Xue laughed. Now that shocking Thunder Palace is in a mess, it won't be easy to apply for leave, right? Wait a little longer. Master, there are more and more people outside. Zhang Wan, who had just returned, flew over to report. It seems like it's not just shocking Thunder Palace disciples. There are disciples from other Thunder Palaces as well. There are even quite a few female disciples. And just wait and see. Dui Qiming was now relieved. My myriad Thunder Valley has silent thunder. If they want to die, come over. It's not my myriad Thunder Valley's doing. Yes, I understand. Zhang Wan nodded, but she was still slightly hesitant as she said, Eldest senior brother seems to be at odds with those Qi refinement disciples. Jin Quan. Xiao Hua was taken aback. He unconsciously released his divine sense, but when he saw Xiang Zhili, who was facing off against several 10th layer aura refining disciples, Xiao Hua smiled. Of course, wasn't Xiang Zhili the eldest martial brother of these disciples? Don't be afraid as long as no one dies. Your martial uncle will take care of everything. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Yes, I understand. Xiao Hua's words immediately filled Zhang Wan with confidence. Her face flushed red as she flew out with a smile. Second junior brother. Xiang Yang said worriedly, don't provoke everyone, right? These aura refining disciples are all children. They don't know anything, so this Xiao will teach them a lesson on behalf of their family's adults. Xiao Hua said indifferently, my 10,000 Thunder Valley will be a place that no one can touch in the future. Coming to the myriad Thunder Valley to cause trouble when you don't have the ability, you must be tired of living. Alright. Regarding Xiao Hua's strength as the eldest martial brother, Xiang Yang was also helpless. He had long been aware of the gap between him and Xiao Hua, so he could only agree while secretly glancing at Zhuo Minghui. At this time only Zhuo Minghui could persuade Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, Zhuo Minghui didn't say anything. In the dozens and hundreds of years she had spent in the myriad Thunder Valley, she had also been ridiculed. Now that Xiao Hua was here to wash away her shame, she could only clap her hands and cheer, right? After all, even if there was any punishment, could it be worse than the previous situation in the myriad Thunder Valley? After about an hour, more and more disciples gathered in the myriad Thunder Valley. There were even many disciples from other Thunder Palaces who had received the news and rushed over in groups, as if there was a gathering point. The atmosphere in the outer valley of the myriad Thunder Valley was also becoming more and more agitated. But at this time, whether it was the Hall Masters of the 8 Great Thunder Palaces or the Great Thunder Hall of the Thunder Immortal Peak, there was no news at all. This silence seemed to be a kind of tacit consent. The thousands of low-level disciples became increasingly arrogant. Previously they were still whispering to each other, but now they had already started shouting. There were even some disciples who couldn't help but curse at Xiang Zhili. The atmosphere was like a fireball talisman that was about to ignite. With just a trace of magic power, the entire fireball would explode. Rumble. A faint sound of thunder came from afar. A Foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense swept over. All of a sudden, the thousands of disciples became somewhat quiet. However, when Cui Hongshan flew over everyone's heads and completely ignored them, these disciples immediately became restless. This is the junior martial brother of Xiao Hua of the myriad Thunder Valley. His name is Cui Hongshan. Several disciples who were very familiar with the myriad Thunder Valley shouted loudly, just now he left the myriad Thunder Valley in a hurry. Where did martial uncle Cui go? Fortunately at this time, these disciples still knew to call a Foundation establishment cultivator as martial uncle, so they weren't blinded by reason. I'm afraid he went to the shocking Thunder Palace to get reinforcements? Some disciples guessed one after another. Even if he went to the Great Thunder Palace. So what? A few disciples who were obviously not from the shocking Thunder Palace said coldly, Xiao Hua made such a big mistake and actually let tens of thousands of disciples fall into the Sky Patrol City. I don't even know how many disciples can return after the battle. Previously, in the first stage, although our Imperial Thunder sect suffered a lot of losses, it was still acceptable to have the battle merits of fighting to kill the disciples. Now that all the disciples have been captured, what battle merits can there be? Our Imperial Thunder sect's face has been completely lost by that guy. How can we face the disciples of other sects in the future? That's right, thinking about this, I don't even dare to go to the country of Shi to gain experience. It's really shameless. Shoo, no matter what, Xiaohua is still our martial uncle, don't be like this. Unfortunately, before this person finished speaking, the person next to him said coldly, if you think of him as your martial uncle, why are you still here? Our Imperial Thunder sect has too many people like you who bow down to him. When they see a Foundation establishment cultivator, they all respectfully salute him. This is why our Imperial Thunder sect is deteriorating. Today we must make him give us an explanation, and only then can our Imperial Thunder sect rise again. Martial Uncle Cui just returned from the Thunderquake Palace. At this moment, several Thunder Note talismans were sent over from afar. After several disciples received them, their faces were filled with rage. He asked for leave from that bastard Xiaohua. Xiaohua doesn't dare to face us low-level disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. He chose to escape. Boom! All of a sudden the entire scene was ignited like a fireball talisman. The suppressed passion of all the disciples suddenly exploded. Let's go, charge into the myriad Thunder Valley. We must interrogate Xiaohua. Over there. A shifty-eyed disciple pointed to a cave in the distance and shouted, the myriad Thunder Valley actually set up a cave here. They obviously spent their Thunderous Palace's spirit stones. The Thunderous Palace's spirit stones are our Imperial Thunder sect's spirit stones, all of which were painstakingly dug out by us disciples from the spirit stone mine. They actually squandered it again. Let's go, we'll smash this cave. Let's go, let's go. Several disciples shouted without thinking, and really rushed towards that cave. Who dares? Xiangjili was also anxious. He knew how difficult it was for the myriad Thunder Valley to set up this cave. Not only was it extremely difficult to obtain the Thunderous Palace's approval, but they also racked their brains to set up this cave. It could be said that this was the myriad Thunder Valley's painstaking effort. You dare block us? A mere 9th level chi refining brat. Could it be that you want to die? A group of 10th level chi refining disciples arrogantly shouted. This young master will show you the power of a 9th level chi refining cultivator. Xiangjili's eyes flashed with a cold light, the magic power in his body surging. He took Xiaohua's words seriously. He wanted to test his skills on these ignorant disciples. Eldest senior brother. Not far away, Jin Quan and the others all shouted. They didn't know Xiangjili's cultivation level, and even if he was at the peak of the 12th level facing so many chi refining disciples, it would still be difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. How could they dare let Xiangjili fight with others? Beat them to death, beat them to death. A voice came from an unknown place. It actually called out such a sinister slogan. Huff, huff, huff. Just when the battle was about to break out, a sudden gust of wind blew through the air, lifting up the robes of all the disciples. Rumble. A faint muffled sound of thunder came from above everyone's heads. Ah! All the disciples were stunned. They couldn't help but look up, only to see dark clouds covering the sky. Those dark clouds were like rolling waves of snow in the sea, directly pressing down on them. An indescribably terrifying aura came from those dark clouds. Moreover, unbeknownst to them, the streaks of lightning in the dark clouds had surrounded them like snakes. These streaks of lightning swam wantonly in the air for several miles, and every single one of them contained a powerful brilliance. All of the disciples were disciples of the Imperial Lightning sect, so they were familiar with lightning. However, being enveloped by lightning in such a large area made them tremble in fear. Moreover, the sky was clear within a few miles. It was obvious that these lightning bolts were targeted at them. A cold snort like a needle sounded in the ears of thousands of disciples at the same time. Ah ah! In a burst of wailing and howling, the hundreds of disciples who rushed to the Immortal's cave clutched their heads and fell from the sky, rolling on the foothills. The dozen or so chi refining disciples who were shouting in the crowd just now also fell. Even the few disciples who just shouted beat them to death were pale. They fell from the sky without any consciousness, a group of children who are still wet behind the ears. Xiaohua slowly flew over from the distance, followed by Xue Xue. but Xiaohua coldly said, "You haven't even cultivated your pressure, yet you dare to show off in front of this old man. This old man wasn't afraid when facing thousands of swordsmen. Why would I be afraid of you?" Chapter 30:19. As he spoke, Xiaohua released his pressure. That pressure was as turbulent as ocean waves and as sharp as a mountain rock. Once these aura-refining disciples came in contact with the pressure, they immediately trembled like a sieve, their waists involuntarily bending. That was because in Xiaohua's pressure, apart from the pressure of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, there was actually a kind of bloodthirsty aura, causing these disciples to instinctively tremble from the bottom of their hearts. "You dare." Several aura-refining disciples who hadn't been affected by the pressure were alarmed, urgently saying, "As a foundation establishment master, you actually dare to make a move against us aura-refining disciples. Our masters are determined to." Without waiting for them to finish, Xiaohua's pressure came over and controlled them all in an instant. Xiaohua still said coldly, "If you were swordsmen, I would have already killed you. Don't think that just because you have several thousand people, you dare to come. The number of sword cultivators who died in my hands is at least 1,000 if not 800. Didn't this old man still crush all of you to death like ants? As for your masters, don't worry, I will issue a challenge in front of you. As long as you want to stand up for you, as long as you are below the core formation stage, I will accept all of your challenges on the Thunder Arena. Whoever is not afraid of death and dares to come to the Thunder Arena, inform me at any time. I ask my Thunder-Shocking Palace's Taoist master Lei Meng to be the witness. As for you, humph." Following Xiaohua's cold snort, a bolt of heavenly lightning as thick as a child's arm fell from the sky, hitting a protruding place on the foothills. Under the lingering lightning, in the midst of a huge sound, this several hundred feet big mountain rock was actually smashed into powder. A burst of smoke and dust rose, unexpectedly covering half the sky. "Seeing that all of you don't know the truth and were bewitched by others, and that you're my juniors, I'll spare all of you this once." Xiaohua slowly withdrew his pressure. "If you dare to be so bold again, don't blame me for challenging your masters on the Thunder Arena." At this point, Xiaohua's lightning drawing technique presumably attracted the attention of some cultivators hiding in the surroundings. A dozen divine senses swept over from afar. Xiaohua coldly snorted and immediately used the soul-piercing technique. All the divine senses retracted as if they were bitten by a poisonous snake. Hiding in the surroundings, seeing so many aura-refining disciples causing trouble, you still didn't come out to stop them. With one glance I can tell you have ulterior motives. Don't blame this Xiao for being impolite." Xiaohua raised his voice and shouted. Immediately after, Xiaohua ignored the thousands of disciples, stretched out his hand and grabbed Shueishue's hand. Lightning flickered around his body as he flew towards the Qianglei mountain. The dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed as Xiaohua disappeared. It seemed like they were sending Xiaohua off. Too arrogant. A few li away, two late-stage foundation-building cultivators shouted in exasperation, "That bastard Xiaohua not only attacked aura-refining disciples, he even wants to attack us. Let's go. We must unite with the other senior and junior brothers. This time we can't let the myriad Thunder Valley off." Another cultivator pulled on the cultivator's robe, and the two of them soared into the sky. However, the several thousand aura-refining disciples that they had high hopes for didn't have their lofty aspirations. Each and every one of them struggled to get up in the air. They still looked terrified as they stared at the spot where Xiaohua and Shueishue disappeared. The arrogance and indignation in their eyes from before had long disappeared. After witnessing Xiaohua's absolute strength, and after experiencing the bloodiness of Xiaohua's oppressive might, everyone's hearts were truly filled with fear. They all looked at each other. They really couldn't understand how they had been so bold before, actually believing that the phrase "the law cannot punish the majority" was really useful, and actually really came to attack the myriad Thunder Valley. In fact, sometimes people's nature was really somewhat cheap. If Xiaohua really treated these juniors according to common sense, they might have taken the initiative to climb all over him. However, Xiaohua suddenly pulled down his face, and even directly said that he wanted to compete with their masters on the lightning field. On the contrary, they were scared. The disciples of the various lightning palace hastily went to help the disciples who were injured by Xiaohua's soul stab. Some even went down to check whether those pale-faced disciples were still breathing or not. The majority of the Lightning Palace disciples seemed to have already lost their courage. Of course, this didn't include some disciples who were really bold. Unfortunately, they didn't have the cover of the majority of the disciples, and also didn't dare to really linger around the entrance of the myriad Thunder Valley. After waiting for more than an hour, just as Xiaohua had expected, enormous Thunder Palace's imperial guards came over to inquire about the situation. Only then did these several thousand aura refining disciples take advantage of the situation, and gradually disperse. Only Jin Quan and the other myriad Thunder Valley disciples were left behind, their eyes filled with disdain as they watched these disciples leave. Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming flew out of the myriad Thunder Valley, discussing something with the enormous Thunder Palace's imperial guards. As for Xiang Zhili, he followed Wuqing, who flew over afterwards. His eyes were looking at the thunder clouds in the sky that hadn't completely dissipated yet, and his eyes emitted a fanatical radiance. Hearing Wuqing, his tone was still indifferent, but he asked rather urgently, "This is second senior brother's lightning drawing technique?" He. Xiang Zhili laughed. "Other than him, who else could it be? Second senior brother seems to be even more powerful than mother." Wuqing seemed to be talking to himself. "I remember when you were young, you once boasted that second senior brother had promised you a great divine ability?" Xiang Zhili was clearly stunned. He looked at Wuqing with some disbelief, shaking his head in denial. "Little martial uncle is speaking nonsense. When did I tell you this?" Xiang Zhili naturally didn't remember when he had boasted about this to Wuqing. However, Xiang Zhili wasn't old to begin with, and with the support of Xiaohua's dragon transformation art, his cultivation was much stronger than his peers. However, he remembered Xiang Yang's teachings and Xiaohua's teachings, so he didn't reveal his true cultivation to his peers. This wasn't easy for a young person. If Xiang Zhili had really boasted about it in front of Wuqing, it would be normal. Presumably, Xiang Zhili also didn't expect that the young Wuqing would remember his unintentional boasting so clearly, right? Wuqing didn't pursue the matter, continuing to talk to himself. "If it were me, how could I not want this divine ability to control lightning in the 9 heavens?" After saying this, he didn't wait for Xiang Zhili to deny anything, and flew towards Xue Minghui, who was standing in midair in the valley. Sigh. Wuqing's words pierced Xiang Zhili's heart. Looking at Wuqing's back, Xiang Zhili rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. How old is he? Isn't he too smart? Sometimes being too smart and seeing too clearly isn't necessarily a good thing. Then he scratched his head and said to himself, "When did I mention the great divine ability that foster father promised to me? However, when it comes to great divine abilities, isn't this lightning attracting technique the best?" With that thought, Xiang Zhili's left and right hands clawed blindly in the air, but not a single cloud moved. Only then did he clap his hands and leisurely fly back to 10,000 Thunder Valley. He understood that from today onwards, even foundation-building cultivators wouldn't dare to provoke 10,000 Thunder Valley. However, Xue Minghui, who was holding Wuqing in the distance, didn't think so. Her eyes were somewhat melancholy, and she was also muttering in her heart. She didn't know whether Wuqing would be able to come out of closed-door meditation this year like Xue said. Now she didn't care whether Wuqing had condensed his gold core or not. She only wanted Wuqing to come out and oversee 10,000 Thunder Valley. She was afraid that Xiaohua would really cause trouble again. After all, being able to attack thousands of aura-refining disciples already exceeded her original estimation of Xiaohua. It's really an unfair victory. After Xiaohua gave his leave of absence to the disciple on duty on Sky Thunder Peak for inspection, he ignored the strange gaze of the disciple on duty and flew out of Sky Thunder Peak. He said to Xue with a somewhat embarrassed smile, "They're just some aura-refining kids. Your husband actually got so angry. No matter what Lord Husband does." "I agree." Xiaohua flew in the air and hugged one of Xiaohua's arms with her hand. She pressed her face against his arm and said in a low voice, "Moreover, these disciples went too far. They actually dared to challenge the authority of a foundation-building cultivator. If we don't teach them a lesson, I'm afraid they'll cause a lot of trouble in the future." Thinking back, when your husband saw a foundation-building cultivator, he was so scared that he didn't even dare to fart. But seeing that Xue didn't object, Xiaohua sighed with emotion and said, Could it be that the way of the world has changed? They're self-proclaimed disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, and they're low-level disciples. They also have a lot of people. Although you're a foundation-building cultivator, it's impossible for you to control thousands of people at the same time. Shwe 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 said with a smile. That's why they became so bold. This was also the idea of their master behind them. However, they didn't expect. Your cultivation is really frightening. You actually used the lightning attracting technique to control several li of space. That pressure was released without any hesitation. That's thousands of people, even I don't have such a great ability. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, beating the children to draw out the adults. Your husband wants to see if there's really someone who dares to go up to the Thunder Arena to challenge me. What? Lord husband, are you going to kill people to establish your authority? Shwe 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 raised her eyebrows and asked. Who knows? Xiaohua wasn't afraid at all and said with a smile, if there's someone who's not afraid of death and wants to cooperate with your husband will naturally have to satisfy their request. Your husband has always been tireless in teaching people. Lord husband is tireless in destroying people. Shwe 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 smiled and continued, no matter what Lord husband does, I will agree. Even if I have to follow Lord husband to wander the Dawn Rain continent. How is that possible? Xiaohua laughed loudly. Even if the sect master comes out of seclusion, even if Fairy Xianhua and the other 7 palace masters are incompetent, it's impossible for them to expel your husband from the sect. That's right. Lord husband is a meritorious official in the war. It's reasonable to punish you, but if you're expelled from the sect, then my Imperial Thunder sect will definitely be beyond redemption. Shwe 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 said with a sweet smile. At this point Xiaohua said somewhat embarrassedly, Shwe Shwe, actually when we were in the Myriad Thunder Valley, Master's wife had already told your husband about going to the Xuanlei Palace to propose marriage. Your husband felt that, with the merit of the Dao Sword battle, there shouldn't be any problems. But who knew that such a thing would happen? As a result, I'm afraid there will be some twists and turns. Your husband can only wrong you. Let's talk about it again after this period of time. Chapter 30-20. Oh. Shwe Shwe asked curiously, didn't my husband say that he would first propose marriage to big sister Hong Xia from Huanhua sect? Aren't you happy that I let you have the advantage first? Xiaohua asked with a smile, do you want to decline? Unfortunately, Shwe Shwe said seriously, husband, you're wrong. I'm more than happy. Why would I think of declining? It's just that you met big sister Hong Xia first and met me later. If I snatch this first place, big sister Hong Xia will be unhappy in the future. I don't want to make things difficult for my husband. Xiaohua was moved. He held Shwe Shwe's hand and said with a smile, there's no hurry. Let's talk about it after the battle. If possible, I will propose marriage to both of you at the same time. Thank you, my husband. Shwe Shwe smiled and kissed Xiaohua's cheek. She urged her magic power to rush out of Xiaohua's arm and shouted, husband, let me see your cultivation. Can you catch up to my late-stage foundation establishment cultivation? Xiaohua laughed. Not to mention that you're just late-stage foundation establishment. Even if you're late-stage gold core, I can still catch you. With that, Xiaohua's body flashed with lightning, and he was about to chase after Shwe Shwe. But suddenly his heart moved and he hurriedly shouted, Shwe Shwe, wait a moment. What's wrong? Shwe Shwe stopped in the distance and said with a smile, could it be that my husband can't catch up to me and wants to act shamelessly? I remember there's still a small matter to do. Wait a moment. After saying this, Xiaohua didn't explain further and flew towards Sky Thunder Peak. However, after flying a few meters, his figure had already disappeared. Even if Shwe Shwe scanned the area with her divine sense, she wouldn't be able to find any trace of him. What is Xiaohua doing? Shwe Shwe frowned. In no more than an hour, Xiaohua once again mysteriously appeared beside Shwe Shwe. Even though Shwe Shwe's cultivation was already at the late stage of foundation establishment, Xiaohua's figure appeared within several zhang of her. She simply didn't sense any omen. Shwe Shwe's heart jumped and she said with a smile, Xiaohua, this hour isn't short. Could it be that you're doing something sneaky? Say, do I need to do that? With an outstanding beauty like you as my wife, this husband doesn't have to think about home. As Xiaohua spoke, he hugged Xue Xue. Ah, wishful thinking. Xue Xue smiled and flew out. She did not ask where Xiaohua went and flew towards the misty mountain again. Xue Xue was different from Fairy Hongxia. She did not care about Xiaohua's actions. She only liked to stay by Xiaohua's side and be a happy little bird. Xue 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 and Xue Xue Xue. Of course, no one knew that the next day Dui Ling, who had yet to reach Foundation Establishment in converting Thunder Palace, had suddenly reached Foundation Establishment last night. There were no signs of this happening at all. Because she didn't know how to answer. She couldn't possibly report that a short, fat and extremely wretched nascent soul stage master knocked her out, and when she woke up she was greeted by a black, indiscernible thing that hit her head. At that time her mind was in a complete mess and her beautiful life was about to end at this moment. But at this moment, the true qi that hadn't reacted for a long time suddenly began to condense together with an indescribable fluctuation. Is this explanation acceptable? Fortunately, Dui Ling's master knew that Dui Ling had broken his heart in order to reach Foundation Establishment. Now that he had suddenly succeeded, his wish of many years had been fulfilled, so he did not pursue the matter. Although her master did not pursue the matter, Dui Ling's heart was not at ease. She really did not understand how she could have encountered such a strange situation. Until one day in the future, she suddenly realized. The gratitude in her heart was like a shooting star that streaked across the silent sky. More than a day later, clouds and mist emerged from the mountains in the distance. It was extremely fluttering, as if an immortal mountain had fallen into the mortal world. Xiaohua understood that the misty mountain he had visited several decades ago was right in front of him. At this moment Xue Xue acted as if she had just left Sky Thunder Peak. She hugged Xiaohua's arm and leaned on his shoulder intimately. Her face was overflowing with a smile and she looked extremely happy. Seeing that the misty mountain was close, Xue Xue did not have any intention of leaving Xiaohua's side. Her behavior was completely different from when she had arrived at her hometown. However, Xue Xue moved her lips to Xiaohua's ear and whispered, "Xiaohua, this concubine still wants to apologize to you. What did you do wrong?" Xiaohua's earlobe itched. He turned to look at Xue Xue and asked with a smile that was not a smile. "Actually," Xue Xue twisted her waist and said coquettishly, "this concubine is also doing it for your own good." Is it because there is no danger in the misty mountain?" Xiaohua smiled and reached out to touch Xue Xue's forehead. "Although you were in a hurry, there was not the slightest bit of anxiety on your face. Did you think that your husband did not think about anything?" I knew that I could not hide it from Xiaohua." Xue Xue giggled and said, "When this concubine came out of seclusion, I heard that Xiaohua had returned to the mountain. Moreover, I also heard that Great Thunder Palace had issued a punishment order. This concubine was anxious, so how could I think about anything else? I directly flew to the Myriad Thunder Valley. However, on the way there I thought that with Xiaohua's temper he would definitely not avoid it. Moreover, Xiaohua is a kind person, so I was afraid that he would be bullied in the Myriad Thunder Valley. Therefore this concubine thought of this method. And actually early on in the Myriad Thunder Valley, Sun Shu left with Tui Hongshan. Moreover, Tui Hongshan took so long to return and even gave you a jade slip of your master. This concubine already had doubts in my heart." Xiaohua smiled and said, "However, since this is my wife's concern, how could this husband not enjoy it?" Actually, in the end when I saw my husband's thunderous methods, it was completely different from when I left the Imperial Thunder Sect and went to Sky Patrol City. This concubine felt that I was somewhat superfluous." Xue Xue still smiled and said, "My husband controlled the entire situation, and the thousands of disciples were nothing but chickens and pottery dogs. Even with my husband's words, even the late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators would not dare to challenge you. The crisis in the Myriad Thunder Valley was easily resolved by my husband." However, Xue Xue looked at the misty mountain again and said, "This concubine hasn't returned home for dozens of years, so it's not bad to come back and take a look. This concubine's superfluous act is fine as long as my husband doesn't blame me." I won't. Xiaohua smiled and said, "This husband also happens to want to give you a surprise. Since I came to the Misty Mountain, that's also a coincidence." "What surprise?" Xue Xue's mouth let out a surprised smile, but her face was again looking at the Misty Mountain. In a place where Xiaohua's gaze could not reach, a trace of sadness flowed out from her eyes. Let's talk about it after we meet Ling Jingyi. Xiaohua obviously did not notice Shueishue's expression and said with a smile. However, after saying that, he became embarrassed again and said in a low voice, "My wife, how should this husband address him? Just call him fellow Taoist Ling." Shueishue recomposed her smile and said, "After all, we haven't held the dual cultivation ceremony yet. It's not appropriate to change it now. And this husband knows." Xiaohua said with a bit of guilt, "It's all this husband's fault for making you wait for a few more years. Listen to what my husband said, a few years is just a seclusion, a blink of an eye. As long as my husband is by my side, not to mention a few years, even if it's tens of thousands of years, this concubine will still be happy." Shueishue said without hesitation. "Good. This husband and wife's promise is a promise." Xiaohua actually cutely stretched out his little finger and hooked it with Shueishue. Shueishue really did not expect Xiaohua to have such a childish heart and was momentarily unable to react. After hooking her finger with Xiaohua with a smile, the smile on Shueishue's face was so sweet that it was about to overflow with honey. Soon after, she brought Xiaohua to the Misty Mountain and sent out the summoning talisman. Then she pulled her hand out of Xiaohua's arm and slightly pulled away from him, waiting for Ling Jingyi to open the restriction of the Misty Mountain. Who would have thought that this wait would actually take the time of half an incense stick? Seeing the dense fog floating in the foothills like a mystery, Shueishue's heart gave birth to a bad feeling. "Shueishue, it seems that last time when we followed eldest senior brother to the Misty Mountain, the summoning talisman did not respond for a long time, right?" Xiaohua released his divine sense, looked at the restriction of the Misty Mountain and narrowed his eyes as he asked. Shueishue slightly bit her lips and said, "It was shorter than that. That summoning talisman did not delay anything, otherwise, this concubine would have sensed it." "Perhaps fellow Taoist Ling went to the Flying Phoenix Mountain?" Xiaohua probed. "Even if he went to the Flying Phoenix Mountain, Feiyun should be at the Misty Mountain." Shueishue's face showed anxiety. "I'm afraid that something happened at the Misty Mountain." "Did Ling Feiyun not enter a cultivation sect?" Xiaohua asked again. "Uncle is afraid that if he entered the Shanghua sect, he would be restrained by the Shanghua sect and be unable to inherit the Misty Mountain and Flying Phoenix Mountain's inheritance." Shueishue explained, "Previously when there was only the Misty Mountain, Uncle had the idea of letting him enter another sect. But if he took the Flying Phoenix Mountain..." "Forget it, darling Xiao, can you break the formation?" Xiaohua nodded. This husband just used his divine sense to check. Breaking the formation is easy, but it will be difficult to rearrange it. Of course, if you have this formation jade slip, this husband will not need to break the formation by force. "Do it," Shueishue said with a bitter smile. "This concubine is already a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. How could I have the formation jade slip of the Misty Mountain? I didn't expect. My wife, you also have the ability to make your words come true." Xiaohua sighed with emotion. This concubine really said it casually. Shueishue urged, "Hurry up." "Okay, please wait a moment, my wife." As Xiaohua spoke, he flew into the sky. Light flickered around his body. As he waved his hands, red clouds once again gathered above the Misty Mountain. The lightning drawing technique that Shueishue had seen in the 10,000 Lightning Valley was once again displayed. Layers of thick clouds pressed down on the sky, and streaks of lightning swam like dragons and snakes. As Xiaohua's hands fell, kachachit sounds of thunder fell like thousands of giant pythons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, pouncing down and covering the entire Misty Mountain. Chapter 30-21. Rumble. The entire Misty Mountain shook. The dense fog that never dispersed all year round melted under the lightning, gradually revealing its true appearance. "Darling Xiao is really too powerful." Shueishue sighed in her heart. "I've been in seclusion for more than 10 years and finally reached the late stage of foundation establishment. But looking at this situation, the distance between us is getting further and further. I really don't know when I'll be able to catch up to darling Xiao." Rumble. The lightning that filled the sky bombarded Misty Mountain for the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Then Xiaohua lightly shouted. Open. Shueishue saw a lightning bolt as thick as the mouth of a bowl carrying a flash. It was like a huge dragon as it pounced towards a place in the forbidden area. Then a sound like boiling water was emitted from that place. Let's go. Xiaohua waved his hand and his figure fell into the forbidden area. Shui didn't dare to be negligent and followed closely behind. She saw that a crack had been torn open in the fog that was as thin as paper. After rushing into Misty Mountain, Xiaohua and Shui landed on top of the 1,000 steps. When they saw the situation on top of the steps, their expressions couldn't help but change greatly. They saw that the 1,000 steps were stained with blood. Hundreds of Misty Mountain's disciples were lying on top of the steps in a disorderly manner. One after another, the sounds of groaning could be heard. Along with these groaning sounds, all of the disciples were curled up and convulsing in pain. When they looked at the top of the steps, they saw a monster that was about 2 zhang tall. It looked like a human but not a human, like an ape but not an ape. It was looking up at the flashing lightning in the sky. Between its 2 thick hands, one was holding a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator whose Taoist robe was already damaged. That cultivator's body was stained with blood. It was the Misty Mountains clan head Ling Jingyi. The other hand was holding the neck of an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator whose face was completely red. It was Ling Feiyun. Ling Feiyun was restrained by this monster. His legs struggled with all his strength. His 2 hands were also holding onto the monster's big hairy hands. He wanted to move these big hands away, but Ling Feiyun was as powerless as a baby. Xiaohua and Shui's sudden appearance caught the monster off guard. Its scarlet eyes moved away from the lightning in the sky and swept over Xiaohua and Shui. Unwittingly, it opened its bloody mouth and let out an extremely loud roar. A scarlet-red pillar of fire shot out from its mouth and rushed in front of the 2 people. The pillar of fire seemed to be very powerful. Before it even got close, an extremely hot wave of air surged over. Along with this wave of air, there was even an indescribable restrictive force that appeared within a few dozen feet of the 2 of them. Fire ape. Xiaohua stared blankly for a moment, then he seemed to have understood something. He slapped his forehead with his hand. A faint rumbling sound could be heard. A faint golden hand appeared from Xiaohua's hand and grabbed at the monster. The hand of a nascent soul? Shui was right beside Xiaohua. A wave of boundless mana fluctuations emanated from Xiaohua, causing her to once again feel an incomparable feeling. Seeing this legendary innate technique, she couldn't help but moan. She had an estimation of Xiaohua's cultivation base, but she didn't expect that Xiaohua's cultivation base would still far exceed her expectations. Of course, Shui also knew that Xiaohua's cultivation hadn't reached the point of perfection. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to sense Xiaohua's unfathomable spiritual power. However, seeing Xiaohua's nascent soul hand display, the fierce pillar of fire was immediately extinguished. Moreover, a trace of fear appeared in the monster's eyes. However, this fear only lasted for a moment. Then the monster swung its hand and Ling Jingyi and Ling Feiyun immediately fell on the stairs. The 2 people's protective light had already been shattered. Following 2 heavy sounds of impact, blood seeped out of their noses and mouths. Blood also flowed out of their bodies as they rolled down the stairs. Shui clenched her teeth and flew down. She landed on the stairs and helped the 2 people up. After examining them, she found that they were only injured and their lives weren't in danger. Only then did she feel relieved. Looking at the monster again, it casually tossed the 2 people aside. Its body flashed with strong sparks as it waved its hands in front of its chest. It opened its mouth and roared a few times. A strong pillar of fire flew out again. Moreover, behind the pillar of fire, there was another bead the size of a bowl. It flashed with bright red flames and rushed into the sky. The monster was under the control of Xiaohua's nascent soul hand. Its previous waving was just a struggle. When the bead rushed out, a few dozen feet of space around it was filled with thumb-sized flames. These flames directly broke the shackles of the nascent soul hand. Moreover, the bead of fire was like a meteor piercing through the sky. Although it didn't hit the nascent soul hand, the nascent soul hand already showed signs of blurring. Interesting. Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a fierce light. The golden core in his dantian surged, and the nascent soul hand flashed with a strong brilliance. Buzz. Compared to before, 40% of the strength was released again. The sound of wind was loud in the several dozen feet of space. The flame of the bead of fire shrank at the same time with a whoosh. Not only that, but Xiaohua pointed to the left and right. Gotcha! Several bolts of lightning fell from the shackles just now. They hit the bowl-sized bead of fire. The strength that could shatter a cliff of several thousand feet knocked the bead of fire down several feet. The bright red brilliance inside was immediately annihilated. At the same time, the flames in the several dozen feet area were also extinguished. Oh, the monster loudly wailed. It opened its mouth and the bead of fire suddenly returned. At the same time, a fiery red cloud appeared under its feet. Its figure wanted to escape towards the back of Misty Mountain. Can you still escape at this time? Xiaohua's nascent soul hand was somewhat sluggish. However, at this time it had already fallen. Although the bead of fire resisted, the area around the monster was already covered. The monster only flew a few feet. When the nascent soul hand fell, it just happened to grab the bead of fire. Oh! Seeing the bead of fire being snatched away, the monster's fleeing figure was forced to stop. It roared and rushed towards the nascent soul hand that had already retreated to Xiaohua's side. I'll let you know this Xiao's strength. Xiaohua saw the bead of fire fall into his hand. He clapped his hand and took out the wishful staff. The monster gnashed its teeth and clenched its fists. It actually wanted to fight with Xiaohua. However, when the wishful staff fell, the monster immediately sensed that something was wrong. Oh! Its roar was full of pain. As Xiaohua's staff struck the monster's body again and again, the flames on the monster's body gradually extinguished. A little bit of blood began to appear. Oh, after a dozen strikes, the monster no longer dared to resist. It arched its body and curled up into a ball. It rolled on the steps and its wails shook the mountains. Xiao! Shue's voice sounded. Don't harm its life. This monster seems to be related to the fire ape. Although it is fierce to my Misty Mountain disciples, it has never harmed a disciple's life. It should be interrogating the whereabouts of the fire ape. Xiaohua listened and put away the wishful staff. Sure enough, the monster rolled on the stairs for a moment before obediently getting up. It carefully bent its waist and placed its hands on the ground. It looked at Xiaohua with its crimson eyes filled with grievance and fear as it cried out, "Wu!" Seeing that the monster was very tactful and was far less unruly than the fire ape, Xiaohua felt pity for it. He looked back at Ling Jingyi and the others who were already healing. He clapped his hand and pulled out the storage bag from his waist. With a wave of his hand, the fire ape with the sun and moon crown on its head flew out of the storage bag. The fire ape was really brave. Seeing that Xiaohua was in front of it, it immediately roared and rushed towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua was not polite. He waved the wishful staff in his hand again. The staff hit the fire ape's head and rolled like the monster just now. However, through the arm, the fire ape's eyes were still fierce. Roar, roar! A surprised cry was emitted from the mouth of the monster by the side. When the fire ape heard this, it was extremely stunned as it turned its head around. When it saw the monster, a trace of confusion flashed across its ferocious eyes. However, it quickly came to a realization. Since it suddenly understood, the fire ape's body trembled a few times. A rare fear appeared in its eyes. Hiss, 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 the monster seemed to be scolding it, but it also seemed to be interrogating it. The fire ape obediently stood up and responded a few times. Then the monster raised its finger and pointed to the left. Only then did the fire ape understand. It hurriedly raised its head and looked around. Roar, roar! Xiaohua saw this and stood coldly to the side. He put away the wishful staff and waited for the monster to break down. Oh, the fire ape roared a few times. Although its eyes were still unruly, it no longer resisted and stood obediently beside the monster. However, it seemed that it did not dare to be on the same level as the monster. It opened up a distance and took a step back. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, Xiaohua sneered. He waved his hand and the universe in the sleeve covered the fire ape. Without waiting for the fire ape to struggle, he put it into the spirit storage pouch. Oh! The monster hurriedly shouted and pointed at the fire pearl floating near Xiaohua. Unfortunately, Xiaohua did not pay attention to it and waved his hand to put the monster away. The monster hesitated for a moment, but in the end, it did not dare to struggle and was put into the spirit storage pouch by Xiaohua. Seeing that the fire ape and the monster were put away, Xiaohua pointed his finger again and the fire pearl fell into his hand. If one looked carefully, one could see that the fire pearl was like a stream flowing from time to time. When it flowed, the illusions of mountains, rivers, and waterfalls flashed one after another. After these illusions were broken, they all turned into the image of a huge ape. This ape should be the monster that looked like a human but not a human, and this fire pearl should be the monster core of that monster. Although this ape was as ferocious as the fire ape and its appearance was similar, Xiaohua felt that it was a little strange. As for what was strange, Xiaohua did not know. Just when Xiaohua wanted to take a closer look, Ling Jingyi and Ling Feiyun accompanied Shui flew over. Xiaohua put the fire pearl into the space. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Although Ling Jingyi was extremely respectful and called him a peer, he had obviously been reminded by Shui. Ling Feiyun bowed and said happily, "Senior brother Xiao, you are really too amazing. This little brother admires you so much that I can only prostrate myself in admiration." Chapter 30-22. It's nothing. Xiaohua waved his hand humbly. I was just lucky to have a technique that could subdue this monster. What you used just now, was it the hand of a nascent soul? Ling Jingyi couldn't help but ask. Xiaohua shook his head. I'm not a nascent soul cultivator. How could I use the hand of a nascent soul cultivator? It's just a technique that's similar to the hand of a nascent soul cultivator. Shui curled her lips and looked at Xiaohua reproachfully. Ling Jingyi might not know, but Shui was very clear. In the past, Sun Ming had inadvertently told Shui about the techniques of nascent soul cultivators. The hand of a nascent soul cultivator was one of the techniques commonly used by nascent soul cultivators. Normally, nascent soul cultivators would use this technique to conceal their techniques. But since Xiaohua didn't admit it, Shui wouldn't point it out. That monster was extremely powerful. Father and I weren't its match, but you subdued it in an instant. Ling Feiyun asked again. Senior brother, compared to a few decades ago, Tiske, you're many times stronger now. Although Ling Feiyun didn't ask about Xiaohua's cultivation level, his words were full of curiosity. Shui said, Junior brother Xiao went through the baptism of the Dao sword battle. It's normal for his cultivation level to improve greatly. Otherwise, where would his achievements come from? That's right. At the mention of the Dao sword battle, Ling Feiyun's eyes lit up again. He said anxiously, Senior brother Xiao, tell me, how did you kill Qin Jian? That's a swordsman comparable to a late golden core cultivator. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said helplessly, Feiyun, it's not that I don't want to answer you. It's just that in order to answer this question I've worn my lips thin. I don't even know how many times I've said the same thing. Please spare your elder brother. You'd better tell me about this fiery ape-like monster. Yes. I understand. I won't ask any more questions. Ling Feiyun was actually very familiar with how Xiaohua and Li Zongbao killed Qin Jian, but seeing Xiaohua with his own eyes he couldn't help but ask. Ling Jingyi thought for a moment and said with a bitter smile, I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Xiao. This monster suddenly appeared from the ancestral shrine an hour ago. I don't know how it broke through the restrictions of my misty mountain and quietly entered. Fellow Taoist, you've also seen the ferocity and methods of that monster. How could the disciples of my misty mountain be a match for it? Before I noticed, most of the disciples were injured by this monster. Fortunately, this monster was merciful. I have already checked just now and none of the disciples have died. And this Ling father and son were captured by this monster in just a few moves. I don't understand what the monster is mumbling about. Just when that monster was about to use Feiyun as a threat, the entire dense fog mountain was filled with lightning. I think fellow Taoist Xiao must have arrived in time. Speaking up to here, Ling Jingyi bowed once more and said, I thank fellow Taoist Xiao once more. This is already the second time fellow Taoist Xiao has saved my misty mountain from a life and death situation. Get up. Xiaohua hurriedly helped Ling Jingyi up and said with a smile, You guys are all lucky because of Shui. If she didn't want to go back to the misty mountain to take a look, I'm afraid the consequences would be unimaginable. Ling Jingyi didn't ask Shui previously. Now he was a little puzzled. Looking at Shui, he said, Shui, you've cultivated to the late stage of foundation establishment with great difficulty. Your cultivation has already surpassed uncle's. Your future is limitless. If you have nothing to do, don't miss Misty Mountain. Otherwise, it will cause the dissatisfaction of the Imperial Thunder sect. Yes, this boy understands. Shui didn't have an extremely clear view of the sect like Fairy Hongxia. Every action of hers represented the Imperial Thunder sect. Thus she casually agreed. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, looking at that fire ape's meaning, it should be familiar with that monster. And that monster should also be looking for the fire ape in Misty Mountain. It's just that I don't know how the two beasts met and what their motives are. Ling Feiyun shrugged his shoulders and said with a bitter smile, that's right. I also don't understand what that monster is saying. If it really looks similar to the fire ape, then I should be able to understand. But it looks similar to a human and its words can't be understood. Who knows what it wants to do? When I have the chance in the future I will ask. Xiaohua nodded and said, fellow Taoist Xiao. Ling Jingyi looked at Shui and said in a low voice, this fire ape should be related to our Misty Mountain. Even Shui is related to it. How did you capture it? Shui's face also revealed a smile and asked, Junior Brother Zhao's surprise should be this fire ape, right? Yes, it's this fire ape. Xiaohua said with a smile. I remember that day when you were refining the sun-moon corona. There was still a soul seal that was not broken. You once said that you wanted to rely on this fire ape. Therefore this Xiao captured the fire ape and brought it here. It just so happens that we can break the last soul imprint of the sun-moon corona in this fog mountain and fulfill your wish. Thank you, Xiaohua. Shui couldn't help but say. As for this fire ape, it's a long story. Xiaohua said and briefly explained the situation of him capturing the fire ape. Oh my. After Ling Feiyun finished listening, he was extremely shocked and said, Senior Brother Xiao, you said that this fire ape actually broke into the Meng Mountains by itself. It actually has a relationship with the drought demon there? Yes. Xiaohua patted his spirit storage pouch and said with a smile, this fire ape is a person with a wide range of connections. It has face wherever it goes. It's really useful. Otherwise, how could I keep it? This fire ape. I don't know how long it has lived. According to what I know, just being imprisoned in the Flame Forest Marsh alone would take more than 1,000 years, right? Ling Jingyi sighed and said, maybe before it was imprisoned, it was also a famous person. No matter how powerful it is, it can't be compared to Senior Brother Xiao. Ling Feiyun said with a smile, after 1,000 years, didn't it obediently fall into Senior Brother Zhao's hands? Forget it, it's not about this. Xiaohua waved his hand and looked at the stairs in the distance that were almost cleaned up. He said with a smile, fellow Taoist Ling, you should first fix the restriction of the Misty Mountain. I came here in a panic and tore the formation. It's okay. Even if the whole thing is torn, what's the big deal? After all, it's to save us father and son. Ling Jingyi waved his hand and said, later I will take the formation diagram and spend some more spirit stones. And fellow Taoist Ling, you should take care of this first. I will follow Shui to the back mountain. Since we have already asked for leave from the sect, we will stay in the Misty Mountain for a few more days and see if we can break the Sun-Moon Crown's soul seal. Xiaohua said with a smile. Okay, Ling Jingyi nodded and didn't say anything else. He brought Ling Feiyun and many other disciples to repair the formation. Although Ling Jingyi said it lightly, the entire battle was weakened by Xiaohua. The center of the formation was even torn. How could it be easy to repair? Without several days or even 10 days of work, it was impossible to completely repair it. Of course, now that Xiaohua, a nascent soul realm cultivator of the Imperial Thunder sect, was in charge of the Misty Mountain, Ling Jingyi wasn't afraid of people coming to provoke them. Arriving at the palace that still looked cold and desolate, Xiaohua held Shui's hand and sighed with emotion. Time seemed to flow and they returned to several decades ago. The two's appearance didn't change. This palace was also old and messy as before, but Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian weren't by their side. Xiaohua accompanied Shui to walk around the palace a few times, but didn't see anything special. He smiled and asked, Wife, it seems like this palace belongs to you alone. Fellow Taoist Ling and the others didn't even take half a step into this place. In the future, when you and I dual cultivate, this will be our residence. Of course. Shui said with a smile, if Xiaohua is willing, you can come here often in the future. It's just that although this place looks grand, there are no people. Wouldn't it be lonely with just the two of us? Speaking of this, Shui's face immediately turned red. As Shui expected, Xiaohua wrapped his arms around Shui and said with a smile, then we can give birth to a group of children and teach them cultivation every day. Wouldn't this palace be lively? Xue Xue didn't dodge, which was rare, and said with a bit of infatuation in her eyes, "Yes, this is also what I was thinking. With so many children, would I be lonely?" Xiaohua hugged Xue Xue, and Xue Xue looked at the cold palace. It seemed that only the two of them were there, and this warmth gradually warmed up the entire palace. After a long time, Xiaohua said in a low voice, "Xue Xue, don't worry, I will accompany you no matter if the world is old or the seas are dry and the rocks are rotten." Xue Xue smiled and said, "I know. I will also follow you no matter if it's the imperial court or the 9 underworlds." And at this point, Xiaohua and Xue Xue didn't want to say another word. They could only feel each other's sincerity through the intertwining of their fingers. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, Xiaohua said in a low voice, "Wife, should I release the fire ape? Should I take out the sun-moon corona and break the last restriction?" Xue Xue moved her gaze away from the twilight and looked at Xiaohua with some reluctance. She shook her head and said, "Let's forget about it for today. Let's wait a few more days. I'm a bit tired." Hearing that Xue Xue was a bit tired, Xiaohua didn't say anything else and hurriedly nodded. "Sit down, I'll rest on your lap for a while." Xue Xue looked around and said in a low voice. Xiaohua looked at Xue Xue's pale face and didn't understand why she suddenly acted so inappropriately. He hurriedly clapped his hands and took out a few praying mats and placed them on the ground. Xue Xue laid on the praying mat beside Xiaohua and rested her head on Xiaohua's lap. Feeling the warmth on Xue Xue's neck, Xiaohua placed his hand on Xue Xue's black hair and gently stroked it. "Darling Xiao." Xue Xue's voice was a bit ethereal. "I really like this kind of time. Even if you and I don't have much cultivation, even if you and I don't have much lifespan, as long as you can quietly accompany me like this, I don't need any other pursuits." Chapter 30-23. Silly child, Xiaohua smiles. "You and I have succeeded in cultivation. Even if we don't work hard now, we will still have several hundred years of lifespan. Wait until I receive my reward for the battle. Then I will ask Master's wife to come to your Sun Lei Palace to propose marriage. It doesn't matter if your Sun Lei Palace agrees or not. You're going to be my wife in any case. In the future, your husband doesn't dare to say that I will accompany you quietly every night, but I can always stay by your side, watch your happiness, watch your sadness, accompany you in your cultivation, accompany you in your adventures. I can always promise you that." "Yes, I believe Xiao can do it." Xue Xue tilts her head and says very solemnly, "This misty mountain is where I was born. Xiaohua must take care of it in the future. I won't talk about uncle's matter, but you have to worry about Feiyun." "I know." Xiaohua says with a smile, "Feiyun is sincere and sincere, different from his father. I also like him very much. If there is anything inappropriate in the future, you can let him find us." "Why did you suddenly think of this today?" "It's nothing." Xue Xue says with a smile, "Feiyun didn't enter a cultivation sect, so Misty Mountain also doesn't have any backing. This kind of cultivation family will have some difficulties in the Xiaoyu continent, so I said a few more words." Don't we still have you and me? What are you afraid of?" Xiaohua says with a smile, "I made a bit of a name in the great battle of Daoan Sword. If others know of my relationship with Misty Mountain, I'm afraid they won't come looking for trouble, right?" "Yes, you are absolutely right." Xue Xue answers somewhat drowsily, and after a while she actually falls asleep. A bitter smile hangs on Xiaohua's lips. He knows that as long as a cultivator hasn't reached the stage of mental and physical exhaustion, they can generally use meditation to replace sleep. But Xue Xue actually fell asleep like this. She must have been cultivating diligently all this time, and her heart must be extremely bitter. Looking at Xue Xue's pale face and her slightly knitted brows, Xiaohua doesn't even dare to move and also closes his eyes. However, Xiaohua didn't fall asleep like Xue Xue. Instead, his mind entered the space and urged the human-shaped origin spirit to continue refining pills. He also took out the bone that was used to refine the heaven-pacifying rod and carefully examined it. To an ordinary person, a night was just closing and opening their eyes. Their mind was still thinking about everything that happened before they went to sleep. Even a child who didn't know any better would think that they weren't asleep at all. For a cultivator like Xiaohua, who was already used to squandering the night, it was even more so in the blink of an eye. Shui, who was resting on Xiaohua's lap, moved slightly. Xiaohua immediately opened his eyes and saw that there were some faint traces of moisture on his Taoist robe. Shui seemed to be trying to cover it up. Xiaohua smiled. He thought that this was saliva left behind by Shui when she was sleeping. It was common for ordinary people to have such saliva. However, cultivators' control over their bodies had long surpassed that of ordinary people. It was only when Shui was completely relaxed and didn't treat herself as a cultivator. Only when her spiritual power was completely relaxed could such an extremely rare situation occur. Shui got up from Xiaohua's side and stretched lazily. Her hands stretched over her head and her towering chest trembled even more. An indescribable temptation made Xiaohua's heart heat up. Shui very keenly glared at Xiaohua and said, "I seem to have not slept like this since I was 4 or 5 years old. Last night I seem to have returned to childhood. It really was a dreamless night, a sweet sleep." Xiaohua somewhat awkwardly covered up his Taoist robe. Although he had already succeeded in refining his body and tempering his bones, he still couldn't control his body's natural reaction. Of course, he didn't need to hide too much in front of Shui. He immediately smiled and said, "We cultivators pursue the heavenly Tao and meditate. Although we can meditate instead of sleep, the excitement of ordinary people's sleep is gone. I don't know if it's a gain or a loss. Gains and losses are all in a single thought. Who knows if it's a gain or a loss?" Shui tidied up her Taoist robe and looked at the empty palace hall. She said, "Perhaps when my ancestors built this palace in my early years, they felt it was a great achievement. But now this palace is empty and devoid of people. What's the difference between this and not building it? Wouldn't the gains from my early years have already become nothing?" As she said that, she said with some hidden bitterness, "Perhaps being able to accompany my husband Xiao and sleep sweetly is still better than this gain, right? Ah, you're indeed a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. You've comprehended more than your husband." Xiaohua laughed loudly. "No matter how much I cultivate, I've been in seclusion day and night for these 10 years, and I'm only at the late stage of foundation establishment." Shui curled her lips and said, "But husband, you actually have the strength of a nascent soul cultivator in just one big battle. Thinking about it, I'm disheartened. No matter how much I cultivate, I can't catch up to you. Don't compare with me." Xiaohua looked around with a narcissistic appearance and said proudly, "This Xiao is a cultivation genius that only appears once in 10 million years in Dawn Rain Continent. In the future, the heavy responsibility of saving Dawn Rain Continent will fall on this Xiao. If this Xiao's cultivation isn't high, how can I carry out heaven's will?" Heavenly Tao, luck Tao. This sentence seemed to have poked Shui. Shui was immediately dumbfounded like a clay statue. "What's wrong?" Xiaohua didn't dare to say too much, afraid of disturbing Shui's comprehension. After waiting for half a cup of tea's time, he saw a trace of enlightenment on Shui's face. Only then did he ask, "Nothing. You have your luck Tao, I have my luck Tao. Our luck Tao might be different. You're a shooting star and I'm a firefly, but this luck Tao is ultimately mine." Shui smiled. "Since that's the case, what else do I have to complain about?" "What do you have to complain about?" Xiaohua asked curiously. Nothing." Shui shook her head. "Husband, this was left behind by this concubine's ancestor. It really is a secret technique to break the last restriction of the sun-moon corona. This concubine can't wait to see what kind of luck Tao this concubine has." As she spoke, Shui carefully took out a red string from around her neck. She was unwilling to tear the string apart, and took out a milky white jade pendant from between her jade-like breasts. When placed in Xiaohua's hand, it still had its own warmth and sweetness. Xiaohua's heart unconsciously swayed and he glanced at Shui with a smile. Shui's skin was originally white, and now that it flashed with a blush, it became even more like the jade in Xiaohua's hand. A beauty like jade, a sword like a rainbow. The ancients really didn't lie. Xiaohua sighed and immersed his divine sense into the jade pendant. At first, Xiaohua's expression was still indifferent, but after looking for a while he frowned. Raising his head to look at Shui, he asked doubtfully, "Shui, are you sure this is a secret technique left behind by your ancestor, to break the last restriction of the sun-moon corona? What's wrong?" Shue Shue was startled and asked curiously, "This jade pendant is something this concubine has been carrying on her since she could remember. Is there something wrong with it?" It's nothing." Xiaohua shook his head. "Presumably you've seen it yourself. Don't you think the technique inside is too strange? If you didn't know your husband, I'm afraid you really wouldn't be able to find a suitable person to break the last restriction of the sun-moon corona." Isn't this concubine's luck?" Shue Shue laughed. "If you can't find a suitable person, this restriction will always be with you and won't be broken. As far as this concubine knows, this restriction of the sun-moon corona has been in place for a very long time." And Xiaohua didn't say anything else and carefully examined and comprehended it. This examination took several days. There were many things inside the jade pendant. Besides the method to break the sun-moon corona's restriction, there were also some other secret techniques. Shue Shue didn't forbid Xiaohua from looking, so he casually looked through them. Among them was the method to create a life and death slip. With one glance, Xiaohua knew that this was the pink jade pendant that Shue Shue gave him. It was also very clear that unless the caster opened it himself, the restriction of the life and death slip could only be removed after the caster died. However, Xiaohua only looked at it, and then focused on breaking the sun-moon corona's restriction. As Xiaohua said, this method was very strange. It actually involved the blood shadow technique. Although Xiaohua knew the Devil Realm's blood coagulation technique, there were still some differences, so he had to be careful. Seeing that Xiaohua was comprehending, Shue Shue didn't disturb him and left the palace. The front of the misty mountain had now returned to normal. The thick fog in the sky gradually surged. Although the fog was very uneven, it was obvious that the misty mountain's protective formation had only been repaired for a few days. Chapter 30-24. When Ling Feiyun heard this, he was a little dumbfounded. He hurriedly said, "It's all my fault. However, elder sister, if you're talking about this, then you must seize the opportunity even more. Senior brother Shao and Fairy Hongxia have been fighting in the Dao Sword battle for more than 10 years, yet you are cultivating alone in the Imperial Thunder Sect? Now that senior brother Shao and Hongxia Fairy are famous, if the two of them cultivate together, many people would like to see it. And you don't need to say this." Shue Shue nodded, knowing that this was the concern of a relative. "Sister naturally knows what to do. Today sister entrusted you with a task. I was afraid that you didn't know Hongxia Fairy. Since you know her, then it's best." Shue Shue patted her hand and took out a pink jade slip from her storage bag. She handed it to Ling Feiyun and said, "This is for Hongxia Fairy. When sister and Xiaohua leave the Misty Mountain, you go to the Huanhua sect. You must personally give this to Hongxia Fairy." This. Ling Feiyun took the jade slip and was a little confused. "Can't you give it to her yourself? You let sister and Hongxia Fairy fight for Xiaohua. How can sister lower her head and look for her?" Shue Shue laughed. "But..." Ling Feiyun put away the jade slip and didn't dare to rashly look at it. He scratched his head and said, "Hongxia Fairy is a meritorious disciple of the Huanhua sect. Can I see her?" "Don't worry, as long as you say that you are sister's brother, she will definitely see you." Shue Shue laughed. "Moreover, you can also tell her that you want to bring her news of Xiaohua." Okay. Ling Feiyun naturally couldn't refuse Shue Shue's request. He nodded and then said with a smile, "Sister, can you talk to senior brother Shao and give me some pointers in my cultivation? Look at you, you are now in the late stage of foundation establishment. You have already surpassed father. Senior brother Shao. Alas, there is no need to talk about him. I have been cultivating for so long. Since the last time I saw senior brother Shao, my true blood was stimulated and my cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Now in these few years I seem to have reached a bottleneck and can't break through. If I can get senior brother Zhao's pointers. If that's the case, I think you should rely on yourself." When Shue Shue hears this, she immediately shakes her head and says, "First of all, Xiaohua isn't your master. He doesn't know the details of your cultivation. His words can only be based on his own understanding. His understanding, Sai, I won't hide it from you. Even if elder sister is in this realm, I'm afraid it's not easy for her to understand, let alone you. Maybe it won't bring you any benefits. Instead, it will give you more questions, which is not beneficial to your cultivation. Secondly, on the path of cultivation, bottlenecks exist at all times. If you always want to borrow power, how can you go far on the path of cultivation? Today Xiaohua helped you break through your bottleneck, but what about in the future? Listen to Elder Sister. Elder Sister has been in closed-door meditation for more than 10 years. I don't know how many bottlenecks she has encountered, but Elder Sister has overcome all of them. Isn't Elder Sister already a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator? Thinking back to when we were young, we thought that foundation establishment was already amazing, but now? Jindan is also within reach. Yes, I understand. Ling Feiyun nodded thoughtfully. Moreover, Elder Sister doesn't want to ask Xiaohua for anything right now, and even more, I don't want others to look down on our Misty Mountain. Shui pursed her lips and smiled. Yes. Ling Feiyun puffed out his chest and said, since little brother didn't enter the Shanghua sect and chose my Misty Mountain's inheritance, then he will face a difficult path. Little brother will walk this path to the end. Good, you have ambition. With this kind of heart you may not be too far behind Xiaohua. Shui said with a smile, then looked at the place where Ling Feiyun just landed and said, let's go, let's see how uncle's repair is going. After staying in the Misty Mountain for a full 3 days, seeing that the Misty Mountain's array was repaired, Xiaohua sent a message to Shui to return to the palace. When Ling Jingyi was repairing the array, he had already heard Shui mention this matter, and he was also a bit excited in his heart. After all, Shui's relationship with the Misty Mountain was a bit different, and he also felt that he owed Shui something. Moreover, he himself had long understood the restrictions in the Sun Moon Corona, and he had even worked on it a long time ago. Wasn't the Flame Forest Mountain's action of releasing the fire ape one of his actions? Of course, Ling Jingyi also had some principles, and he didn't take away the jade that belonged to Shui, and had always been leaving it to Shui. Of course, as for the ownership of the Sun Moon Corona, it was already a mess, and even Ling Jingyi didn't know whether it belonged to the Misty Mountain or Shui. The mystery that he wanted to know for many years was now about to be solved, and Ling Jingyi naturally had some expectations. Therefore, when they saw Xiaohua send a message, the two immediately urged Shui to return. Even the two of them wanted to follow. However, due to the ancestral teachings, Ling Jingyi and Ling Feiyun couldn't get close to the palace, and only Shui returned. As soon as Shui entered the palace, she saw Xiaohua forming hand seals, and as he muttered, the fire ape rolled back and forth in front of the palace's entrance. Needless to say, when Xiaohua let the fire ape out, it grimaced in pain. Shui didn't say anything and just stood to the side. The two magic tools of the Sun Moon Corona rotated, and a burst of obscure magic power was born from the gap, slowly spreading to the entire palace. Shui did not dare to neglect and hurriedly patted her chest, and a drop of dark red flew out, and Shui's face instantly turned white. Go! Xiaohua looked distressed, and the spiritual fire lingering on the fire ape's shadow rushed to Shui's blood essence and condensed like before. It seemed that Shui's blood essence was even more difficult to condense than the fire ape's. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Xiaohua's forehead was covered in sweat. Roar! A hoarse roar that was like muffled thunder suddenly rushed into Shui's ears. Shui raised her eyebrows and surprise appeared in her eyes. An inch-long lightning beast phantom actually flew out of the blood essence. Ah? Shui turned pale with fright. She was previously thinking that if her blood shadow came out, it would be very embarrassing if it was naked. But she never thought that it was actually the ugly lightning beast's doing, especially that although it was very small, it had extremely obvious breasts. Shui's face was abnormally red. She stole a glance at Xiaohua, and contrary to Shui's expectations, Xiaohua, who always cared about this, actually had a dignified expression, and simply did not have time to look at the blood shadow. Because his spell was once again like rain falling on the Sun Moon Corona. Along with the roar of the Sun Moon Corona, the two magic tools gradually emitted a golden and silver brilliance, and the two brilliance alternately flashed, illuminating the entire palace, and the brilliance even penetrated the palace, attracting the attention of Ling Jingyi and Ling Feiyun. Rumble! Suddenly, a thunderous sound came from the Sun Moon Corona, and at the same time, an extremely dazzling electric light came from the Sun Moon Corona, and unexpectedly Shui couldn't help but close her eyes. Chapter 30-25. At the same time Xue Xue closed her eyes, she couldn't help but groan in her heart. She really didn't expect that although Xiaohua's refining of the sun-moon corona was dangerous, it was never that complicated. Now it was only the last restriction, but it was actually so complicated. Moreover, she finally understood what Xiaohua meant. Aside from Xiaohua, it really wasn't easy for her to find another cultivator who could break this restriction. Go. Xiaohua was clearly also stunned, but he was calm. He waved his hand and the spirit fire wrapped around the fire ape and rushed into the moon shadow. Roar. The sound of the fire ape became louder, and at the same time, the entire moon shadow emitted a brilliant electric light. It was several times brighter than the moon in the night sky. It surrounded the radiant sun and spun at an incomparably fast speed. It was almost impossible to see its outline. Xue Xue, sit cross-legged. Xiaohua shouted, right now. As he spoke, Xiaohua pointed at the spirit fire again. The spirit fire flashed a trace of fire, and the lightning beast shadow was also pulled into the radiant sun. Roar. Similarly, after the lightning beast's hoarse roar, the radiant sun emitted rolling thunder. The entire radiant sun began to spin on its own, and the direction it was spinning in was completely different from the moon shadow. This. Xiaohua finally stopped. He was somewhat dumbstruck as he looked at the strange scene in front of him. Right now, the outline of the sun-moon corona could no longer be seen. There was only the rolling thunder in the middle and the flashing electric light at the edges of the thunder. A kind of déjà vu feeling slowly emerged in Xiaohua's heart. Kacha, a loud thunder sound shook the entire palace. The soul imprint in the sun-moon corona actually broke free from the magic tool, and became several feet large. That soul imprint violently shook, and the surrounding space gradually distorted. Traces of black gas with green light appeared from the void, and rushed towards that tumbling soul imprint. Ah! Xiaohua looked at it with some surprise. Before he could open his mouth to ask Xue Xue, who was already sitting cross-legged, the soul imprint actually shattered, turning into thousands of green lights like fireflies. These fireflies seemed to have a life of their own. They flapped their invisible wings and flew up. Soon they gathered into a pitch-black shadow with a flickering green light. This shadow was somewhat similar to the Thunder Beast. However, when Xiaohua took a closer look, there were still some differences. However, before Xiaohua could take a closer look, a pitch-black brilliance shot out from the black shadow's eyes and shone directly between Xue Xue's eyebrows. A pitch-black pattern that looked like a bolt of lightning was born from that brilliance. When the pattern was formed, a huge gust of wind blew and thunder rumbled. Boom. An incomprehensible sound was faintly discernible. It was extremely obscure and ancient. Following this sound, the black shadow turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed into Xue Xue's forehead. Ah! Xue Xue let out a heart-wrenching scream as she held her head with both hands and fainted on the ground. Xue Xue. Xiaohua was shocked. He rushed to Xue Xue's side and grabbed her wrist. After carefully inspecting, Xiaohua was relieved. His gaze fell on Xue Xue's pale face. He saw pitch-black brilliance flickering on Xue Xue's pale face. It was extremely rhythmic, and following this rhythm, the lightning pattern between her eyebrows was also pulsating, as if it was the same flashing heart. Another inheritance. Xiaohua frowned. He saw Fairy Hongxia obtain the inheritance of the phoenix in the ancestral shrine of Million Meng Mountains. Now he saw Xue Xue obtain the inheritance of the Thunder Beast in Misty Mountain. If only one person obtained the inheritance, then it would be rare. She's already received the inheritance but is currently unconscious. I'm afraid she's receiving it. Xiaohua smiled. When the time is right, she should be able to wake up. That's good, that's good. Ling Jingyi let out a sigh of relief, even a bit excited. My Misty Mountains have been waiting for this moment for who knows how many years. This Ling didn't think this would happen to Xue Xue. This Ling. Ling Jingyi was so excited that he couldn't speak. The nearby disciples were also very excited when they heard this. That's enough. Fellow Taoist Xiao, hurry and go take care of Xue Xue. Don't let anything happen to her. Ling Jingyi woke up. This Ling also wants to pass this good news to Flying Phoenix Mountain Range. When the disciples there know about it, they will definitely be very happy. And this Xiao understands. Xiaohua nodded and flew back to the back mountain. Many disciples of Misty Mountains also dispersed happily. Xiaohua stayed by Shueishue's side. After 9 days, Shueishue slowly woke up. The strange thing was that the pitch-black lightning pattern actually dimmed and finally disappeared into the space between Shueishue's eyebrows. Shueishue! Xiaohua exclaimed in a low voice. Seeing Shueishue open her eyes, a pitch-black lightning flashed in her black pupils. Darling Xiao, Shueishue replied, her brows slightly wrinkled. Obviously her head was still in pain. Is this your ancestors' inheritance? Xiaohua probed. I'm not sure. Shueishue unexpectedly replied. Previously, this concubine only felt an intense pain as if an axe had split open my head. I fell into countless pitch-black lightning. Now, although it's not that painful, I only feel that my mind is in a mess. It's as if I understood something but also as if I don't know anything. I don't have the slightest clue. And then take your time to explain. Xiaohua comforted, then clapped his hands and took out the bone. Handing it to Shueishue, he said, this is something that fell from the sun-moon corona. Inside is a record of the Thunder Palace. It should be together with the soul seal. What is this? Shueishue took it and scanned it with her divine sense. Unexpectedly, she didn't see anything. Feeling strange, she asked, how do you know that there is a record of the Thunder Palace here? This is a bone. It's used by soul cultivators to record things. It's similar to the jade slips of my Dao sect. Xiaohua smiled. You can only use your soul consciousness to check it. So it's like that. Shueishue understood. Looking at the empty hall to her left, she mocked herself. This concubine didn't know that this palace was called the Thunder Palace. Moreover, what could be recorded in the Thunder Palace? You can't imagine that this Thunder Palace has a great origin. Xiaohua pointed with his hand and said, this palace is only the surface. Inside there are things related to Thunder Beasts. Of course, as for what exactly it is, this Xiao doesn't know. This. Shueishue hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, this matter. Does uncle need to know? Xiaohua thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, this husband doesn't know. However, since it's the ancestral teachings, it's best that he doesn't know. Moreover, if this matter were to spread, it would bring disaster to Misty Mountain. After all, Misty Mountain's current strength is still too weak. All right, this concubine will listen to husband Xiao. Shueishue nodded. Looking at the empty palace again, she asked in confusion, where could the entrance be? This concubine has already carefully searched this palace. Far away on the horizon, but close in front of you, Xiaohua pointed at the palace's door and said, this palace's door is where the entrance is located. How strange. Shueishue followed the direction of Xiaohua's finger and scanned it with her divine sense. However, other than the palace's door, she didn't see anything special. Chapter 30-26. Shueishue is a little shocked. Looking at Xiaohua's expression, she says anxiously, husband, are you all right? Husband is fine. Xiaohua says. The two of them are already wrapped up by the green seal text and are pulled into the palace door. Xiaohua only sees a green light in front of his eyes. Moreover, he doesn't feel like he is being teleported. However, when he opens his eyes again, he and Shueishue are already in a huge space. This space is similar to the space Misty Cloud saw. There are no pillars. Everything in the space can be seen at a glance. Moreover, the entire space is filled with a faint green light. It is impossible to see where this light is coming from. Darling Xiao. Shueishue stands beside Xiaohua. Looking left and right, she pulls Xiaohua's robe and points behind Xiaohua. She says in a low voice, look, what is this? Hearing this, Xiaohua turns his head and is overjoyed. This is a stone wall that is more than 10 zhang tall. It is erected there, the bottom is touching the ground and the top is supporting the space. In front of this stone wall there is a huge stone chair. It is also similar to the one in Misty Clouds. What is special is that behind this stone chair, there is a huge green seal text engraved on the stone wall. Lightning. It is indeed the lightning word. Xiaohua ponders. What word is this? Shueishue asks in a low voice. Lightning, lightning as in lightning. Xiaohua replies. Then he looks again and says, Shueishue, you stay a little further away. Your husband needs this green seal text. Shui hurriedly flies to the side and looks at Xiaohua with concern. Xiaohua walks to the front of the stone wall. The thousands of soul strands in Ming Ruotan pass through the magic eye imprint and reach towards the green seal text. When those soul strands touch the green seal text immediately flashes with green light. The entire text floats out from the stone wall and gradually turns into a huge word formed by many green seal text. Immediately after, these green seal text flashes one after another. Xiaohua's soul strands also trembles along with these flashes. In an instant, cryptic and strange syllables rang out clearly in Xiaohua's mind. Similar to the situation in the Misty Cloud sect, every time the syllable was released, the entire mysterious dark cloud would churn once. When the entire green seal text flashed once, the syllable also resounded once. Whether it was Ming Ruo sky, Qingshan sky, or Huanqi sky, real thunder was born out of nothing. This thunder was exactly the same as the thunder in the sky. Along with this thunder, countless bolts of lightning fell like rain. Thunder roll technique. Xiaohua squinted his eyes, carefully comprehending the green seal characters that were dancing around him, and thought to himself, this thunder roll technique is obviously different from the thunder drawing technique. The Thunder Beast's thunder drawing technique is to draw down the heavenly lightning that exists and control it. But this thunder roll technique is to use the green seal characters to cause the heavenly lightning to change the heavens and earth, creating heavenly lightning out of nothing. The difference between the two is obvious. After a while, Xiaohua had already memorized the incantation of the thunder roll technique, and the 36 green seal characters also fell into Xiaohua's Ming Ruo sky. Looking at the stone wall again, the green seal characters had already dimmed quite a bit. Then wasn't the lightning refining technique also a refining technique that didn't belong to the 5 elements? Truly wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. Xiaohua clapped his hands and shouted. Seeing Xiaohua happy, Shui was also happy. Being able to do something for Xiaohua was her biggest wish. Although this Thunder Roll Palace was passed down by Shui's ancestor, Shui would rather give everything to Xiaohua, only hoping to be able to sleep peacefully. Xiaohua. Shui looked at these strange words and really couldn't distinguish anything. Seeing that Xiaohua wanted to look carefully again, she hurriedly asked, "What is this thing?" "Oh, this is the lightning refining technique. It's an ancient refining technique that uses the power of heavenly lightning to refine an artifact." Seeing Shui ask, Xiaohua suddenly realized and hurriedly said, "It's really the refining technique that your husband has been looking for. Just now I was so happy that I forgot that this was passed down by my wife's ancestor. Your husband still has to ask for your permission first." Hearing Xiaohua's words, Shui pursed her lips and laughed. "Isn't everything of this concubine's husband? If you had asked this concubine first, then this concubine would have been unhappy. Now that you don't treat this concubine as an outsider, how can this concubine blame you?" Saying this, Shui looked to the left and frowned. "This place seems to have something else. Forget it, Xiaohua, now only you can enter and exit this Thunder Palace. You should send this concubine out and comprehend it yourself." Xiaohua looked at the 9 stone walls and said with a bitter smile, "It seems that this is even more complicated than Zhongling Mountain Villa's refining the world. I have no choice but to inconvenience my wife. Being able to do something for my husband, this concubine is very happy." Shui pulled Xiaohua's hand and said with a smile, "While my husband cultivates here, this concubine will accompany uncle and brother. Isn't this the best of both worlds?" "Ha!" Xiaohua held Shui's hand and said, "Your husband only needs to remember this refining technique. There's no need to completely comprehend it here." Unexpectedly, Shui immediately shook her head and said, "This concubine feels that my husband should stay here and comprehend more. After all, it's not easy to come to Misty Mountain in the future." Saying this, Shui helplessly smiled. Yes, Xiaohua entered and exited Thunder Palace's Qianglei Peak as if he was walking on flat ground. Wouldn't coming to Misty Mountain be as easy as lifting a finger? "As you wish." Shui waved her hand. "This concubine just feels that you'll definitely have a lot of things to do in the future. It's better to take advantage of this leisure time to comprehend more. Yes?" Xiaohua said with a long voice, "Your husband will listen to my wife's instructions." While laughing, Xiaohua sent Shui out. After standing in the palace, Shui Shui hesitated and asked again, Xiaohua, this underground thunder palace is so secretive. In the future you and I will be disciples of the thunder palace. I'm afraid that it won't be good for us to come back often. Can you make something like a formation plate, and give it to Feiyun? Xiaohua shook his head without hesitation. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Not to mention that this involves the ancient refining technique. Just entering and exiting the Thunder Palace will consume one's lifespan. How can it be used by ordinary people? Didn't your husband already mention this matter before? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. After all, he had already mentioned this matter when he first came in. He didn't understand why Shui Shui would bring it up again. He thought that Shui Shui didn't believe him, so he roughly explained what he encountered in Misty Cloud Sect. Hearing that using a magic tool would also consume one's lifespan, Shui Shui completely extinguished her thoughts and looked at the hall with some regret. Haha, it doesn't matter. Xiaohua said with a smile, if you want to go in or if you want Ling Feiyun to go in, just tell your husband. You don't understand. Shui Shui couldn't help but retort. However, she immediately forced a smile and said, and I understand. I just thought of my uncle and brother and wanted to leave something for them. And your husband understands. Xiaohua nodded. If there are any good things in the future, we will remember Misty Mountain. Okay, Shui Shui was somewhat dispirited. She slightly nodded and said a few words to Xiaohua before flying out of the Thunder Palace. Shui Shui originally thought that Xiaohua would be in seclusion for a few days. However, she didn't expect that in just half a day, Xiaohua would come out and call Shui Shui to the underground Thunder Palace. He bitterly smiled and pointed to the last stone wall. Wife, this thunder refining technique is not complete. It only has the first half. If your husband's guess is correct, the second half should be in Luofeng Mountain. Even if it's Luofeng Mountain, so what? Luofeng Mountain and my Misty Mountain are of the same origin. Shui Shui smiled. Since last time Xiaohua acted ruthlessly, that place has already become Misty Mountain's territory. We can go there at any time. The time to ask for leave. Xiaohua hesitated. I haven't looked at the jade slip yet. I don't know how long it will take, but I'm afraid it won't be enough, right? Chapter 30-27. Now that the sect is in turmoil, you are definitely the focus of attention. If you don't go back, the masters of the Great Thunder Hall will be happy. Shui Shui says smilingly, if you go back it will instead be troublesome. But Xiaohua doesn't think so, shaking his head slightly. I am avoiding trouble, but what about the disciples of my 10,000 Thunder Valley? Eldest apprentice brother has always been weak, not good at fighting with others. Although junior apprentice brother Cui is good at socializing, unfortunately his mana is limited. Master is still in seclusion, we can't let Master's wife show herself in public, right? Hearing Xiaohua's responsible words, Shui Shui smiled with gratification and said, let me think about it. Previously I felt that there should be something in the Thunder Palace that I just found out about. It's just that the inside is too chaotic, and I'll leave it to you. Xiaohua is overjoyed, walking to the 9 stone walls and examining them bit by bit. He doesn't have much time, it's best if he memorizes these lightning refining methods. After another half a day he hears Shui Shui's pleasantly surprised voice. Darling Xiao, quick, I remember it's here. Xiaohua hastily flies to where Shui Shui is standing. It's a stone wall that's exactly the same as the other 4. Shui Shui points and says with a smile, I know that there is a passage here that can lead directly to the Lightning Palace of Flying Phoenix Ridge. But I don't know how to open the passage. Didn't I say so? Misty Mountain and Flying Phoenix Ridge are of the same origin. The underground palace must also be connected. Xiaohua chuckles, his whole body flickering with green light. Dots of green seal text appear, rushing towards the stone wall. When the green light on the stone wall flourishes, another thumb-sized green dot jumps out from the green light. This green dot seems to expand with the wind, becoming the size of a bowl in an instant. What kind of seal text is this? Xiaohua can clearly see that this bowl-sized green light is a seal text that he has never seen before. But before he can take a closer look, that seal text suddenly disintegrates, turning into 36 different seal text. These seal text emits a strange woo-woo sound, simultaneously starting to rotate. As the 36 green seal characters spun, a vortex appeared behind them. The vortex grew bigger and deeper, and in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, it formed a deep tunnel that was dozens of feet tall. Wonderful, Xiaohua sighed. He knew that the green seal script was a passageway that could even be transported. Unfortunately, he could only look at it and couldn't really touch it. Let's go. I'll go and see if that's the Flying Phoenix Ridge. Xiaohua looked at the already stabilized passage. The four walls of the passage were overflowing with green light, and countless tiny green seal characters were flickering within the green light. He smiled and pulled Shueishue's hand and flew into the passage. The passage didn't look too long. Xiaohua and Shueishue only walked for a while before reaching the other end of the passage. As Xiaohua had expected, this place was also a huge space just like the Thunder Palace. At a glance, Xiaohua saw the word lightning behind the huge stone chair, as well as the 9 stone walls opposite the huge stone chair. Is this the Lightning Palace? Is it under the palace of the Flying Phoenix Ridge? Shueishue looked at this space in disbelief, and then looked at the top of the space and said curiously, the Flying Phoenix Ridge is very far from the Misty Mountain. Even if it's a teleportation formation, it needs to be under the pressure of teleportation. This roar could not be heard, but Shueishue could clearly feel it in her heart. In addition to the majestic sound of thunder in the Thunder Palace, Shueishue could almost see Xiaohua using this lightning flashing thunder rolling talisman divine ability. A thin and tall immortal flying high in the sky. His left palm roared with thunder and his right hand controlled lightning. He moved through the clouds and created rain. He showed grace to the world and his might shook the small fry. Wasn't this Taoist Xiao who was worshipped by billions of people? Will I be able to see that day? Shueishue's nose turned sour and tears unconsciously gushed out from her eyes. She hastily turned around and forcefully endured it. She looked at the 9 stone walls as if she was hiding something. Xiaohua did not know that Shueishue had lost control of her emotions. He was currently infatuated with the witchcraft incantation of the lightning flashing technique. From this witchcraft incantation, a feeling of controlling the world was born in his heart. A desire to trample all living things under his feet involuntarily grew. Roar! Xiaohua roared loudly. The thunder-rolling talisman that he had just learned was also released from his soul strands. For a moment, the lightning flashing and thunder rolling in the mysterious dark clouds once again appeared in the entire Lightning Palace. Another few days passed. After comprehending the profound mysteries of the lightning flashing technique, Xiaohua did not stop to rest. It was as if practicing the incantation would make him even more energetic, as if he would not be tired at all. Soon after, he walked to the 9 stone walls and carefully examined the second half of the lightning refining technique. Shueishue was originally worried, but when she saw Xiaohua's concentrated appearance, she knew that his cultivation was deeper than hers. In the field of refining he was even more of an expert. If she said anything she would only disturb Xiaohua. Thus Shueishue sat there like a statue, like a still stone. Her gaze deeply stared at Xiaohua. She looked at his frown, looked at his joy, looked at his realization and looked at his sigh. That expression of love seemed to have been here since the beginning of the world. Even if the world came to an end, this attachment would not fade. After comprehending a part, Xiaohua was suddenly startled. He turned his head to look at Shueishue and asked curiously, "Why do you keep staring at me?" "Because this concubine likes you, loves you, and wants to imprint your every move into this concubine's heart." Shueishue sweetly smiled and said with a slightly overbearing tone. Xiaohua smiled. Shueishue had not revealed such an unreasonable expression for a long time. These words seemed to make him think of the situation when he first met Shueishue in Yenyuan City. Time really flies. Moreover, the fate of this world is truly wonderful. Xiaohua sighed with emotion and once again immersed himself in comprehending. But right at this moment Shueishue sighed and said, "Darling Xiao, how long will it take for you to comprehend this lightning refining technique?" "Right now. I'm afraid there isn't enough time. If you want to return to the sect before the day of leave." "This?" Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "This is an ancient artifact refining technique. Although this husband already has some understanding of the Tao of artifact refining, if I want to comprehend this lightning refining technique it won't be easy. As for the time, this husband can't say." "Husband, you're still too kind." Shue Shue sighed. If it was another cultivator, I'm afraid they would have used their divine ability long ago. Not only would they have destroyed the 2 green seal characters, but they would also have taken away the 18 stone walls, right? Hee hee. Xiaohua scratched his head and said embarrassedly, to tell my wife the truth, this husband really did not think about this. This husband has always felt that this is the grace of the ancestors and does not belong to this husband. This husband is already satisfied to be able to take a peek at its wonders. How could I dare to destroy this treasure? Of course, this is my wife's inheritance, so this husband can't destroy it. Husband has already learned the 2 talismans. There's no need to say anything more. Shue Shue stood up and said, since husband is unable to comprehend this lightning refining technique in a short time, then this wife will make the decision. You can take this lightning refining technique away. After you comprehend it, you can return it to this wife, okay? This. Xiaohua rubbed his hands. Previously he wanted to record it in a jade slip, but this lightning refining technique was an ancient language. There were some meanings that he did not know and still needed to ponder over. If there was a mistake in the record, wouldn't he regret it for the rest of his life? However, Shue Shue's suggestion made Xiaohua, who had always pursued perfection, hesitate. He could secretly learn it, but he would not forcefully snatch it, let alone destroy it. This husband will still. Darling Xiao. Shue Shue shook her head. Didn't this wife already say it? You don't have much time. Without you, the myriad Thunder Valley might not be able to withstand the pressure of the other Thunder Palaces. Moreover, this wife needs to go into seclusion. Ah? You still need to go into seclusion? Xiaohua said curiously. Yes, didn't this wife tell you in the myriad Thunder Valley? Shue Shue forced a smile. After this wife builds her foundation, she still needs to go into seclusion again. However, husband, this wife can guarantee that this will be the last time I go into seclusion. Oh, didn't you say? Xiaohua sat up to hear, then waved his hand and said, forget it. This husband thought that what you said in the myriad Thunder Valley was to make this husband take a leave of absence and hide. Seeing Xiaohua's displeasure, Shue Shue said with a smile, this wife going into seclusion is a small matter. The safety of the myriad Thunder Valley is a big matter. Letting Martial Uncle Zhou face the Thunder Palace alone, I'm afraid it's not good, right? Chapter 30-28. And I know. This is something I caused, so I have to take responsibility for it. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. Human nature is to bully the weak and fear the strong. It's also the easiest to get jealous. I'm afraid that I performed too well in the Dao Sword battle and allowed the myriad Thunder Valley to obtain too much. Their eyes are red. As he spoke, Xiaohua slapped his hand. The nascent soul's hand rushed out of his forehead and grabbed the stone wall. With a loud rumble, countless lightning flashed and thunder rolled from the stone wall, trying to shatter the nascent soul's hand. Woo! The green light around Xiaohua flickered. The same lightning flashed and thunder rolled under the nascent soul's hand. It was the counterattack that hit the stone wall. The lightning flash and thunder roll technique was very strange. No matter if it was lightning or lightning, it was born out of thin air. There was no need for dark clouds to accompany it. Moreover, the size of the lightning was at will. Although Xiaohua was a beginner, he could barely control the lightning to not hit the words on the stone wall. As soon as Xiaohua's lightning flash and thunder roll came out, the lightning and thunder on the stone wall gradually disappeared and finally disappeared. Rise! Xiaohua roared. The entire lightning flash palace shook. The 10 zhang tall stone wall was pulled out from the ground by Xiaohua. After Xiaohua collected the 9 stone walls, he brought Shue Shue back to the Thunder Roll Palace. Shue Shue blinked her eyes and said with a smile, Husband, can you bring me to take a look? I still don't believe that this is the Flying Phoenix Mountain Range. Xiaohua was speechless. He really didn't understand why the female cultivator was so curious. However, after Shue Shue pointed out the exit, he still brought Shue Shue into the green seal words that gushed out like a fountain. Half a day later, Xiaohua and Shue Shue flew out of the Fog Mountains formation. When they waved goodbye to Ling Jingyi and Ling Feiyun, Shue Shue still didn't dare to believe it. She said, Darling Xiao, that's only 100 zhang long passage. It actually leads to the Flying Phoenix Mountain Range? Is this soul cultivator's witchcraft so magical? My Dao sect has a teleportation formation, so soul cultivators naturally have. Oh, I really don't know the name of this witchcraft. There's nothing strange about it. Xiaohua smiled and pointed at Shueishue's head. When you absorb the soul cultivator's inheritance, you'll naturally know how powerful they are. But speaking up to here, Xiaohua pinched his chin with his hand and shook his head. However, there is still one thing that your husband doesn't understand. Oh, what's wrong? Shueishue was curious. Your soul imprint technique should belong to the Dao sect. This artifact should also belong to the Dao sect. Why did the soul imprint transform into something similar to the green seal text? Xiaohua explained, furthermore, with my eyes, I don't think this is a soul cultivator's witchcraft. Furthermore, that sound, at this point Xiaohua frowned slightly. That was because the voice and the black shadow were very strange. Although the black shadow resembled a lightning beast, it was also different. That voice was even more subtle. In fact, Xiaohua found it somewhat familiar. It was actually somewhat similar to the voice Xiaohua heard when he shattered the nether passage mirror. However, one was a voice while the other was a beast's cry. Xiaohua couldn't be sure. What's wrong with your voice? Shueishue didn't understand what Xiaohua was thinking and asked. Alas, there are too many secrets in this world. Xiaohua was helpless. He also didn't know how to explain. He simply explained what he encountered in the Hutu stronghold and spread out his hands. I'm afraid you will only know the truth after you comprehend this inheritance, right? Shueishue's face listened for a long time. Her small face was deathly pale at first, but then it slowly became rosy. Her eyes were somewhat blurred. Holding Xiaohua's hand was unexpectedly somewhat moist. She even asked in a low voice, Xiaohua, is there really a netherworld in this world? The netherworld sea you saw was really a sea of undead? It should be true. Xiaohua also didn't know. After all, it was the incarnation of the great god that the Hutu stronghold worships. Moreover, your husband has heard of a true great god's avatar. Then, if this concubine falls into the netherworld, will husband look for this concubine? Shueishue faintly asked. However, without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, Shueishue sweetly smiled and said, Hee, this concubine is speaking nonsense. Husband, don't think too much. Even if such a day really comes, this concubine will definitely not put husband in danger. Think about it, the netherworld is full of death. How can cultivators like us go in? Not to mention the Mahayana stage, even immortals wouldn't dare to rashly enter, right? This concubine still hopes that husband can live well, become famous in Xiaoyu continent, and give birth to 8 or 10 children with big sister Hongxia. My wife, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiaohua rejoiced that Shueishue didn't force him to state his position. The dangers of the netherworld were really as Shueishue said. Only the almighty of the immortal world could enter, right? He was just a small cultivator of the mortal world. Not to mention that he was only at the Jindan stage. Even if he passed the tribulation, talking about the netherworld was purely a dream. He smiled and scratched Shueishue's nose. 8 or 10 children is what you want, right? Does my wife want to dual cultivate with this husband? Shueishue pursed her lips and smiled. You already did good things with big sister Hongxia. Why can't this concubine think about it? Okay, Xiaohua's heart swayed. He looked left and right, then called out, then, don't. Shueishue's face turned red and she hurriedly said, this concubine still needs to go into seclusion. When I come out, this concubine will send a message. You can ask Marshal Uncle Zhuo to go to my Sunlei palace to propose marriage. At that time, Shueishue was abnormally shy and she didn't say anything else. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, how long will you be in seclusion this time? It won't be more than 2 years. Shueishue nodded with certainty. Xiaohua smiled. That's right, the great battle of Dao and Sword was probably going to have a clear ending. His nameless identity was probably going to be exposed. 2 years later, when Shueishue comes out of seclusion, wouldn't he be able to give her a pleasant surprise? Husband, your smile is so lascivious. Did you think of big sister Hongxia again? After saying that, Shueishue flew away like a wisp of smoke. This female cultivator. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and touched his nose, saying in a low voice, she seems to be far less pure than us male cultivators. Think. While chatting and laughing along the way, Xiaohua and Shueishue returned to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Before they landed on Sky Thunder Peak, they were discovered by some disciples on duty. But this time the attitude of the disciples on duty was different. Other than the necessary respect and some worship that came from the bottom of their hearts, there were also some strange expressions. Xiaohua and Shui naturally noticed it very easily, but the two of them didn't pursue it. After Xiaohua sent Shui back to Sunlei Palace, he turned around and hurriedly flew to Myriad Thunder Valley. Xiaohua understood that something major must have happened in Myriad Thunder Valley. Otherwise, the disciples on duty wouldn't be so strange. Watching Xiaohua's thin and tall figure fly away, Shui quietly stood in midair and stared at him for a long time. Her tears flowed down her cheeks. "Husband," Shui murmured, "this parting is like being separated by life and death. When I look back, I'll remember all the love in my heart. No matter what cultivation level, no matter what realm, it can't compare to this concubine lying quietly by your side. If this concubine had a choice, this concubine would choose not to fall in love with you. If this concubine had any regrets, this concubine would regret meeting you. But the heavens gave this concubine this opportunity, letting this concubine fall in love with you, letting this concubine witness the growth of a hero. The heavens won't give this concubine the chance to choose or regret, so this concubine will never regret, nor will there be any other choice. Xiaohua Dino, this concubine can't bear to leave you, but..." At this moment, a pleasantly surprised voice sounded. "Junior sister Shui, you're back? Xiaohua is also back." Shui wiped her tears and sniffed. Her entire face changed into a smile. She turned her head and smiled. "So it's senior sister Shui. Xiaohua just returned to Myriad Thunder Valley. Why did he come back now? Why didn't he stay outside for a few more days?" Shui said anxiously. "Quick, junior sister Shui, quickly send a message, tell him not to rush back to Myriad Thunder Valley." "It's fine, senior sister Shui." Shui shook her head and said, "No matter what happens, this little sister thinks that Xiaohua can handle it. I'll accompany you to Myriad Thunder Valley." Shui hesitated and said anxiously, "Right now Xiaohua needs your support." "No need." Shui shook her head. "This little sister still needs to go into seclusion." "You?" Shui almost wanted to stomp her feet. "At this time, why are you still in seclusion? Isn't Xiaohua's matter more important than seclusion?" "The senior sister Shui wants to go, then go by yourself," Shui said indifferently. Perhaps just like the Sword Tomb Great War, at the last moment, a mysterious John Doe would turn the situation around. Chapter 30-29. Outside the Sky Patrol City, John Doe, whom many cultivators in Tongmu City were hoping for, would not be there. None of the nascent soul cultivators here believed in John Doe. Even all the cultivators from the Three Kingdoms were hoping for John Doe's appearance. At this time, all the participating nascent soul cultivators had left their resting places. Under Sun Yunzi's command, they were scattered thousands of miles away from the Sky Patrol City. Not only the nascent soul cultivators, but all the Foundation establishment cultivators and above were also mobilized. More than 10 days ago, they had been divided into groups according to their respective sects and even into small teams. Around the Sky Patrol City, the disciples who had been flying around in the air for more than 100 days to set up the formation had disappeared. The disciples who attacked the Sky Patrol City from time to time to distract the sword cultivators had also disappeared. A silent, solemn, suffocating, and even deathly aura permeated every inch of space within 1,000 miles of the Sky Patrol City. There was no need for the Dao sect to issue any challenge talismans. Any sword cultivator could smell the smoke of the final battle in the air. The smoke was on the verge of exploding. Naturally, the sword cultivators had already found something amiss from the cultivators' attempts to cover it up. Chong Taishu and the others also sent all the sword cultivators in the Sky Patrol City to various parts of the sword formation to strengthen the power of the sword formation. As for Hua Jian and the other cultivators, they had already stayed up all night to wait for the Dao sect's attack at the key points of the sword formation. That's strange. Sun Yunzi was in the Great Formation. He looked at the silent Sky Patrol City and was puzzled. He whispered, "Aren't the sword cultivators too confident now? Do they think that a sword formation alone can block our Dao Sec's attack? Don't they know that the strongest defense is offense? Or do they already have a countermeasure? However, our Dao Sec's great formation has sealed off thousands of miles around the Sky Patrol City. Even the original teleportation formation in the Sky Patrol City has been cut off. What are they waiting for? Huan country's reinforcements? It seems that the disciples sent to intercept them did not send any special messages. Just as Sun Yunzi was thinking, a message talisman flew into his hand. Sun Yunzi took it and looked at it for a moment. He then stared at the Sky Patrol City in the distance for more than half a cup of tea. His eyes narrowed slightly and flashed with determination. He said to the message talisman, "Junior brother Xianjing, we can start now. Our Dao Sec's final battle against the sword cultivators will begin immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Yunzi flicked his hand, and the transmission talisman transformed into a flowing light that vanished. "Rise." Not long after, Xianjing shouted from afar, and the order in his hand soared into the sky. The resounding sound of the bugle horn resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. Looking at the decree again, it was divided into 3 layers, like a flower blooming in mid-air. Layers of brilliance were constantly peeled off, illuminating the entire horizon. Buzz. An inexplicable trembling sound was heard along with the trembling of the earth. The rhythm of the trembling was rather slow, but the range of the trembling was extremely wide. All the snow-capped peaks within 1,000 miles of Sky Patrol City were shaking left and right. Not only were the accumulated snow shaken off, but even the solid ice was also cracking and falling off piece by piece. In the Sky Patrol City, Chong Taishu and the others hurriedly activated their swords and rushed into the air. They had seen many formations in the Path Sect, but they had never seen a formation that caused such a huge commotion before it even appeared. Although they were well prepared, they still panicked at the sight of such a formation. Other than Sun Yunzi, Immortal Lu Shi and the others also stood calmly in mid-air. Although they did not say anything, their eyes were filled with anticipation. The violent trembling not only shook the earth but also the air. The Foundation Establishment cultivators could not stand in mid-air at all, and the Golden Core cultivators could barely fly. If such a formation could not shake the Green Light Sword formation of the Sky Patrol City, the Path Sect would really have to admit defeat. Whoosh! After the strong trembling, a milky white brilliance that was hundreds of miles long emerged from the ground from the east of the Sky Patrol City like a huge circular fan and rushed into the air extremely slowly. With the emergence of this brilliance, a hurricane suddenly arose in the east of the Sky Patrol City. The gloomy icy rain suddenly stopped, and the dense clouds in the sky above the icy rain disappeared quickly as if they were blown away by the hurricane. The shadow of a setting sun appeared in the sky. The rays of sunlight fell from the sky and shone on one side of the Sky Patrol City's Green Light Sword formation. When the rays of sunlight touched the milky white brilliance, they were immediately refracted and produced many lotuses. These lotuses were like fine beads and raindrops, and as the milky white brilliance gradually rose, they sprinkled over the left side of the Sky Patrol City. On the small lotuses, the leaves spread and withered and the flowers bloomed and withered. Very faint shadows were produced. There were mountains, rivers, flowers, trees, people and buildings in the shadows. It was as if small worlds were being born and destroyed one after another. As the shadows played on the brilliance that was hundreds of miles long, an indescribable beautiful music was produced, and it completely covered the east of the Sky Patrol City. What kind of formation is this? It can actually trigger a celestial phenomenon. Chong Taishi was a little dumbfounded. He could not imagine what he was seeing. He really did not understand why this so-called formation was so fake. Sword Master Chong, that's only half of the formation. Look over there. Blue Butterfly was also surprised. She hurriedly pointed to the west of the Sky Patrol City and shouted at Chong Taishu. When Chong Taishu looked to the west, there was also a pitch-black light that was hundreds of miles long slowly emerging from the ground, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Naturally, a hurricane was also blowing in the west of the Sky Patrol City. However, this hurricane was so cold that when the ice rain touched the hurricane, it immediately turned into a string of ice dregs and was instantly blown into powder by the hurricane. Correspondingly, the red clouds in the sky were now dyed black, as if endless ink had been splashed across the western horizon. Not to mention sunlight, even the slightest bit of brilliance was blown away by the hurricane and swallowed by the pitch-black brilliance. Although this was opposite to the light in the east, there should not be any light here. However, the strange thing was that above the pitch-black brilliance, there were also wisps of light. Within the light there were also thousands of images. However, these images were either ghosts, underworld beasts, mountains collapsing, volcanoes erupting, ghosts wailing and wolves howling, or crying to the heavens and the earth. Above the brilliance in the west, in the sky, as the brilliance moved inch by inch, the space collapsed little by little. As this collapsed, a faint mournful melody was also heard, surrounding the west of the Sky Patrol City. Kacha, at the north and south of the Sky Patrol City, where the black and white brilliances intersected, countless heavenly thunderbolts as thick as a child's arm blasted out violently. The heavenly thunderbolts seemed to be endless like dancing dragons and snakes. Following the strange phenomenon of the heavenly thunderbolts, a powerful force was born from the grayish-black edge. This force was like a powerful palm, tearing everything around the edge into pieces. A small snowy peak was at the corner of the edge. However, in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the snow was blown away, the ice layer was cracked, the frozen soil was lifted, and the boulders were torn apart. In the end, half of the foothills were lifted, and the entire snowy peak collapsed with a rumble. Sword Masters. At this time Chong Taishi was calm. He slowly looked around and laughed. This is the final struggle of the Taoist sect cultivators. It's just as we expected. Looking at the power of the magic formation, I'm afraid they've thrown all their disciples into this magic formation. As long as we persevere through this magic formation, the Sky Patrol City will belong to the Sword Domain. We'll have achieved our first great victory in the Taoist Sword War. Everyone, what are you waiting for? Activate the Sword Origin in your body and let the Sword Domain Sword Formation produce a brilliant sword light. Let the sword light split the Taoist sect's arrogance, split the Taoist sect's territory, and create a new world for the Sword Domain. Buzz buzz buzz. Countless sword lights rushed out and countless sword cries resounded. The entire Tiani green light sword formation suddenly shone with a brilliant green light. The green light rose higher and neared, forcing the so-called celestial formation, the heaven and earth dual elements demon ceiling formation. The Tiani green light sword formation stood still like a mountain, while the heaven and earth dual elements demon ceiling formation surged like a tidal wave. The black and white light divided the entire Sky Patrol City into two different purgatories of life and death. The heaven and earth demon ceiling formation seemed to be rising very slowly, but this slowness revealed its indestructibility. The cyan light, which was heavier than a mountain, rushed into the white light and the black light countless times, but there was no effect. Instead, no matter how the cyan light came into contact with the white light or the black light, it was instantly sucked in and disappeared without a trace. A few more layers of shadows appeared on the black and white light. Seeing that the cyan light of the Tiani cyan light sword formation could not suppress the black and white brilliance of the heaven and earth demon ceiling formation, and that the black and white brilliance had already exceeded the understanding of the sword masters, Chong Taishu and the others' lofty aspirations were somewhat shaken. Left sword master. Chong Taishu muttered to himself, the Tai cyan light sword in your hand is made of primordial gold qi, and it's the toughest and sharpest weapon in the world. Swimming narrowed his eyes. Sword light overflowed from his body. He raised his hand and the Tiani green light sword appeared out of thin air. Then Swimming transformed into a sword and rushed into the Tiani green light sword formation. Let's see the power of this magic formation. Seeing that Swimming had left, Chong Taishu and the others stopped in the sword formation and watched quietly. Swimming transformed into a sword and flew out of the sword formation like a lone star. He was dragging a green flying sword behind him. Buzz, as soon as Swimming flew out of the sword formation, he immediately sensed the suffocating and terrifying aura in the sky. This aura was very strange. It was serene and violent at the same time. Between this serene and violent aura, a feeling that could make one's heart shatter involuntarily arose. It was as if two completely different beliefs were constantly changing Swimming's thoughts at an unparalleled speed. Chapter 30. Swimming was horrified and did not dare to show his body. He could only vaguely see his figure in the giant sword. Ming raised his hand slightly and the green light trailing behind the giant sword soared into the sky. The tiny green light sword, which was even larger than the giant sword, immediately turned into a green rainbow as Ming waved his arm and slashed at the dark brilliance. Hiss hiss hiss. The tiny green light sword cut through the air and made a sharp sound. The entire tiny green light sword formation swayed along with the tiny green light sword. Wisps of green light uncontrollably rushed into the rainbow. Although the demon ceiling formation of heaven and earth was set up far away from the Sky Patrol City, the rainbow formed by the tiny green light sword ignored the distance and landed in the sky above the dark brilliance in the blink of an eye. Boom boom. The tiny green light sword shone brightly and the green light pierced into the dark sky like an inch of light. It was more dazzling than lightning. The sound of the sword had now turned into thunder, echoing the thunder from the north and south. As the tiny green light sword slashed into the dark brilliance, it blasted into the sky in the west. Swoosh. The green light flashed and a ray of light that was several miles long was emitted from the sky in the west. Not only did it split the dark sky but it also cut into the dark brilliance with incomparable sharpness. The brilliance did not seem to have any resistance. It split into two and sank deep into the ground. The green light was like jade and it was very eye-catching in the dark brilliance. It's just eso. Chong Taishu could not help but laugh when he saw that the tiny green light sword was so sharp and that the demon ceiling formation of heaven and earth did not have any resistance. In particular, there was no extremely powerful attack method that he had imagined. However, before he could finish laughing, he heard a loud roar coming from the east where the white brilliance was. Rays of dazzling white light shot up into the sky and rushed into the intersection between the north and south sides of the gray light. Chong Taishu's attention was naturally attracted by the commotion in the east, but he did not quite understand why the east would react when Ming attacked the west. When Chong Taishu's gaze landed on the west side again, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He saw that in the slender crack that had been split open by the tiny azure radiant sword, the black fog was flourishing. It quickly devoured the green light that lingered around the crack. It seemed that the fierce battle result of the tiny azure radiant sword just now was about to disappear. Swordmaster Chong, what kind of formation did the Dao sect set up? Qing Minghua felt his scalp go numb. He asked in a low voice, this formation hasn't been set up yet, and its attack method hasn't been revealed yet. Yet it can easily block the attack of the Tai Azure Light Sword. If it's set up, how powerful would it be? Dao sect, it really is the Dao sect. Chong Taishu narrowed his eyes. Seeing that Ming did not dare to delay, he turned into a sword and flew back. He said in a low voice, their techniques are really endless. The most important thing right now is to prevent the Dao sect from completing this formation. Blue Butterfly said hurriedly, we should use the 5 Azure Light Swords to destroy this damned formation. If one Tai Azure Radiant Sword can't break this formation, then 5 Azure Light Swords won't be able to. Chong Taishu shook his head slightly. If we want to break this formation, we can only use the power of the entire Tiani Azure Radiant Sword formation and the power of hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators. Then hurry up. Blue Butterfly was a little anxious. Once the formation is set up, even if we attack with all our strength, we won't be able to break it. Don't worry. Chong Taishu said mysteriously. This formation is a little different from my sword formation. When the formation is first set up, its defensive effect is extremely strong. Can be said that all of its magic power is used to prevent us from breaking it. However, when the formation is first set up, it's the moment when the formation switches from defense to offense. That's the weakest point of the formation. The formation's defense is at its lowest point, and its offensive power has just been generated. The entire formation's defense is probably less than 30% of its current power. That's why I asked Sword Masters what to try this formation. When the time comes, the 5 flying swords of my sword realm will be able to break it. Don't forget that we only revealed 3 Azure Light Swords at most. The other 2 Azure Light Swords are unknown to the cultivators of the Dao sect. Qing Minghua couldn't help but say, Sword Master Chong, I agree with your idea. However, when the mysterious spirit design switches between attack and defense, we won't be able to break it. The spirit design is closed. Look at the spirit design's current aura. This is a spirit design that can trigger astronomical phenomena. If the spirit design attacks, the power is definitely not something we can withstand. We will definitely be consigned to eternal damnation. In my opinion, we've already won a great victory. Everything in Sky Patrol City is in our hands. With the 5 Azure Light Swords, we'll definitely be able to break out of this formation. It's better to quit while we're ahead. Sigh, Swordmaster Ching, do you think I'm unwilling? Chong Taishu sighed and lifted his eyes to look at the faintly discernible Sky Patrol City under the green light sword array. He said, for so many years, the many swordsmen of the Great Sword Domain have never won a battle against the Tao sect. They have always been defeated time and time again. Now that we've obtained Miss Josia's brilliant plan, we finally have the 5 Azure Light Swords that have never been refined. The victory of this first Tao sword battle is within our reach. Besides, we've spent so much effort to persuade them, but we're still far from revealing our final trump card. How can we lose? Also, we still have the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain. Even if our Azure Lightsword formation is destroyed by this mysterious formation, we still have something to rely on and can escape. Isn't victory beckoning to my sword domain for all these reasons? Don't tell me. Sword Master Ching doesn't want to leave your name in the history of the sword realm? It seems like there hasn't been such a good opportunity since ancient times. When he heard about leaving his name in the history of the sword realm, Qing Minghua's eyes flashed. That's right. Since ancient times, the sword realm had countless transformed swords and spirit swords. However, how many swordsmen remembered them? The Sword Dao battle had always been a place where swordsmen fought enthusiastically. It was also a place where they could prove their strength. Obtaining the first victory in the Dao sword battle would probably be remembered by others no matter how many years passed. The Bright Sword sect would also be remembered by many sword sects in the sword realm. All right, Qing Minghua gritted his teeth and nodded fiercely. I'll go all out today. I'll bet my life with Swordmaster Chong this once. Ah, Swordmaster Ching, you worry too much. Chong Taishu laughed. The Dao sect's cultivators are betting. They're betting with the lives of the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain. Why would my Sword Realm's disciples bet with their lives? I can confidently tell Swordmaster that with them, this mysterious formation, even if it's an immortal formation, will definitely not be able to stop us from escaping. Hiss. Qing Minghua sucked in a breath of cold air. Rolling his eyes, he said in a low voice, "Are they that powerful? I can't tell." Hehe, you and I are well aware of it. Chong Taishu laughed. This matter cannot be considered. Back then, when the Valley Master of the Swarm of Monkeys Valley, Chi Peng, spoke of this matter, I thought that the kid was spouting nonsense. However, when I investigated, I couldn't find out anything about that person at all. It seems that he has cultivated for even longer than me and the others. Otherwise, how can I address them as seniors? Then, didn't they already reach the spirit sword realm? If they were to make a move, how could those old farts of the Dao sect let it go? Qing Minghua clearly didn't understand the details and hurriedly asked. That's where it's amazing. Chong Taishu clapped. Do you think they're at the spirit sword realm or divine sword realm? Qing Minghua shook his head slightly. I can't sense their cultivation, but once in a while I can feel that they're at the second grade of the sword transformation realm. That's right. Chong Taishu said. That's their real cultivation. Then, Qing Minghua still wanted to ask more questions. At this moment, Sui Ming had already turned around. The flickering sword light had already disappeared, revealing Sui Ming's frightened expression. How was it? Chong Taishu's heart thumped. He left Qing Minghua and hurriedly flew over to ask. Swordmaster Chong. Sui Ming's face was still filled with lingering fear. He looked to his left and said in a low voice, "This array is very strange. It's far from the Dao sect's array that we've seen before. I didn't dare to reveal my physical body in that array. I could only rely on the sword body to resist the two desires of life and death. Well, it can be said that this array's attack method is somewhat similar to a soul array. Of course, the power inside is also terrifying." The spiraling hurricane not only swept away all the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, but also tore my sword body. If an illusory swordsman were to enter, he would definitely be torn to pieces. So powerful. Chong Taishu was a little dumbfounded. In his expectations, this array should be mainly for defense. How could it have an attack method? When I turned around just now I already understood. Ming said again, if we want to break the array, I'm afraid we have to use all 5 green light swords. The 2 green light swords stare at the 2 black and white lights from the east and west. The 2 green light swords tear the intersection of the north and south, so that the 2 wings of the array cannot be connected. The last green light sword can really break the array. If we can't break the array with this plan, we can only abandon the city and escape. Actually, we have other plans. Then Chong Taishu repeated what he had just said to Ming. Just as Chong Taishu thought, although Ming knew the power of this mysterious array, the temptation of leaving his name in the history of swords was too great. Ming only hesitated for a moment before nodding. Since Ming, who had tested the mysterious array, had no objections, the others naturally had no objections. Hence, all the swordsmen in the sword region activated the sword origin in their bodies and waited quietly for the moment when the heaven and earth devil sealing array closed to launch the most powerful attack. The black and white brilliance of the heaven and earth devil sealing array was still rising in an orderly manner. Now it had covered the Tianyi green light sword array. Since it had already passed under the command of Xian Jing and Zhenren Pin Xian, the black and white brilliance surrounded the center of Sky Patrol City. Chapter 30-31. Standing beside Xian Jing and Reverend Pin Xian were Sun Yunzi and Reverend Lu Su respectively. After staying in the formation for a while, they couldn't help but fly to the side of the 2 who were setting up the formation. The 2 late nascent soul stage cultivators were also very nervous at this time because this universal demon sealing formation was the most powerful formation that the Taoist cultivators could use now. If this formation didn't work, the Taoist cultivators could only use the stupidest method, to surround but not attack. If that was the case, the reputation of the 3 kingdoms would be even more shameful than a direct defeat. Therefore, the 2 sect leaders with the highest cultivation had to each choose a formation I to set up the formation with Xian Jing and Reverend Pin Xian to fight. Going into battle with bare arms, this was exactly what Chong Taishu said. The most critical moment had come. Just now, the style of Ming's sword really made Sun Yunzi's heart skip a beat. That was hundreds of miles away. Sun Yunzi admitted that his magic treasure didn't have such great power. Even if he used a secret technique and used his nascent soul to drive the magic treasure, it was impossible to hit the universal demon sealing formation from hundreds of miles away and tear such a big and deep crack in the formation. However, the universal demon sealing formation wasn't called an immortal formation for nothing. Not only was the heavenly power of the formation dazzling, but its self-recovery ability was also amazing. Ming's Tianyi green light sword could only break the surface of the formation and didn't touch the real formation base at all. Since Ming had ascertained the power of the Yin-Yang heaven and earth demon sealing formation, Sun Yunzi thought that the next step would be the 3 green light swords. They would attack with all their might before the Yin-Yang heaven and earth demon sealing formation was sealed. However, what made Sun Yunzi worried was that the 3 green light swords that he envied still didn't appear even when the black and white brilliance of the universal demon sealing formation overflowed the green light formation. Even a 3rd-grade sword transformation swordsman didn't show his face. Good. Sun Yunzi almost clapped his hands. He really didn't understand why the sword cultivators didn't attack. At this time, the universal demon sealing formation had just been activated. Whether it was Xian Jing, Reverend Pin Xian, or the disciples of Immortal Music Sect and Immortal Ascension Sect, they weren't familiar with it. Although the sword didn't hit the formation base just now, hundreds of disciples were injured and dozens of disciples died. The heavens are protecting our Dao sect. Zhenren Pin Xian seemed to have realized something and whispered a few words to Sun Yunzi, which was similar to what Chong Taishu thought. Sun Yunzi laughed loudly. The strongest attack is defense. Even this old man is convinced by these words. I really didn't expect to hit the nail on the head. This Yin-Kuan Yin-Yang demon sealing formation itself is a kind of seal. Taoist Pin Xian explains in a low voice. It is an extremely powerful sealing technique used by immortals. But when it came to my Daybreak continent, it was treated as a magic array. How could there be a switch between offense and defense in the seal? After a while, when the seal is complete, I want to see what kind of waves these 3 flying swords can cause. Actually, the most important thing is Reverend Miyu and the others. Sun Yunzi said worriedly. If they hadn't fallen into the Sky Patrol City, Would we be in such a passive position now? The opportunity is fleeting and the situation of the battle changes rapidly. Of course, when Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain entered the Sky Patrol City, who would have thought this day would come? Taoist Pin Xian said faintly, sometimes, it's not impossible to make necessary sacrifices. Sun Yunzi glanced at Taoist Pin Xian and said faintly, it's easy to say but hard to do. Imperial Thunder Sect's Qian Lei Zi is easy to deal with. His cultivation is only at the mid-nascent soul stage. Even if he is at the late nascent soul stage, he is still new and won't say much. In particular, Imperial Thunder Sect has always boasted of being a big sect and acts with the demeanor of a big sect. If we use the righteousness of the Tao sect, they might be able to accept it. But Mo Sang Mountain's Elder Mo Sang is not so easy to deal with. I can say for sure that Elder Mo Sang must be sharpening his blade. Once something happens to Mo Sang Mountain's disciples, he will be the first to find us. When Taoist Pin Xian heard this, he immediately shut up. Elder Mo Sang was a late nascent soul stage cultivator and was famous in the country of Xi. Although Mo Sang Mountain wasn't as famous as Shanghua Sect and wasn't even as big as Imperial Thunder Sect, who would dare to bully Mo Sang Mountain's disciples? Not to mention throwing two early nascent soul stage cultivators into Sky Patrol City. While the two were talking, the two black and white lights were like a curtain of light. One went from east to west and the other went from west to east. They began to gradually close in the center of Sky Patrol City. The heavenly lightning in the north and south also soared into the 9 heavens like a soaring dragon. Kachacha, just when the brilliance was only about 300 meters away, a thunderous roar resounded through the entire sky. After the thunder, it was suddenly quiet. There was no sound in the sky at all. Only after the lightning disappeared did traces of gray spread rapidly from the north and south like a gust of wind. "Io! Good." Chong Taishu and the others saw this and immediately shouted. Was there anything else to say? The so-called change of attack and defense seemed to have started early when the formation was set up. Wasn't this gray light the main color of the formation that was about to change? Quick! Chong Taishu's body emitted a strong sword cry. The sword light soared into the sky. His entire body gradually turned into a sword and rushed out of the sky. One azure light sword formation. The supreme azure light sword in his hand was shining with cold light. When Chong Taishu moved, Zhua Ming, Qing Minghua, Ruo Tian and Qilian Dai also moved at the same time. The other 4 azure light swords also swung out. 5 green light swords rushed out from the green light that was originally pulsating like breathing. These 5 green light swords bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they flew around one another, forming a huge fried dough twist. The originally dead silence in the sky was instantly filled with intense whistles, ear-piercing sword cries, and all sorts of strange noises. This sword cultivator is really cunning. There are actually 5 azure light swords in the formation. Sun Yunzi raised his eyebrows and said excitedly, quickly close the formation. What's the use of 5 azure light swords at this time? After receiving Sun Yunzi's urging, Taoist Pin Xian rubbed his hands together. Bursts of thunderbolts were emitted. Waves of strange techniques rushed into the white brilliance below him. The ripple-like brilliance rushed up to the 9 heavens in a moment. The black and white brilliance didn't wait for the 5 green light swords to approach and immediately collided with each other. Boom! A powerful airwave with a mysterious fluctuation was born from the contact of the black and white brilliance. The entire space within 1,000 miles shook rapidly. A kind of silent suffocation fell from the sky and rushed into the body and soul of all the cultivators and swordsmen. Woo-woo! A gust of wind whistled from the top of the formation, and a thumb-sized gray light spot that was brighter than the stars was born. After that, the gray light spot began to spin rapidly. Strands of black and white light followed the rotation and came down like a wheel. Oh no! Ruotian of the Motian Sword Sect, who held the Supreme Harmony Azure Light Sword, suddenly realized at this moment. He looked at the black and white wheel that was rapidly turning gray and said anxiously, This isn't an offensive sword formation. This seems to be a kind of seal. Who cares if it's a seal or a formation? This is the time. Chong Taishu was also shocked. However, he had no choice but to release the arrow. He could only shout loudly. The 5 intertwined green light swords suddenly retracted their brilliance in mid-air, as if they had lost their sword chi. Then the Tai green light sword began to flash with green light, followed by the Taiching green light sword, the Supreme Micro green light sword, the Supreme Harmony green light sword, and finally the Taishin green light sword. Each of them flashed with green light as if they were all heartbeats. After the first round of flashes, the second round of flashes took its place. The flashes became faster and faster, and finally, like the first full moon, with a loud roar, the 5 azure light swords actually turned into a huge azure dragon and rushed towards the gray spot in the center of the heaven and earth devil sealing formation. The sword chi was also majestic and did not seem to be much inferior to the devil sealing formation. Boom! With a sound that sounded like the collapse of heaven and earth, the whole world was shaken by this collision. Huge waves of chi reverberated in the entire space along with the shock wave. Whether it was the intense shaking of the heaven and earth devil sealing formation's brilliance or the Tiani azure light sword formation's green light, all the practitioners and swordsmen could not stand still in the air. They all fell down awkwardly and covered their ears with their hands in extreme shock. The practitioner's protective golden light was torn apart by this impact, and the swordsman's protective sword light was also torn apart by this impact. This kind of earth-shattering destruction wreaked havoc in the space within 1,000 miles. Looking at the place where the huge azure dragon hit the heaven and earth devil sealing formation, the azure light endlessly rushed into the gray brilliance, and hair-thin cracks rapidly extended in all directions along with the impact. The gray seal showed signs of collapsing under the azure light sword. However, the gray was rotating and the black and white colors were constantly fusing within it. Although there were many cracks and although they were dense, they could not be stopped from being repaired in this rotation. Moreover, in that rotation the black and white colors became less and less while the gray colors became more and more numerous. It seemed that the sword practitioner's attacks could not stop the formation from repairing. The heaven and earth devil sealing formation's name as an immortal formation was not just for show. The sword cry that sounded like a dragon's roar was now even louder. Endless azure light rushed out of the Tiani azure light sword formation and flew into the dragon tail behind the azure dragon. As a result, the cracks became bigger and the number of fine cracks increased. Gotcha! Suddenly, when Sun Yunzi and Reverend Lu Shi smiled, and when Chong Taishu and the others' hearts were burning with anxiety, discordant cracking sounds came from the heaven and earth devil sealing formation, which had already been repaired by 40%. At this critical moment, the heaven and earth devil sealing formation actually showed a flaw. Chapter 30-32. Not good. Reverend Pin Xian scanned with his divine sense and immediately turned pale with fright. The yang qi of Xian Lusec's formation is too strong. It can't balance with the yin qi of the immortal ascension sect's formation. The whole formation may collapse. How is this possible? Sun Yunzi was also shocked. Senior brother Sun Yunzi. Reverend Pin Xian smiled bitterly. This seal was originally cast by the immortal alone. If 2 cultivators of the immortal ascension sect and Xian Lu sect on the Xiaoyu continent used it together, and if their cultivations were the same, it would be easy to balance. But now hundreds of thousands of disciples are activating it at the same time, and the formations of these 2 sects have been modified differently. It's not easy to merge them. Forget it. Sun Yunzi snorted. Naturally, he knew the helplessness in this. As he rubbed his hands, the golden light around him shone brightly. Incantations rushed into the formation, and his figure slowly rose into the air. On the opposite side, Reverend Lu Ni's figure also appeared. She also activated all her magic power and tried her best to support the whole formation. Sure enough, with the full effort of 2 late nascent soul stage cultivators, the collapse of the whole heaven and earth dual elements demon sealing formation actually stopped. It gradually reached balance, but the formation that was supposed to be mended also stopped. In the whole formation, the top 40% had turned gray, and the east and west sides were still black and white. But it was only this 40% gray that firmly imprisoned the whole Tiani Cyan light sword formation. The 5 Cyan light swords were captured by the formation and were in an extremely delicate balance. Sun Yunzi and Reverend Lu and I did not dare to withdraw their magic power. If they did, It would immediately affect the balance of yin and yang in the heaven and earth dual elements demon sealing formation. Not to mention the collapse of the formation, the 5 cyan light swords would inevitably break out of the formation. As for Chong Taishu, Qing Minghua, Chilean Butterfly, Zhuaming and Ruo Tian, the 5 of them did not dare to withdraw their magic power. At this time their 5 cyan light swords had turned into 1. If anyone withdrew their magic power, the entire cyan light swords would collapse. Not only would the Tiani cyan light sword formation disappear, but the 40% of the seal's power would also fall and completely cover the Sky Patrol City. Although it was only 40%, Chong Taishu and the others had no doubt that this seal would seal all the swordsmen. In the blink of an eye, after the yin-yang devil sealing grand formation fell into dead silence, the entire sky within 1,000 miles became deathly silent once more. Regardless of whether it was a swordsman or a cultivator, they were all in a state of absolute equilibrium. No one dared to make a move. Suddenly, a loud laugh resounded through the sky. Chong Taishu's physical body appeared under the azure light sword that was like a jade pillar supporting the sky. He said, "Old Devil Xuanyun, long time no see. Who would have thought that after fighting for so many years without seeing you with my own eyes, I would actually see you here today?" Chong Taishu's physical body was formed by the sword light. Under the green light sword, it emitted a dazzling green light reaching a height of several hundred feet. Although the virtual body flickered from time to time, the sword force inside was very threatening. His voice could be heard from several hundred miles away. He was truly like a deity. Chong Taishu, why are you suddenly befriending him?" Sun Yunzi naturally couldn't show weakness. Golden light flashed around his body, and a virtual body flew out from his physical body. It stood in the air with its hands behind its back and said coldly, Sun Yunzi's virtual body was different from Chong Taishu's sword shadow. Although it was also several hundred feet tall and wasn't inferior to Chong Taishu's, the virtual body wasn't a straight light shadow. Instead, it was strands of golden light mixed with black and white. The virtual body twisted from time to time as if it was standing in the void. However, Sun Yunzi's voice also filled the heavens and the earth, and his momentum was close to Chong Taishu's. "Good boy, congratulations." Seeing that Sun Yunzi's virtual body wasn't inferior to his at all, Chong Taishu was shocked. He cupped his hands and said, "There's actually a secret technique that can activate the divine clone. It seems like you're about to break through the shackles of the late nascent soul stage. Old Devil Chong, aren't you the same? With this spiritual body, it's only a matter of time before you advance to the spiritual sword stage, right?" Sun Yunzi replied indifferently, "Yes, you and I are both successful in our cultivation. However, if we're not careful today, we might die. No matter who it is, isn't it a pity?" Chong Taishu seemed to be sighing. Sun Yunzi sneered. If that's the case, why did you do it in the first place? If you sword cultivators didn't attack the 3 kingdoms of cultivation, would there be such a war? This war doesn't seem to be something that only the sword region needs, right? Chong Taishu also replied with a double meaning. The Great Dao Sword War has been going on for more than 10 years now. What's the use of saying so much? Sun Yunzi ignored Chong Taishu's words and asked in return, "Don't tell me you want to talk about the world with me now?" "Of course not." Chong Taishu smiled and said, "I want to negotiate with you now to see how we can solve the current predicament." Sun Yunzi looked up at the great formation that was like a gray cloud and the green light that was like a pillar that supported the heavens. He sneered and said, "Sky Patrol City is within the territory of the country of Xi. The current stalemate is to the advantage of the Dao sect. Let's not talk about 1 day or 10 days. Even if it's 100 or 1,000 days, the disciples of the Dao sect will come after receiving the news. Do you think the sword cultivators of the Huan Kingdom have a chance of winning? Bullying the weak with numbers has always been the Dao sect's specialty. Do you feel proud of this victory?" Chong Taishu also mocked. Besides, without the barrier of the sword tomb, the warriors of the sword region can still provide reinforcements. Besides, the sword tomb has already ambushed 1,000,000 swordsmen. I only need to hold on for another 10 days and they'll definitely come here. 1,000,000 swordsmen, you scared me to death. Sun Yunzi sneered. "Unless you don't want the territory of the Huan Kingdom anymore and let the 1,000,000 soul cultivators of the Meng Mountain kill their way into the Huan Kingdom. Yes, the Huan Kingdom is bitter and cold. What's so good about it? We've long wanted to establish the sword region in the Shi Kingdom. Chong Taishu nodded. Sun Yunzi's expression changed and he said sternly, Old geezer Chong, if you say so, then I won't talk to you anymore. So you want to negotiate with me? Chong Taishu changed the topic and said with a smile. Nonsense. Sun Yunzi sneered. Look at how fearless you are. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You're talking nonsense. Aren't you just trying to use the Imperial Thunder Sect to make a deal with the disciples of the Mo Sang Mountain? Ha! Chong Taishu laughed. Old geezer Sun Yunzi, when did you become so straightforward? I feel that you've almost caught up to the character of a sword cultivator. Yes, my Dao sect is straightforward now, but you sword cultivators are dawdling. After talking for so long you still don't know what you want to say? Sun Yunzi retorted. Alright, Chong Taishu smiled. I'll be honest. It's not that I'm trying to change the topic, but I really don't know how to solve the current predicament. Look, most of the nascent soul cultivators of your Dao sect are controlling this formation. Neither you nor Reverend Lu Mang can escape from it, and most of the swordsmen of our sword realm have been trapped in the sword formation of our sword cultivators. I and a few sword masters of the third tier of sword transformation realm are controlling the 5 green light swords and are unable to escape. How can we determine the victor of the Dao sword war under such circumstances? How could they minimize the number of casualties? I'm a bit exhausted. Old geezer Chong, what kind of sword formation is this? What's with the 5 azure light swords? Sun Yunzi asked hesitantly. What is this mysterious yin-yang formation of yours? Chong Taishu asked back. This formation of mine is the yin-yang devil sealing formation of heaven and earth. Sun Yunzi wasn't afraid that Chong Taishu wouldn't tell him and simply explained. Sure enough, Chong Taishu didn't hide anything. He also broke down the Heaven 1 Azure Light Sword formation and explained the origin of the 5 Azure Light Swords. Damn it, Sun Yunzi couldn't help but curse. The sword cultivators of your Huan country are really scheming. They've long planned this out. Hee hee, if it weren't for someone causing trouble, I'm afraid you would have already been defeated. Chong Taishu laughed. Who? Sun Yunzi asked vigilantly. Who? Why should I tell you? Chong Taishu's curiosity was piqued and he didn't say anything. If you don't tell me, I'll know in the future. Sun Yunzi didn't ask anymore. He understood that since Chong Taishu mentioned it, he would definitely explain in the future. It's a pity that my sword domain's painstaking arrangement was blocked by this immortal world's formation in the end. Chong Taishu laughed bitterly. Then the heavens will bless my Dao sect. Sun Yunzi laughed loudly. How about this? Why don't we all withdraw our respective sword formations? You and I will fight each other. If you win, it'll be your Dao sect's victory. If I win, it'll be my sword domain's victory. How about it? Chong Taishu suddenly said when he saw Sun Yunzi laughing loudly. Sun Yunzi snorted coldly. My Dao sect's sealing formation is outside. Your sword cultivator's formation is inside. Who will withdraw first? Naturally, it'll be the sealing formation outside. Why isn't it the sword formation inside? Sun Yunzi sneered. So before the outcome is decided, who dares to withdraw the formation first? You don't dare to withdraw the formation. Chong Taishu mocked. You don't dare to fight with me. You and I have already fought hundreds of years ago. What result can there be now? Sun Yunzi shook his head. Chong Taishu said proudly, although we were tied at that time, it's different now. I'm a 3rd grade transformation sword. Compared to your late-stage nascent soul cultivation, my attack power is half a level higher. If you fight with me, your chance of winning is less than 40%. Moreover, I have the Supreme Light Sword. Your soul-stealing chain bow won't be able to withstand a single blow from me. Therefore, your chance of winning is reduced by 20%. If you bet the outcome of the Dao Sword battle on your less than 20% chance of winning, you dare. Others don't dare. Sun Yunzi's expression changed slightly. What Chong Taishu said was true. He really didn't dare to bet with him. If he fought with his life on the line with Chong Taishu, Sun Yunzi might not be afraid. It was just a battle of life and death. Even if Sun Yunzi lost to Chong Taishu, he still had the confidence to escape from the Supreme Light Sword. At most, he would abandon his physical body and use his nascent soul to teleport. However, if the responsibility of the Dao Sword battle was placed on this bet, Sun Yunzi didn't have the confidence to win against Chong Taishu. Even if Sun Yunzi had the confidence, the implications of this bet were too great. If he made a mistake, he would be condemned for eternity. Sun Yunzi didn't dare. Chapter 30-33. Hee, Sun Yunzi sneered as he looked at the 5 azure light swords. Your supreme azure light swords are probably different from ordinary flying swords, right? If I'm not wrong, they must have a way to kill nascent soul cultivators. Sun Yunzi's words were rather off-topic, as if he was trying to change the topic. However, Chong Taishu's shadow paused for a moment as if he was hesitating. After a moment, Chong Taishu said faintly, "This is a secret of my sword domain. Do you think I'll tell you? If you have the guts, you can come and try. If you don't, then there's no need to talk about it." Sun Yunzi smiled. "If it's a fight, why would I be afraid of you? Even if your innate azure light swords can split the heavens and earth, my head will definitely stick out before the heavens and earth. However, this is a great battle between Tao and sword. My life and death will determine the victory of my Tao sect. I clearly know that your innate azure light swords are tailor-made for nascent soul cultivators like me. There's no reason for me to fall into your trap." Chong Taishu laughed. "Since you can see it clearly, I won't hide it from you. I'll be frank with you. If you Tao sect cultivators are pierced by my innate azure light swords, not to mention your physical body, even nascent soul cultivators won't be able to escape. This old man wants to see if you all have the guts to do so. Let's see if you dare to fight against my innate azure light swords." "I do have the guts, but I don't have to be loyal to my friends." Sun Yunzi was calm. "How can I fall into your trap?" "Old geezer Sun Yunzi, this won't do, that won't do. Why don't you tell me why?" Chong Taishu looked helpless and said coldly, "Don't waste time here. If I have the time, I want to order my disciples in Sky Patrol City to kill a few more cultivators." "If you dare." Sun Yunzi didn't show any weakness. "If you dare to kill a disciple from Imperial Thunder Sect or Mo Sang Mountain, my Tao sect will dare to kill 10 sword cultivators from Huan Country. If you kill the disciples from both sects, then your Huan Country's sword cultivators can just wait to disappear from Dawn Rain Continent." Haha, Chong Taishu laughed loudly, and the shadow gradually disappeared. "Let's wait and see." Seeing Chong Taishu leave and his shadow fuse into the towering azure dragon light, Sun Yunzi let out a sigh. The light and shadow gradually dissipated. Now it was really hard to stop halfway. Sun Yunzi had no choice but to discuss with Reverend Lu and I. After 1 hour, Sun Yunzi's shadow reappeared. Obviously, this shadow was a bit dimmer than the first time. Apparently, Sun Yunzi and Reverend Lu Shi were having a hard time maintaining the universal devil ceiling formation. Old Man Chong, Sun Yunzi's several hundred feet tall figure slightly distorted as he spoke faintly. His voice rushed towards Sky supporting pillar, whose green light had already become somewhat restrained. Whoosh, a sword light flashed on the green dragon-shaped sword pillar, and a sword shadow rushed out. It slowly flashed and Chong Taishu's figure also appeared. Just like Sun Yunzi, the sword shadow was also dark. "Old Sun Yunzi, do you understand now? Do you want to fight me?" "Old Chong. That's obviously a cliff. How can this old man jump down with his eyes closed?" Sun Yunzi seemed to have a card up his sleeve as he replied calmly. "Then why are you looking for me?" Chong Taishu asked curiously. "The swordsmen of my sword region have already decided to fight to the death with your Tao sect. Let's see which immortal formation is more powerful, or my sword region's sword formation." As he spoke, Chong Taishu was about to leave, playing hard to get. "Wait." Sun Yunzi waved his hand and said. "Old Man Chong, don't be impatient. How can your sword formation compare to my Tao sect's immortal formation? However, for the lives of the Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain's disciples, this old man will still accept your bet on behalf of my Tao sect." Chong Taishu's swaying figure stopped, and he asked curiously, "Old man Sun Yunzi, didn't you say you didn't agree to the bet with me?" "Listen carefully." Sun Yunzi laughed. "This old man agreed to the bet, but not the other way around." "Ha, old man Sun Yunzi. You really know how to trick people. Even if you didn't agree to the bet with me, the other third-grade sword masters are all supporting the sword formation. Who would agree to the bet with you?" Chong Taishu laughed. "Why don't we remove the sword formation and formation, and you can choose any sword master of my sword region. The Yin-Yang Devil Sealing formation will definitely not be removed before the victor is decided. Sun Yunzi waved his hand and said. Moreover, after the victor is decided, before the disciples of our two sects come out, it will definitely not be removed. Humph. Chong Taishu snorted coldly. You Dao sect cultivators can go and daydream together. How can there be so many advantages in this world that your Dao sect can monopolize? As he spoke, Chong Taishu's illusory figure completely dispersed, transforming into tens of thousands of sword lights that were about to charge into the green light sword pillar. Old man Chong. Sun Yunzi was furious. This old man hasn't even finished speaking and you want to leave? Since that's the case, then my Dao sect will no longer make a bet with your Huan country. Let's see what happens in the end. Hee hee. Those tens of thousands of sword lights spiraled in the air and converged into Chong Taishu's illusory figure again. He said indifferently, the bet may be allowed, but the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain can only be released after the Yin-Yang Devil Sealing formation is removed. Sun Yunzi hesitated slightly before nodding. That's fine. When the bet spreads throughout the entire Dawn Rain continent, this old man won't be afraid that your Huan country's swordsmen will go back on their word. Very good. Chong Taishu's figure flashed. This sword wants to hear how your Dao sect wants to bet? Very simple. Sun Yunzi pointed with his hand. Your Huan country's third-grade swordsmen need to maintain the sword formation, while my late-stage nascent soul cultivators need to maintain the formation. There's no need for them to participate in this bet. They only need second-grade swordsmen and mid-stage nascent soul cultivators to participate in the bet. Our three cultivation countries, Shi country, Lian country and Meng country will each send 3 sects to participate in a total of 9 rounds. Your Huan country will also send swordsmen to participate in 9 rounds. Whoever wins 5 rounds first will win this Dao Sword Great War. 9 rounds? Chong Taishu chuckled and shook his head. My sword region's swordsmen can't compare to your 3 cultivation countries in terms of numbers. If I count with my fingers, I'm afraid you don't have 9 second-grade swordsmen. This sword definitely won't agree to this. If you don't have second-grade swordsmen, first-grade swordsmen are fine too. Sun Yunzi smiled. Your Huan country's first-grade swordsman's attack power is comparable to my mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. They can also participate in the fight. Chong Taishu didn't mind Sun Yunzi's mockery. He thought for a moment and said, your Dao sect's third-grade swordsmen and late-stage nascent soul cultivators won't participate. I'll agree on behalf of Sword Region. As for the rest, this sword will return and discuss it. After speaking, Chong Taishu didn't wait for Sun Yunzi to speak and transformed into a sword and flew back. Hee hee, Sun Yunzi looked at the thousands of sword lights like birds returning to their nest and sneered in his heart. He understood that the number of third-grade swordsmen participating in the battle in Huan country far exceeded the number of late-stage nascent soul cultivators on his side. Although these third-grade swordsmen were supporting the sword formation, if any one of them were to come out, an ordinary late-stage nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be able to resist. On his side there were only 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators, Lu Ni and himself. At this time they couldn't gamble. Just by Chong Taishu agreeing to the first condition, the Dao sect had an additional 10% chance of winning the battle. However, Sun Yunzi was also clear that the individual battle power of a sword cultivator was really outstanding. Even if Chong Taishu agreed to this condition, the Dao sect still wouldn't have the confidence to win. However, as matters stood, the Dao sect was also forced to walk on the path of no return. They could only gamble. Looking at the flashing sword lights and the gray and black intertwined sky, Sun Yunzi sighed. Sigh, if both sides don't hold back, the immortal formation will backfire and this heavenly azure light sword formation will collapse. I'm afraid all the swordsmen and cultivators won't be able to survive. The immortal formation is indeed powerful, but the price to control it is also not cheap. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Chong Taishu appeared once again. As expected, Chong Taishu once again raised a different opinion. What? Only 3 rounds? The country of Shi, the country of Meng and the country of Lian will only send 1 cultivation sect to participate in the battle? Sun Yunzi pretended to be astonished and said, how can such an important battle be decided after only 3 rounds? Old Sun Yunzi, Aren't you asking the obvious? Chong Taishu said coldly, the number of swordsmen in my sword domain is already less than the number of cultivators in your Dao sect. If there are more rounds, your Dao sect will naturally have the advantage. Since you aren't willing to fight with me to decide the victor, then I naturally won't agree to your 9 rounds of battle? How about 5 rounds? Sun Yunzi asked. That's not right, 3 rounds will do. Chong Taishu didn't give in. My sword domain now has a higher chance of winning than the Dao sect. The battle is already a little unfair. How can there be another 5 rounds of battle? All right. Sun Yunzi nodded. If that's the case, then let's strike our palms and make an oath. The sword cultivators of the Huan country and the 3 nations of the Dao sect will have 3 rounds of battle to decide the victor. The country of Shi, the country of Lian and the country of Meng will each send out 1 sect. Your Huan country will also send out 3 swordsmen to fight against the middle stage nascent soul cultivators of my 3 sects. All right. My sword domain will send out 3 warriors to fight against the cultivators of your 3 sects. Chong Taishu nodded as well. A sword gleam transformed into a palm that was dozens of feet large and slowly swept across the sky. A powerful sword will swept across hundreds of miles and rushed towards Sun Yunzi. Huff, Sun Yunzi didn't show any signs of weakness. His palm of the same size flashed with black and white and mixed with golden light as it rushed into the sky. All the spiritual energy within 100 miles froze. Boom, an extremely loud sound came from the sky. The 2 huge palms collided together and countless small hurricanes were created. The entire world shook. When the thousands of sword gleams turned into fireflies and the thousands of lights turned into flowing lights, the 2 palms disappeared under the sky. Hee old man Sun Yunzi, your cultivation is only esig, Chong Taishu said coldly. You too. Sun Yunzi replied calmly. You didn't exceed my expectations. In an hour we will send out our disciples for the first round of battle. Chong Taishu didn't reply and flew away. Chapter 30-34. Phew. Seeing that Chong Taishu had left, Sun Yunzi let out a sigh of relief. Golden light flashed around him as he entered the formation. Damn it. Sun Yunzi's phantom image returned to his physical body, and he quickly rubbed his hands. Waves of light once again fell into the yin-yang devil ceiling formation. He cursed in a low voice, I borrowed the power of the immortal formation, but I was only able to fight evenly with Chong Taishu. If it was a real battle it would be hard to say. This sword cultivator is truly powerful. Senior brother Sun Yun, Reverend Pin Xian's figure appeared beside Sun Yunzi and said in a low voice, even if it's 3 rounds, it's hard to say for my Dao sect. Go ask Xu Qinghe and the others. They are cunning people. See how the sword cultivators will deal with this. Sun Yunzi instructed and then quietly said a few words. Spiritual Master Pin Xian was clearly stunned. Immediately, joy appeared on his face. If that's the case, my Dao sect will definitely win this match. After that, if the 4 strategists can arrange their troops well, our Dao sect will definitely win. Yes, it's rare for me to take advantage of a loophole like Chong Taishu. I can't let this loophole fail. Sun Yunzi said with a smile, let those little kids pay more attention. They had performed well earlier, but in the end, they had fallen into the sword cultivator's trap. This time we have to let them grasp this opportunity well. 30 minutes later, a cultivator with white hair and a youthful face, dressed in a white Taoist robe, flew out from behind the white light. Then he turned into a rainbow and rushed toward the green light sword array of Sky Patrol City. This cultivator was the sect leader of Meng country's Tai Ching sect, Daoist Yuqing. After Daoist Yuqing, Xu Qinghe's figure also appeared. In front of him was Sun Yunzi. Xu Qinghe respectfully said to Sun Yunzi, Martial Uncle. In the Meng kingdom there were only immortal Yuqing, the head of the Tai Ching sect, and Yun Mingzi, the head of the Changbai sect. In the Lian kingdom, there were only immortal He Ping, the head of the Utopia sect, and Xian Jing, the head of the Kunlun sect. Needless to say, Xian Jing was in charge of the Heaven and Earth Demon Sealing formation, so he could not participate in the battle. Only these 3 seniors could participate in 2 of the rounds. Yun Mingzi's attack power should be stronger than the other 2 seniors. However, since he was going to gamble with a sword cultivator, There was no need to mention his attack power. As for Reverend Yu Qing and Reverend He Ping, they are both masters who are half a step away from the late nascent soul stage. Both their magic power and experience are extremely powerful. Sun Yunzi nodded faintly. However, when it comes to steadiness and longevity of cultivation methods, the Taiqing sect is still the best. The foundation of the Utopia faction is still inferior to that of the Taiqing faction. That's right. Junior doesn't dare to talk about senior's cultivation. This is what Reverend He Ping said himself. Zhu Qinghe said in a low voice, the three sects of Taiqing sect, heaven, earth, and man all have unique secret techniques. In fact, each of the three sects has strength that is not inferior to a cultivation sect. As the leader of the three sects, Taoist Jade Pierce cultivation was needless to say. Junior and the others have also discussed this matter. We are afraid that the sword cultivators will create some kind of first round. They will send a swordsman who has just stepped into the second grade of the sword transformation realm to fight against the strongest cultivator of our Dao sect. However, when he thought of the backup plan that his martial uncle had mentioned, he simply placed Taoist Yu Qing in the first round. Even against the weakest opponent, if our Dao sect wins the first round, we will definitely win the second round. In that case, there is no need for Reverend He Ping from the Utopia faction to fight again. Good. Sun Yunzi nodded. In this battle, the sword cultivators of the Huan Kingdom have used all their means. This time I want to see what other backup plans they have. Even if it is a swordsman of the second grade of the sword transformation realm against Taoist Yu Qing, it will not be easy for him to win, right? Exactly. Zhu Qinghe said with a smile. The key is that Martial Uncle's second round is indeed beyond our expectations. Even the sword cultivators of the Huan Kingdom have not figured it out until now, right? Alas. Sun Yunzi sighed. If it wasn't for the victory of our Dao sect, I wouldn't have done this. Martial Uncle, this is for the greater good. It is incomparable. Zhu Qinghe said anxiously. When our Dao sect wins, others will know of Martial Uncle's painstaking efforts. Forget it, forget it. Who cares about what others say? Sun Yunzi waved his hand. Let's see who Taoist Yu Qing's opponent is. From what I know, the swordsman of the second grade of the sword transformation realm in the Huan Kingdom. Which sect is this swordsman from? Sun Yunzi looked at the distant horizon and was stunned. He could now see the situation within 1,000 miles with the help of the Yin-Yang demon sealing formation, but Zhu Qinghe could not. It was a little strange. This swordsman is a little strange. Sun Yunzi pondered for a moment and waved his hand. A mirror that was several feet in size appeared in front of Zhu Qinghe. Under the gray sky, Taoist Yu Qing stood quietly with his hands folded in his sleeves at a distance of more than 100 miles away from the green sword pillar. Opposite him, a golden human figure flew out from the Sky Patrol City, which was shrouded in green light. The golden light of the human figure was so dazzling that it covered the person's entire body. It was impossible to see who it was. Say, if this old man did not escape to the sword domain, wouldn't I have become a ghost under the blade of your Dao sect? How could I extinguish the ferocity of your Dao sect here? Even if some Dao sect cultivators forget righteousness for the sake of profit and want to frame you. But after all, you are of my Dao sect. You are still in Meng country. This is righteousness. How can you abandon righteousness and help the evildoers? Taoist Yu Qing advised. Bullshit. This old man is now a weapon cultivator. Entering the Dao with weapons is also something that your Dao sect has always despised. How can you put the hat of righteousness on this old man's head today? Taoist Soaring Dragon rolled his red and yellow eyes and said coldly, instead of talking about righteousness with this old man, why don't you first tell the thousands of cultivators in the Cultivation 3 countries about the dangers of killing and robbing? Although Taoist is a weapon cultivator, you are wearing a Taoist robe and your name is Taoist. Doesn't that mean that you are still thinking of the Dao sect? Taoist Yu Qing did not know how to deal with this grade 2 sword transformation realm weapon cultivator that he had never seen before and could only delay. This old man is also called Soaring Dragon. Could it be that this old man is a flood dragon? Taoist Soaring Dragon did not care and pointed at Chong Taishu and said, Sword Master Chong, your surname is also Chong. It seems that there is also a family with the surname Chong in Shi country. Could it be that he is also a Dao sect cultivator? Haha, Chong Taishu laughed and said, Daoist soaring dragon, don't listen to Daoist Yuqing's nonsense. He is just guilty and does not dare to bet with you. Immediately after, Chong Taishu raised his voice and said, Old Devil Sun Yun, does my sword domain's first swordsman meet the conditions that we agreed on earlier? Sun Yunzi's image appeared from the array and said faintly, this Daoist soaring dragon is indeed a grade 2 sword transformation realm cultivator and did not exceed the rules that we set. However, he is a weapon cultivator and not a swordsman. Chapter 30-35. Think about it, when did I say that only swordsmen can be used? I was talking about warriors. You were the one who said swordsman, right? Chong Taishu smiled and said indifferently, besides, in my sword realm, no matter if it's a weapon cultivator, a bird cultivator or a beast cultivator, they can all be called swordsmen. Even if I sent out a beast cultivator now, it would still meet the requirements. If you took advantage of the loophole. Sun Yunzi waved his hand and said, since you said so, I can't do anything. These are the titles of sword cultivators in your country. After saying that, Sun Yunzi's figure disappeared and ignored Chong Taishu. Daoist soaring dragon. I'll have to trouble you for this battle. Only now did Chong Taishu's words have some respect. This respect was not something that a third-grade sword master should have. Yes, I know. Daoist soaring dragon nodded slightly. When Chong Taishu's sword shadow disappeared, the golden light around him flashed again and covered his figure. Good, since it's like this, let me see what kind of amazing methods you, a second-grade weapon cultivator, have. Seeing that Daoist soaring dragon had concealed himself, Daoist Yuqing knew that Daoist soaring dragon had begun to attack. He quickly slapped his hand and took out a green silk ribbon that was 1 foot long from his storage pouch. He tossed it into the air and an emerald green light was emitted from the ribbon. Haha, it's indeed the Taiching sect's spirit weapon, Heaven Binding Lock. Seeing the silk ribbon fly out, Sun Yunzi, who was hidden in the formation, could not help but laugh softly. Daoist Yuqing still brought it out. Heaven Binding Lock. Zhu Qinghe looked at the exceptionally clear silk ribbon in the mirror and muttered, it can even bind the sky, this weapon cultivator. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to escape capture. Daoist soaring dragon's figure was hidden in the golden light, so his expression could not be seen clearly. However, the strange thing was that Daoist soaring dragon just stood there without moving, as if he did not care about Daoist Yuqing's spirit weapon. Moreover, the spirit tool did not seem to have any effect on Daoist master soaring dragon's golden light. Zhenren Yuqing did not dare to be careless. He chanted a mantra and pointed his finger. A strange spell was cast and the mana in his body surged. The Taoist robe on his body fluttered even though there was no wind. The heaven-binding chains with the infusion of Zhenren Yuqing's mana suddenly expanded and emitted a strong clear light. This clear light was like water, rippling under the sky at an extreme speed. In an instant it covered the space within a few hundred miles. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth within 1,000 miles was completely absorbed by this clear light, and the space within a few hundred miles was filled with an indescribable confinement. It was as if every inch of the space was a lock and these locks were intertwined together to form a huge lock. And the source of this enormous lock was the heaven-binding chains that were several tens of meters long. Wang, Daoist Yuqing, who had activated the heaven-binding chains, slapped his forehead with his hand. That same huge clear light transformed into the shape of a big hand and rushed into the air. Wu, the big hand let out a whimper as it grabbed onto the heaven-binding chains that were several tens of meters long and slightly swung. With this swing, the entire space within a few hundred miles shook as if it was shaken by the heaven-binding chains. It swept towards Daoist master soaring dragon's golden humanoid figure. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Daoist master soaring dragon did not transform in time, nor did he enlarge his figure. He only stood there quietly. Within a few hundred miles around him, millions of small locks transformed into endless green waves and rushed towards him from all directions. Strange. Seeing Daoist master soaring dragon's silence, Sun Yunzi was puzzled. He understood that even if it was him, under the bindings of the heaven binding chains, he would have to use a lot of mana to escape. And this old tool cultivator actually did not move at all. An ominous feeling immediately arose in Sun Yunzi's heart. Sun Yunzi definitely did not believe that Chong Taishi would give up the first battle like Zhu Qinghe and the others thought. Sure enough, just as the huge heaven-binding chains rushed towards Taoist Master Soaring Dragon, the golden light around Taoist Master Soaring Dragon's body trembled violently and emitted a bright brilliance. Then an extremely loud dragon roar came from within the golden light. The golden humanoid figure quickly transformed, and a dragon-shaped scissors that were 3 meters long appeared in the air. The scissors were a bit strange as there was only half of it. However, this half of the scissors transformed into the shape of a dragon. The dragon's tail quickly swayed and a golden light flashed. It was even more dazzling than the sunlight that pierced through the dark clouds, and even faster than the meteors that streaked across the night sky. A golden crack that spanned several hundred miles flashed out of the heaven-binding chains. Ah! Taoist Yu Qing exclaimed in disbelief. What happened? Sun Yunzi was shocked. The moment the golden light flashed, a deathly stillness and an unstoppable sharpness involuntarily appeared in Sun Yunzi's eyes. Even with his cultivation, he could not clearly see how Taoist Master Soaring Dragon's magic treasure cut through the heaven-binding chains. When Sun Yunzi looked at Taoist Yu Qing, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He saw that Taoist Yu Qing's nascent soul hand had already been cut in half by the golden light. There was also a deep crack on the heaven-binding chains in his hand. As for the heaven-binding chains that had just formed, it had already collapsed under the golden light. The backlash from the imprisonment caused the heaven-binding chains to tremble violently. Not only that, the right hand that Taoist Yu Qing used to slap his forehead was also chopped off. It floated right below the nascent soul hand. Taoist Yu Qing stared blankly at the hand. It was as if even he did not dare to believe it, or perhaps he himself did not clearly see how Taoist Master Soaring Dragon chopped off his hand. Defeated! Defeated! Sun Yunzi could not help but shout in his heart, This tool cultivator's cultivation is only at the 2nd grade of the sword transformation realm. How can he be so powerful? This old man understands. It's the magic treasure that fused into Taoist Master Soaring Dragon's body. This magic treasure is too powerful. But at this moment, even if Sun Yunzi understood, what could he do? In the first round of the Tao Cultivator duel, Taoist Yu Qing was clearly no match for the powerful Taoist Master Soaring Dragon. Sigh, Sun Yunzi sighed and was about to turn into a shadow and admit defeat. But at this moment, an extremely powerful restriction that was even more powerful than the heaven-binding chains slowly spread out with Taoist Yu Qing as the center. This restriction contained a heavenly might and a ruthlessness that cultivators could not resist. Late-stage nascent soul realm. Sun Yunzi was really wild with joy. Looking at the origin of the heavenly might, Taoist Yu Qing put his right hand into his robe and formed an obscure seal with his left hand. From his forehead, he took off a spirit talisman that flashed with lightning and looked like a pool of clear water. Following the removal of the talisman, the space within a few hundred miles, which was originally under the control of the heavenly might, was once again filled with an extremely valiant coercion. This coercion was the coercion of Taoist Master Yu Qing when he advanced into the late nascent soul stage. Now that it was accompanied by the heavenly might, it was truly 10 times harder than a rock, filling up the entire space. There were even specks of colorful light that appeared from the void and turned into streams that floated towards Taoist Yu Qing. Tai Ching Soul Stabilizing Talisman. Sun Yunzi was ecstatic, but there was a hint of bitterness as he whispered, with this, although Taoist Yu Qing entered the late stage of the nascent soul realm 100 years later than me, if he wants to enter the spirit severing stage he will have 30% more confidence than me. Martial uncle, Zhu Qinghe was dumbfounded by what he saw. After hearing what Sun Yunzi said, he hurriedly asked, This Tai Ching Spirit Stabilizing Talisman, is it similar to the Yunqing Talisman at the peak of Qi refinement? Sigh, not bad. Sun Yunzi looked at the vortex above Taoist Yu Qing's head in the distance. Thousands of spirit lights gathered like fireflies and he sighed. The Tai Ching Soul Stabilizing Talisman is a great secret passed down by the Tai Ching sect. It is used to help nascent soul cultivators advance. Its function is similar to the Yunqing Talisman and the Yunqing Talisman. When a nascent soul cultivator's cultivation is at the early or middle stage of the nascent soul realm, they will gain more insights and experience more tempering. When their cultivation and magic power reach a level where the talisman is unable to restrain them, then the talisman will be removed. The so-called bottleneck of the late stage of the nascent soul realm will be broken through in the torrent of magic power. Hiss. Zhu Qinghe took a deep breath and his eyes were filled with envy and jealousy just like Sun Yunzi's. Before Taoist Yu Qing removed the talisman, he was a mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivator and met the conditions for the bet. Chapter 30-36. The Tingjiao scissors were bound by the heaven-binding chain. Layers of runes flowed outside the heaven-binding chain. The breath of the Tingjiao scissors was completely covered by these runes. Even the golden light did not leak out anymore. Immortal Yu Qing stretched out his left hand, which became several feet long, and grabbed the heaven-binding chain from top to bottom. Between the 5 fingers of the heaven-binding chain, there were countless runes flowing like flowing water. The spiritual light within a few miles poured into the palm at the same time. Half a mile of the heaven-binding chain was completely controlled by Immortal Yu Qing. As Immortal Yu Qing's hand fell, this half-mile was slowly compressed, and the heaven-binding chain also slowly turned into its original silk ribbon. Roar. The huge roar sounded again, and the angry dragon roar also came out from the heaven-binding chain. Evil creature. At this time, do you still want to resist? Immortal Yu Qing said coldly. The spiritual power in his hand was more powerful, and mixed with the heaven's might, it covered the heaven-binding chain. Whoosh! Suddenly, a golden light shot up into the sky from the heaven-binding chains. The heaven-binding chains couldn't help but expand to dozens of feet. But then the golden light disappeared again, and the heaven-binding chains rapidly shrank again. Obviously, the Tingjiao scissors inside became smaller again. At this time, an extremely dazzling golden light flashed in the middle of the heaven-binding chain like a flash in the pan, and a few feet-long dragon-shaped scissors flew out from the heaven-binding chain. Then, the scissors disappeared. When the scissors disappeared, Immortal Yu Qing in the distance let out a heart-wrenching scream. The huge palm that was incomparably powerful just now quickly shrank in the air. Immortal Yu Qing, who was surrounded by strong spiritual power, looked at the left arm that was cut off by the Tingjiao scissors in the air in disbelief, and his eyes flashed with incomparable fear. Swish! Almost silently, the Tingjiao scissors without the golden light appeared in the air only a few miles away from Immortal Yu Qing. There was still half a drop of blood on the scissors. Rumble! A muffled thunder came out, and the space controlled by the heaven's might and pressure began to shake. A very long crack appeared in the air and the space showed signs of collapse. The spiritual light that rushed into Immortal Yu Qing's head also began to stop. Seeing this scene, how could Taoist Yu Qing dare to stay a moment longer? Woo! With a howl, Taoist Yu Qing's body turned into a ray of light. He carried his broken limbs and broken spirit treasures as he charged towards Sun Yunzi. At the same time, the ray of light caught up. Sigh, Sun Yunzi watched as the Tao sect fell from the peak of victory to the trough of defeat. He sighed and opened a gap in the heaven and earth yin-yang demon ceiling formation to release Shinran Yu Qing. After spiritual master Yu Qing left, the entire magic formation was still filled with a faint heavenly might. Within the heavenly might, the skeletal spiritual master Tingjiao slowly revealed his figure. At this time, Taoist master Soaring Dragon's face became increasingly yellow. Previously there was still some flesh on his face, but now it had completely turned into a kind of bone. His reddish-yellow eyes flashed with even more ruthlessness. Taoist Soaring Dragon stood there calmly. His Taoist robe did not move at all. The heavenly might seemed to have no effect on him. Sun Yunzi was even more shocked. How was this the cultivation of a second-grade sword transformation? Even a third-grade sword transformation stage cultivator was only at this level. My sword domain wins this formation. Chong Taishu's figure appeared. He glanced at Taoist Soaring Dragon and cupped his hands. Sword friend Soaring Dragon, please return to Sky Patrol City. Taoist soaring dragon did not reply. The golden light around his body flourished again, covering his face. He suddenly charged into the green light formation. Old Chong. Sun Yunzi coldly revealed his figure and said angrily, "You weapon cultivator. How can you be a second-grade sword transformation stage cultivator?" "Is that so? Didn't your Dao sect confirm it before the battle?" Taoist soaring dragon is a second-grade sword transformation stage cultivator. Chong Taishu said indifferently. It's just that Taoist soaring dragon's strength is close to that of a third-grade sword transformation stage cultivator. What's so strange about that? Furthermore, old man Sun Yunzi, you should know that in my sword domain, regardless of whether it's a weapon cultivator, bird cultivator or beast cultivator of the same cultivation level, they will all be stronger than sword cultivators for a long time. To tell you the truth, when I face Taoist soaring dragon, I also have to call him senior. I don't dare to overstep my boundaries. But so what? My sword domain did not violate our agreement with the Dao sect. Taoist soaring dragon's cultivation is indeed a second-grade sword transformation stage cultivator. Sun Yunzi was somewhat speechless. Furthermore, your Dao sect doesn't seem to be honest, right? Chong Taishu said coldly. Taoist Yuqing is clearly a late nascent soul stage cultivator, yet he still used some old man's talisman to suppress his cultivation. He's just pretending to be young. If you want to say that my sword domain is playing tricks, isn't your Dao sect the same? Hearing this, Sun Yunzi was completely speechless. Forget it, Sun Yunzi waved his hand and said. You sword cultivator win this battle. Let's move on to the second round. I want to see if your Huan country can find a second weapon cultivator of second-grade sword transformation stage. Chong Taishu laughed. I've disappointed you, old man. There's only one second-grade illusory sword weapon cultivator like Taoist soaring dragon in my sword domain. There's no second one. Then Chong Taishu looked behind Sun Yunzi and said, I wonder which late nascent soul stage cultivator will be going up for the second round. How can it be late nascent soul stage? Can only be mid-nascent soul stage. Sun Yunzi snorted coldly. Then a ball of fiery red light flew out from the formation. That light was like a jumping flame and flew behind Sun Yunzi. However, this flame blocked everyone's line of sight. Even Chong Taishu could not see who was inside the flame. Meng country's Tai Ching sect has already lost. Next up is Shi country or Lian country. Chong Taishu looked at the flame and said indifferently. In these two countries, there are mid-nascent soul stage and fire attribute cultivators close to late nascent soul stage. There are quite a few of them. I wonder which sect leader is coming to die. What about your Huan country's swordsman? Sun Yunzi asked. When the swordsman appears, my Dao sect's cultivator will definitely appear. Why are you guessing? Chong Taishu laughed loudly. Just now, this sword said that there's only one second-grade illusory sword weapon cultivator like Taoist soaring dragon in my sword domain. There's no second one. But if we can find another first-grade illusory sword weapon cultivator, I'm afraid it won't be hard. Fairy Luo Hua, please come out. Following Chong Taishu's voice, a ball of misty green light flew out from the green light sword array. This green light also had a human figure. However, this green light was different from Taoist soaring dragon's golden light. It was faint and indistinct like a layer of cloud clothing. When the green light flew to the left of Chong Taishu, the green light faded away and a frail woman with delicate features was revealed within the green light. This girl was similar to Taoist soaring dragon. They were both extremely thin. Other than her beautiful hair and the green cloud clothing, if one were to look at the lines, one would not be able to tell that this girl was a girl. Furthermore, what was extremely special was that Taoist soaring dragon's face was long and narrow while this girl's face was square. Although delicate and pretty, it was also full and round. Hearing Chong Taishu's words and seeing that this girl was only a first-grade sword transformation stage cultivator, Sun Yunzi's expression changed drastically. You actually already prepared to give up on this second round? Chong Taishu rolled his eyes and said thoughtfully. When did this old man say that I was going to give up on this second round? Could it be that what this old man said just now was all nonsense? As long as the weapon cultivators of my sword domain reach the first-grade sword transformation stage, they will be comparable to a second-grade sword transformation stage cultivator. Killing a middle nascent soul stage cultivator is a bit difficult, but defeating or not losing. I'm afraid it's also very easy, right? Alas, this old man calculated and calculated, but I really missed out on the weapon cultivator. Sun Yunzi sighed. Why don't you just admit defeat? Let this old man see. Who will go up for the third round of your sword cultivator? You actually have such great confidence. At this moment, Sun Yunzi was already somewhat worried. He did not know who would go up for the next round of the sword cultivator battle. That Taoist He Ping, who had always been peaceful and did not like to fight, might really not be his opponent. Hee, old man Sun Yunzi, we haven't even fought yet. How do you know that my sword cultivator will lose? No matter what, you have to let this sword see who from your Dao sect will fight, right? How could Chong Taishu admit defeat just like that? However, when the flames next to Sun Yunzi retracted and he saw the three elders of the ardent fire mountain wearing Taoist robes, Chong Taishu was dumbstruck. Sun Yunzi, our agreement seems to be that one person from my sword domain and one person from your cultivation 3 kingdoms, right? Why did you let Hua Zhishan, Hua Yishui, and Hua Picong all come up? Hee, old man Chong, think about our agreement again. Sun Yunzi laughed and said, this old man only said that my cultivation 3 kingdoms would each send a sect to fight your sword cultivator battle. But I never said that each sect would only send one person. Moreover, the 3 Taoist friends from the ardent fire mountain are originally compatriots of 3 lifetimes. They are 3 against 1 swordsman and 3 against 10 swordsmen. How do you want this old man to separate the 3 of them? Chong Taishu faced the sky and laughed loudly. If not for his sword-light body, he would have probably even shed tears. He pointed his finger and said, Sun Yunzi, only now did this sword finally see the sanctimonious appearance of you Dao sect cultivators. You all only played around in the details of your words. You really lost all your face. If the cultivators from the cultivation 3 kingdoms heard that you used such a despicable method, what would they say about you? For the victory of my Dao sect, this old man will definitely do anything. Sun Yunzi's expression was calm. Didn't your Huan kingdom also treat the weapon cultivator as a sword cultivator? We can be considered to be on par with each other. No one can say that the other is despicable. Moreover, this old man defeated your sword cultivator in 3 battles. The Dawn Rain continent will only praise this old man's wisdom. Who can say that this old man is sanctimonious? Everything in this world is written by the victors. It has never been the right of the losers. I reckon that no one wanted to fight. Looking back, the Tanhua is still very satisfied with the description of the battle. Many thanks for everyone's support. Chapter 30-37. You can make such an ugly thing sound so beautiful. I feel disgusted. Chong Taishu thought about the agreement between him and Sun Yunzi. Indeed, it was not specified that there was only one person. It was all his fault for taking things for granted. Of course, Chong Taishu was also guilty, so he did not think about it carefully. What could he do if he regretted it now? Fairy Luo Hua. Thank you for your trouble. Chong Taishu bowed extremely respectfully, then ignored Sun Yunzi and returned to the green light sword pillar. Sun Yunzi was laughing loudly. Although the 3 elders of the ardent fire mountain had just entered the middle stage of the nascent soul stage, they had cultivated together since they were young. Now that they had entered the middle stage of the nascent soul stage together, their minds were connected. In addition, they had used a combination attack since they were young. To be honest, the 3 of them together could catch up to a cultivator who had just entered the late stage of the nascent soul stage. They were even more powerful than Taoist Yu Qing, who had not taken off the Tai Ching spirit stabilizing talisman. This was Sun Yunzi's trump card. The most amazing thing was that the 3 elders of the ardent fire mountain had not announced to the outside world that they had entered the middle stage of the nascent soul stage together. The sword cultivators of the Huan country did not know about this at all. The sword cultivator's attention was probably focused on the large sects like the Splendid sect and the Tai Ching sect. He simply didn't think much about the ardent fire mountain. Therefore, placing 3 mid-nascent soul stage cultivators in the gambling match was a sure kill move for the sword cultivator. However, after witnessing Taoist Ting Jiao angrily cutting off Taoist Yu Qing's arm, And hearing Chong Taishu's respectful tone towards this thin woman, Sun Yunzi could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This guy just said that if a weapon cultivator and a sword cultivator were in the same realm, then the weapon cultivator's lifespan would definitely be longer and he would have to call them senior. And this woman, if I'm not wrong, she's also a weapon cultivator? Then, what kind of magic treasure did she integrate into? Immediately, Sun Yunzi, who had long regarded this victory as within his reach, was a little hesitant. After Sun Yunzi reminded him a few times, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared in midair. In the air, only the ugly Hua Zhishan, Hua Yaishui, and Hua Pekong were left, as well as the thin and weak woman opposite them. It was an absolutely brutal scene of a beauty and a beast. Hua Zhishan vigilantly looked at the woman standing a few li away. Luo Hua Fairy only looked at them quietly, not saying a word. She even seemed shy under Hua Zhishan's gaze. The green light on the green robe gradually appeared, like a cloud covering the mountain, faintly blocking the woman's figure. Fight! Hua Zhishan roared as his body emitted a bright light. Every strand of light turned into little sparks that covered Hua Zhishan's body. The sparks grew bigger and bigger, and in the blink of an eye, a huge fireball appeared where Hua Zhishan was standing. The temperature of the fireball was extremely high. The edges of the fireball were pitch black, rippling like water. Even the void had been ignited. Roar. With another two sounds, Hua Yaishui and Hua Pekong also began to emit sparks. In an instant, 3 huge fireballs appeared in midair. Woo! A strange sound came from the center of the 3 fireballs, and a pitch-black light flew toward Luo Hua Fairy's green light. Although the pitch-black light was only the size of a thumb, everywhere it passed, the air around it would distort, and a terrifying aura was emitted from the light. This light is the flame essence spat out by the 3 Yuanying of the Blazing Fire Mountain's 3 elders. It contains their magic power. They are the bane of sword cultivators. Sun Yunzi said coldly, not to mention the sturdiness of a sword cultivator's body. Even if a weapon cultivator fused their magic treasures into their body, they would not be able to dodge the natal flames of the 3. Seeing the pitch-black light fly for a moment and then disappear, Xu Qinghe looked to the side of Luo Hua Fairy and said in shock, the natal flames of 3 mid-nascent soul masters. Even a late-nascent soul master would not be able to block it, right? Exactly. Sun Yunzi said calmly, and the 3's joint attack is not limited to this. Just as Xu Qinghe had expected, that pitch-black brilliance appeared in front of Fairy Luo Hua. Although it was still 1,000 feet away, that blue brilliance was obviously impacted by the heat waves of the flame essence. It rapidly shrank back and was actually forced into a deep depression. Although Xu Qinghe was not in the field, he could not help but shrink his neck. He knew that the heat wave was extremely hot and it was extremely easy to melt metal. He could not help but look forward to it. He did not know how the weapon cultivator would deal with it. However, just as Sun Yunzi said, Hua Zhishan and the others' methods were not limited to this. Just as the flame essence approached Luo Hua Fairy, the 3 large fireballs let out a hong 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 sound and rushed towards Luo Hua Fairy like the sun. The 3 fireballs attracted and repelled each other. Each of them had different trajectories. If Xiao Hua was here, he would definitely be able to see that the 3 fireballs smashing down were somewhat similar to the giant stone array on Sunset Island. With a loud whistling sound, the 3 incomparably powerful forces covered Luo Hua Fairy from a few miles away, blocking her escape route. The most frightening thing was that the 3 forces were faintly discernible, and at the same time, they were gradually fusing together. The triangular imprisonment gradually became one, and within the force, there was a strong heat wave that was several times more powerful than the flame essence's heat wave that soared into the sky. Woo-woo. At the same time that the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain flew out, Luo Hua Fairy's green light also let out a roar. Unlike Daoist's soaring dragon, Luo Hua Fairy's green light became smaller and smaller. When the murderous flame essence rushed in front of Luo Hua Fairy, the green light had shrunk to a few feet in size and looked like a square. Kacha. A faintly discernible sound came from the green light, and then a powerful suction force was born from the green light. The flame essence instantly disappeared in this suction force. As for the green light in all 4 directions, it only slightly increased in size before falling down again. It unexpectedly swallowed the flame essence without a sound, and simply didn't harm a single hair. At this time the fireballs of the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain were already less than a mile away. The tearing force was even greater, and it was simply tearing the void apart. However, the green light in all four directions simply ignored this tearing force, and suddenly rushed straight into the sky. A thin green light that looked like a thumb-sized spiral descended from the four directions. This green light rapidly rotated and rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it covered an area of several miles, and the fireballs of the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain were already enveloped by the green light. Since this was the case, the green light no longer expanded. It only crazily rotated and gradually shrank under the fireballs. So, just as the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain suddenly rushed towards the green light in all four directions, a clear sound similar to the sound of nature was emitted from the green light in all four directions. A green cloud flashing with golden light fell from the green light in all four directions, and like a big net, it covered the three fireballs that were several dozen feet in size. Woo! The flames of the three fireballs flourished, wanting to burn this green cloud. However, without waiting for the flames to soar into the sky, the green cloud passed through the flames and the fireballs. Under the green light, all the heat waves, all the flying flames, and all the movements disappeared. After the green cloud passed through, the figures of the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain were revealed under the green light in all four directions. The three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain looked at each other in disbelief, and then looked at the green light in all four directions above their heads. They hurriedly clapped their hands, and each of their magic treasures, each of their oppressive might, and even the hands of their nascent souls were about to be displayed. And at this moment, with a whoosh, another clear cry that sounded like the sounds of nature was emitted from the green light in all directions. Similarly, a green cloud that flashed with golden light descended from the green light in all directions. It seemed slow, but in reality, it covered a distance of 3,000 zhang in the blink of an eye. It passed through the magic treasures and nascent souls of the three elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain and landed on their bodies. Three miserable screams sounded at the same time, and like a heaven-shaking roar, the bodies of Hua Zhishan, Hua Yaishui, and Hua Pai Kong disappeared along with the green cloud, and three nascent souls appeared under the green light in a panic. This is bad. Far away in the Great Formation, Sun Yunzi's face had long since turned pale. Just as Luo Hua Fairy's figure transformed into a green light and covered the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain, Sun Yunzi understood that according to Chong Taishu's arrangement, there was no such thing as a third battle. Just by relying on Luo Hua Fairy, who seemed to be at the first grade of Sword Transformation Realm, even if he, a late nascent soul realm cultivator, acted, he would definitely not be able to defeat her. When he saw Luo Hua Fairy's incomparably strange green cloud annihilate the fireball, and then the bodies of the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain, he could not help but cry out in alarm. He understood in his heart that even these three nascent souls would not be able to escape. He had schemed against Chong Taishu for a long time, but in the end he still fell into the trap of others. Sure enough, the nascent souls of the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain looked at each other, and without prior agreement, they fled in three directions. With a flash of golden light, they disappeared. They wanted to borrow a moment of instant teleportation to rush out of the green light. Unfortunately, the green light flashed, and the nascent souls of the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain appeared in their original positions. Within the area controlled by Luo Hua Fairy, the nascent souls were unable to teleport. So, another light sound was heard and the deadly green cloud descended once again. Old Ghost Chong. Sun Yunzi did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly appeared from the Great Formation and shouted, "My Dao sect has also lost the second battle. Luo Hua Fairy, please release the nascent souls of the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain." Unfortunately, Chong Taishu's figure naturally appeared as well. He said with extreme regret, "Sun Yunzi, this is a senior invited by Taoist Master Soaring Dragon. I'm afraid I can't order him around." Sun Yunzi heard Chong Taishu's words and knew that it was true. With Chong Taishu's third grade of Sword Transformation Realm Cultivation, he was likely not the opponent of this first grade of Sword Transformation Realm Equipment Cultivator. The nascent souls of the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain were at a loss of what to do. They helplessly watched the green cloud descend, unable to escape. Even if the three wanted to self-destruct their nascent souls, it was impossible. Chapter 38. When the green clouds passed through the three lonely nascent souls, everything disappeared. Within the green light, there were no longer any traces of the three elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain. Not to mention all the Tao sect cultivators, even all the swordsmen were dumbfounded. No one had ever seen such a fierce first-grade sword transformation cultivator. However, things did not end there. Just as Chong Taishi was about to speak, the green light under the green light turned into a whirlpool and rushed toward the sky. This is... Chong Taishu and Sun Yunzi were both stunned, but their expressions immediately changed. As the cyan vortex soared into the sky, it rapidly expanded. By the time the cyan light covered the entire formation, the cyan vortex was already over 1,000 miles wide. Moreover, the edge of the whirlpool touched the Enyang Universe Devil Sealing Array where the black and white whirlpool had stopped. Wing wing wing. Loud rumbling sounds came from the green light in all directions, echoing throughout the world. The green light really began to rotate in the opposite direction of the formation. The entire Enyang Devil Sealing Formation uncontrollably began to emit a powerful sound. The gray sky that had already solidified actually began to reverse with this sound, once again turning into a black and white brilliance. And this brilliance once again entered the green quadrangle. Ha! Chong Taishu clapped and laughed. Sun Yunzi, what else do you want this sword to say? Your Tao sect has lost 2 battles, and now the Enyang Universe Devil Sealing Array is about to be broken by us sword cultivators. Your Tao sect has already lost this battle. Sun Yunzi's face was already pale, and now it was as if he was about to die. He looked at the dissipating sky and said coldly, although this weapon cultivator is a first-grade sword transformation cultivator, her strength has already surpassed the realm of sword transformation. She isn't afraid of a spirit-severing senior attacking? You're absolutely right. She is a first-grade sword transformation cultivator, and has not surpassed the realm of sword transformation. Chong Taishu laughed. How could she cause a sword transformation cultivator to attack? Even if they wanted to make a move, would she allow them to find her tracks? Moreover, if she broke the rules, then wouldn't your Tao sect's Thunder Control sect's disciple, Wu Ming, already be suspected of breaking the rules in the first stage? Sun Yunzi frowned. Just as he was about to say something, a series of muffled sounds of thunder rang out. The black and white light screen began to collapse. Fairy Luo Hua actually managed to break the Enyang Universal Demon Sealing Formation by herself. Sun Yunzi didn't dare to continue talking to Chong Taishu. With a flash of light, his several hundred feet tall body disappeared. Chong Taishu looked at the huge black and white vortex with a complicated gaze. He muttered to himself in a low voice, the great battle of Tao and sword actually ended in such a situation. What schemes? What plans? They were all useless. Cultivation. Power. This was the eternal theme of this world. If I knew that Luo Hua Fairy was so powerful, I wouldn't have to do this. Unfortunately, she only agreed to help me once, and the price I have to pay this time is too high for her. There's always someone better than you out there, that's true. As he spoke, Chong Taishu's sword shadow also gradually disappeared and rushed into the green light sword pillar. Another hour later, after 40% of the gray color of the Enyang Universal Demon Sealing Formation disappeared, the black and white light suddenly fell down. The vortex formed by Fairy Luo Hua's green light also slowly converged. Finally, it turned into a green human figure. This human figure didn't waste any more time in the air and immediately rushed towards the direction of the Huan Kingdom. Behind her, Immortal Ting Jiao's golden light also flew out. The 2 people disappeared in the sky in the blink of an eye. The 2 dissimulated men who ended the great battle of Tao and sword by raising their hands and feet calmly rose up. They were even more confident than Xiao Hua that day. Looking at the disappearing light, Chong Taishu, Qing Minghua, Qilian Dai, Sui Ming and Ruo Tian, who had recovered their physical bodies, bowed respectfully. Sun Yunzi and Immortal Lu and I looked gloomy, and no one knew what they were thinking. The Tiani green light sword formation of Sky Patrol City was still shining. The Enyang Universal Demon Sealing formation of Dao Sect had been broken. The formation had ended, and the bitter fruit had been delivered to the mouth of Dao Sect's cultivators. If it wasn't for Dao Sect, the Three Kingdoms wouldn't have known this sad news. Even in the so-called meeting hall of Tongmu City, the people were still looking forward to it. However, there weren't many people who stayed in front of the two mysterious gatehouses of the nameless and terrifying phoenixes. Compared to the outcome of the great battle, these two mysteries were much more insignificant. Although there weren't many people, there were still some people. In particular, a tall Foundation establishment cultivator with a face full of beard and a ferocious-looking face was standing in front of the nameless gatehouse with his hands clasped behind his back. He was looking at the few vines. His gaze fell on one of the vines that wasn't very tall and had Xiaohua's name written on it. He didn't speak for a long time. Because of this cultivator's ferocious face, the nearby cultivators avoided him. There weren't many people in this place, so no cultivators came close to him. However, this cultivator looked at him for a moment and said faintly without turning his head, "Kind son, ever since I found your tracks in Sky Patrol City, you've been following me." If we were to say that we met by chance in Sky Patrol City, but when I went to Hung Country you followed me. Later on when I went to Drifting Cloud Lake you still followed me. Now that I'm in Tongmu City you followed me. I'm really puzzled. Perfected Dewey, you've finally spoken. A thin scholar dressed in ordinary clothes slowly walked out of the crowd with a feather fan in his hand. This scholar also looked like a Foundation establishment cultivator. However, if he didn't take the initiative to walk out of the crowd, even a Golden Core cultivator's divine sense wouldn't be able to distinguish him from the crowd. It was as if he was in the crowd, but at the same time he didn't seem to be in the crowd. The scholar's voice wasn't loud, but it was abnormally clear. I thought you would expose me in the Sword Tomb, but I didn't expect you to endure until Tongmu City. Your self-restraint is much better than before. Why would I expose you? Perfected Dube still didn't turn his head and replied, I have my own business and you have yours. Although we're on the same path, we might not be doing the same thing, right? But I feel that you and I seem to be doing the same thing. Kind son said faintly, you and I seem to be looking for the same person. Hiss. Perfected Dube took a breath of cold air and turned his head slightly. He glanced at Kind Son, who walked to his side and was dozens of feet away, and said curiously, could it be that your Immortal Ascension sect is also looking for? At this point, Perfected Dube hesitated and thought of his master's advice. Kind Son seemed to understand Perfected Dube's scruples and said with a smile, yes, you don't have to tell me who you're looking for. I won't tell you either. However, I can tell you that according to my analysis, the person I'm looking for should be the most mysterious person in this Taoist sword war. That's right. Perfected Dube was shocked. Moreover, I was entrusted by someone to look for this mysterious person. But this mysterious person suddenly appeared in the Taoist sword war, and according to what I know, John Doe was definitely John Doe before the war. His cultivation is extremely low. Kind Son continued. But this person is extremely powerful and has some impressive achievements in body cultivation. Yes. Perfected Dube clapped his hands and said, it seems that it's not enough for him to reach the realm of nascent soul realm. I'm afraid that there are many secrets that others don't know, which allowed him to have such strength and influence the situation of the Taoist sword war. The most terrible thing is that John Doe seems to know swordsmanship and has sword origin. Kind Son continued. Although I don't know why John Doe went to Million Mountain, he can go in and come out alive, which is enough to prove that he is not simple. Such an extraordinary person is exactly what I'm looking for. Perfected Dube narrowed his eyes and reminded, and I found the clue first. Yes, this person is exactly what I'm looking for. Kind Son also nodded and replied, but John Doe is very cunning. Even if two cultivators at the middle stage of nascent soul realm chased after him, he still escaped back to the sect. If it's just about who came first, I'm afraid he can only be free again. Fellow Taoist Dewey, do you think we should make a deal? A deal? Perfected Dube shook his head slightly. I don't want to make any deal. I just want to capture John Doe so that I can complete the task entrusted by others. Kind Son smiled and said, if you refused before the war, I could still believe it. But now, I want to ask you, John Doe has the cultivation of the early stage of nascent soul realm and knows the thunder escape technique. Do you think you can easily capture him? If you can't with John Doe's identity, as long as he escapes and announces this matter to the public, not to mention you, even your sect, will become the target of public criticism, right? Well, there is only one chance for me. One shot. Perfected Do bit his lips slightly and looked at the vines as if he was thinking about Kind Sun's opinion. In addition, Kind Sun hesitated and probed again. Think about the person who entrusted you and me. What is their identity? Is it that simple for them to take seriously? If you and I don't work together, I'm afraid there will be a mistake. But, Perfected Doogie said again, after capturing John Doe, do you bring him to Immortal Music Sect? Or to Immortal Ascension Sect? Kind Sun laughed and said, you're too rigid. Think about it, since you and I are looking for this person, then, the person you and I entrusted must know about this matter and we understand each other. Although you and I don't know the reason for this matter and we can't predict it, but when we capture John Doe, you and I will send a message to the person you and I entrusted to make a decision. Why are you and I worried about it? It's not a treasure that can be fought for, so what do you and I have to worry about? Chapter 30-39. Good Reverend Doogie clapped his hands and said, since that's the case, let's make a deal. Shan Xingzi raised his hand without hesitation, and the two clapped their hands to make an oath. Shan Xingzi smiled and said, now that that guy has returned to the sect and has the sect's protection, it won't be easy for us to make a move. However, I presume that fellow Taoist also has some information in that sect like this old man. Let's wait near his sect. Once that guy leaves the sect, we only need to secretly follow him. Once he's far away from his sect, wouldn't it be easy to capture him together? Yes, this is also what this old man is thinking. Reverend Doogie nodded. Let's do as fellow Taoist says, we'll go there immediately. Good. Shan Xingzi agreed. Then without saying anything else, he turned around and disappeared into the crowd. Reverend Doogie also turned around. The cultivators on his left and right all avoided him and left the bird's nest in a moment. As for the other cultivators not far from the two, they only saw the two standing there for a moment and then left. No one would have thought that these two were mid-nascent soul stage cultivators. It was even more impossible for them to know what they were discussing. Xiaohua couldn't have known that his crisis was coming. He just anxiously flew to the Myriad Thunder Valley to see what had happened. When he was still far away from the Myriad Thunder Valley, he wanted to release his Buddhist sense, but he was afraid of any mistakes, so he restrained himself and only released his divine sense when he was a few miles away. However, to his surprise, there weren't many Imperial Thunder Sect disciples gathered in the outer valley of the Myriad Thunder Valley. Instead, there were more than 10 Qi refining disciples wandering around, looking more like they were on duty. Those disciples obviously noticed Xiaohua's divine sense and very vigilantly stopped in midair. The leader of the early stage Foundation Establishment Realm disciples even released his divine sense. When they saw that it was Xiaohua who came back, these disciples actually had the same expression as the disciples on duty at the Sky Thunder Peak. Their faces showed a strange expression. I'm back. Who are you waiting for? Xiaohua's figure landed and asked coldly. Disciple is on duty at Gen Thunder Palace. The leading disciple stood in midair and led a group of respectful Qi refining disciples to salute. He didn't report his name and said, I was ordered to patrol the Myriad Thunder Valley to prevent disciples from attacking the valley. Since Senior Marshal Brother Xiao is back, please enter the valley. Oh, Xiaohua put away his cold face and squeezed out a smile. He cupped his hands and said, thank you. After he finished speaking, he didn't ask any more questions. He activated his magic power and flew into the Myriad Thunder Valley. Although this place was already the outer valley, it was obvious that Jin Quan and the others weren't in this cave. They must be hiding in the inner valley. Seeing Xiaohua's thin figure disappear, the leading disciple hurriedly clapped his hands and took out a token. He handed it to a disciple and urged, Zhen Yi, quickly go and report that Xiaohua has returned to the mountain. Send more people over. Yes, I understand. The aura-refining disciple took the token and flew away in a hurry. Alas, the Xiaohua. After the disciple gave the order, he let out a sigh of relief. Since he has already escaped, why can't he stay for a few more days? The whole Imperial Thunder sect is in a mess because of you. Now that you're back, isn't that? After flying for a while, Xiaohua bumped into a few disciples. If it weren't for Gen Thunder Palace's Grandmaster Gen Qing and Jade Archive Hall's Hall Master coming to persuade them, I'm afraid they really would have charged into Myriad Thunder Valley. Martial Uncle, you said that they didn't put our Myriad Thunder Valley in their eyes. You risked your life in the great battle of Dowan Sword and fought a bloody battle, but because of a small flaw they forced you like this. Is there still justice in this? Justice? Xiaohua sneered and muttered to himself in a low voice. Junior sister. Zhang Wan glared at Fan Yuming and said in a low voice, didn't Grandmaster give orders? Yes, Grandmaster sympathized with Martial Uncle and told him to go to Myriad Thunder Valley to stand guard once he returned. Fan Yuming's temper was also somewhat irritable. At this time she didn't care about anything and shouted, but is Martial Uncle the kind of person who would hide? Well, junior sister Fan. Seeing that Fan Yuming still wanted to say something, Zhang Wan pretended to be angry. Seeing that Zhang Wan was angry, Fan Yuming didn't dare to say anything and only muttered to herself. Others couldn't hear anything. Xiaohua also didn't pursue the matter and asked casually, where's your master? Is he in the valley? Master. Zhang Wan was somewhat hesitant. Fan Yuming wanted to rush to say it, but when she opened her mouth she lowered her head again. At the side Jin Exin said carefully, Martial Uncle Master followed Martial Uncle and the others to Thunder Palace a few days ago and hasn't returned yet. Martial Uncle and the others? Xiaohua's face turned cold and he said indifferently, what are you waiting for? Tell me the truth. Yes, seeing that Xiaohua was angry, Zhang Wan trembled and was about to bow in answer when Zhuo Minghui's voice sounded, seemingly tired. Xiaohua, don't make things difficult for the children. Come back and talk. Yes, Master's wife. Xiaohua immediately retracted his anger and didn't stay any longer, flying towards the cave residence. AI. Seeing that Xiaohua flew away, Zhang Wan looked at everyone. Although she was younger than Jin Xin and the others, she had more experience, so she had always been the leader of the four. Jin Xin and the others had the same expression as Zhang Wan, also carrying some worry. Martial Uncle. You're back too early. Fan Yuming said quickly. Let's go. Zhang Wan glared at her and was the first to fly away. Senior sister Martial Uncle is back. Do we still need to patrol? Fan Yuming hurriedly chased after them and shouted. Can't you talk less? Zhang Wan didn't even look at her and said indifferently. Fan Yuming opened her mouth and sighed at the same time. She didn't want to talk too much, but these days in Myriad Thunder Valley, she had to swallow her anger and humiliation. It wasn't easy to see Xiaohua who could support them, so Fan Yuming didn't know why she was so talkative. Inside the cave residence, Xiaohua looked at the slightly deserted surroundings and raised his eyebrows. He looked at Zhuo Minghui and said, Master's wife, what's going on with senior brother and junior brother Cui? It's actually nothing. Zhuo Minghui's expression didn't change as she said with a smile, Hongshan and Qiming are originally working in Thunder Palace, even if they aren't in the valley every day. Recently, because there have been many things about you in Thunder Palace, Xiang Yang and Qinglian were also called over by the palace master. This isn't the first time this has happened, so it's nothing. And Xiaohua knew that Zhuo Minghui didn't want to make things difficult for him, so he nodded indifferently and looked at the cave residents. Xiang Zhili and Wu Qing, who had always been cultivating in Thunder Palace, stayed in Myriad Thunder Valley. Cui Yingying was playing with Wu Qing in the cave residence. Zhen Quan and the other disciples were standing nearby listlessly. Where was the excitement they had when he returned to the mountain? Seeing that Xiaohua didn't have much of a reaction, Zhuo Minghui paused and said, The Dao Sword War has been going on for more than 10 years. I'm afraid you haven't been cultivating in seclusion all this time, right? Now that your master is in seclusion and hasn't come out, Xiang Yang and Hongshan are in Thunder Palace, so there's no one guarding Myriad Thunder Valley. Better go stand guard there. Disciple must listen to master's orders. Xiao Hua bowed and said, however, disciple heard that there are some blind foundation establishment disciples who want to challenge disciple. Disciple wants to see which disciples don't want to live anymore. Xiao Hua. Zhua Minghui frowned and scolded, I know you're doing this for the sake of my myriad Thunder Valley's face, but don't forget that this is my Imperial Thunder Sect, not the battlefield of the Dao Sword War. There's no need to talk about life and death as soon as you open your mouth, and there's no need to go to the Thunder Arena for everything. Disciple understands. Xiao Hua said with a smile, disciple just wants to see how many tough bones there are in my Imperial Thunder Sect that aren't afraid of death. Godfather. Xiang Zhili smiled. Do you really want to see? Zhua Minghui scolded Xiang Zhili. Xiang Zhili said respectfully, these are all people who want to challenge Godfather. Boy feels that Godfather should take a look. Zhua Minghui snorted coldly and said no more. After Xiang Zhili obtained Zhua Minghui's tacit approval, he clapped his hands and took out several hundred jade slips from his storage pouch. He placed all of them on the jade table and said with a smile, Godfather, you're now the most popular person in my Imperial Thunder Sect. There are actually several hundred or even several thousand foundation establishment masters who want to challenge you. Boy heard from the disciples of Thunder Palace that this is something that hasn't happened in my Imperial Thunder Sect for thousands of years. Chapter 30-40. Xiao Hua waved his hand and took the jade slips into his hand. He released his divine sense and looked through them, then said curiously, strange, why aren't there any letters of challenge from Thunder Palace? No matter what, you're still a disciple of my Thunder Palace. Zhua Minghui said indifferently, Thunder Palace didn't have many disciples that came that day, and it's natural for you to teach them a lesson. Even their teachers didn't dare to say anything. But the other Thunder Palaces can't. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua laughed, looks like the disciples of my Thunder Palace aren't a bunch of idiots. What nonsense. Zhua Minghui rebuked, I didn't allow you to accept these letters of challenge but others didn't either. That's why I let Li accept them. Are you really going to accept them one by one? Master's wife, disciple was just joking with them. How are they worthy of disciple's challenge? Xiao Hua stood up. If it's not a life and death situation, disciples' methods will only be used against the enemy, not against my own martial brothers. Zhua Minghui let out a long sigh. She now knew how helpless Xiao Hua was back then. How could she not be happy when Xiao Hua was so sensible? Let's go. Foster father has something to tell you. Xiao Hua waved at Xiang Zhili and winked. Yes. Xiang Zhili was overjoyed. He ignored the letters of challenge on the jade table and jumped out from behind the jade chair with a smile. Master's wife, disciple is returning to the cave. Xiao Hua bid farewell to Zhua Minghui. Go. Zhua Minghui said with a smile, give Li some pointers on his cultivation. When you weren't here he talked about it every day. Yes. Xiao Hua replied, disciple won't hide anything. After Xiao Hua led the excited Xiang Zhili away, Zhua Minghui looked at the letters of challenge on the jade table and sighed. She really didn't know how to deal with these letters of challenge. But after sighing, her gaze fell on Wu Qing's indifferent face and she asked somewhat helplessly, Wu Qing, mother? Wu Qing replied. Although his tone was very intimate, it looked like he was talking to an ordinary person. Your second senior brother. At this point Zhua Minghui didn't seem to know how to express herself. She hesitated a little and said, he hasn't returned to the myriad Thunder Valley for more than 10 years. Should be closer to him. Yes, mother. The boy understands. Wu Qing was still respectful. The boy is very close to second brother in his heart. Others don't know the closeness in your heart. Zhua Minghui advised earnestly, look at Li is Li Wu Qing is Wu Qing. It's not the same. Wu Qing remained unmoved and said, Li-er's intimacy is not something a boy can learn. Boy felt that a senior martial brother was a senior martial brother. He was different from the other senior martial brothers in Zhenlei Palace. A boy would also be different from others. As for how senior martial brother sees the boy or how others see the boy doesn't care. It was rare for Wu Qing to say so much, but Xue Minghui was still dissatisfied. However, she couldn't say anything more. On the side, Xin Quan and the others were envious. They were different from Xiang Zhili and Wu Qing. They couldn't go over their master to get Xiaohua's guidance. But Wu Qing, according to Xue Minghui, didn't he want Xiaohua's guidance? Xiaohua's cultivation level was needless to say. That day his lightning-attracting technique shocked thousands of aura-refining disciples. The spoils of war Xiaohua brought back from the Dao sword battle were envied by these disciples. They were all worried about dying on the battlefield, but this martial uncle of hers actually made a fortune with it. Wasn't Myriad Thunder Valley's current prosperity all because of Xiaohua's spoils of war? If Xiaohua didn't have a special ability, how could he have such a harvest? To be able to get Xiaohua's guidance, these disciples were all looking forward to it. However, Wu Qing didn't care. Seeing that Xue Minghui didn't say anything, he didn't say anything. Even when Cui Yingying walked around him, he didn't pay much attention to her. Looking at this son who seemed to be different from the ways of the world, Xue Minghui was really helpless. She couldn't help but think of her helplessness when she went into closed-door meditation. Let's wait until he comes out of closed-door meditation. Just as Xue Minghui and the others expected, Xiaohua brought Xiang Zhili back to his own Immortal's Cave to take a look at the Immortal's Cave that hadn't been used much since it was opened. Xiaohua smiled, turned around and said, "Adoptive father, who cleaned this Immortal's Cave?" Naturally it's boy." Xiang Zhili said respectfully. Before Xin Quan and the others came, it was boy who cleaned this place every time he came back to Myriad Thunder Valley. Later, father let Xin Quan and the others clean, but they were stopped by boy. Adoptive father's Immortal's Cave can only be cleaned by boy. Other people, they don't have the qualifications. Haha. Xiaohua laughed and looked at Xiang Zhili, who was beaming with joy, and said, "Adoptive father knows you've worked hard. Today, adoptive father wants to ask you, where did you get this secret technique to conceal your cultivation?" Xiang Zhili laughed and slapped his forehead. Like a ripple of water, Xiang Zhili's cultivation slowly changed to the late stage of the 11th layer of the Qi refining realm. Boy knew that I couldn't hide it from adoptive father. Your father is probably still complaining about adoptive father in his heart, right? Xiaohua said unhappily. "Come here, let adoptive father see." "Yes," Xiang Zhili smiled embarrassedly and walked to Xiaohua's side. Xiaohua pointed his hand, and a strand of quintessential essence passed over. "Give me the secret technique jade slip," Xiaohua said indifferently. "Yes." Xiang Zhili didn't dare to be negligent. He slapped his hand and took out an old jade slip from his storage bag and handed it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua closed his eyes. He seemed to be looking at the jade slip, but also seemed to be looking at Xiang Zhili's cultivation realm. He also seemed to be waiting for Xiang Zhili's explanation. However, after waiting for about 5 minutes, Xiang Zhili still didn't say anything. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. That's right. Back then he didn't tell Xiang Zhili anything. Now it was normal that Xiang Zhili didn't tell him anything. Xiang Zhili was a bit better. He allowed Xiaohua to check his cultivation. Even now, Xiang Zhili probably didn't know his own cultivation. So Xiaohua opened his mouth again. "Where did you get the secret technique? If you don't want to say, then adoptive father won't let you say. However, adoptive father wants to ask, did someone give it to you?" Thank you, adoptive father." Xiang Zhili saw that Xiaohua wasn't going to pursue the matter and was overjoyed. "However, adoptive father, please don't worry. Boy, how can you just casually take other people's things? This jade slip is an ownerless item. Actually, being able to conceal one's cultivation is indeed an interesting thing. However, if it's too much, it won't be good. Based on your situation, concealing it to the early stage of the 11th layer of Qi refining is enough. Don't forget that when you were young your aptitude was too outstanding. It was only because your father was involved that he cared too much about you. If other people thought about it, wouldn't they know that you have a secret technique?" Xiaohua said indifferently. "In that case, what's the use of your secret technique?" Boy knows." Xiang Zhili said embarrassedly. When boy first obtained the secret technique, he was too curious and concealed it too much. It's a bit difficult to correct it now. If there's a chance in the future, Boy will definitely listen to adoptive father's advice. N. Xiaohua returned the jade slip to Xiang Zhili and said, your jade slip isn't complete and there are some flaws in the secret technique. Adoptive father has already corrected it for you. Xiang Zhili was overjoyed. When he took the jade slip and looked at it, he was even more overjoyed. He had cultivated this secret technique for many years, so how could he not know the wonders of Xiaohua's correction? Moreover, behind the secret technique, there were even more chants that far exceeded what was recorded in this secret technique. They were some superficial knowledge of Xiaohua's sun-shrouding art. In Xiang Zhili's eyes, these superficial knowledge were incomparably profound. Many thanks for adoptive father's help. Xiang Zhili carefully put away the jade slip. You're welcome. Xiaohua smiled. That day, adoptive father promised you a great divine ability. Later, adoptive father found out that adoptive father was a bit arrogant. With adoptive father's current cultivation, what great divine ability can he have? However, even if he doesn't have a great divine ability, adoptive father still has some minor divine abilities. However, biting off more than you can chew is the right thing to do. Adoptive father didn't dare to teach you too much. Now that adoptive father has returned to the mountain, I'll teach you one first. When your cultivation is successful, it won't be too late to teach you the others. Yes, adoptive father. Xiang Zhili was even more overjoyed. He probed, adoptive father, that lightning attracting technique. Can you teach boy? Lightning attracting technique? Xiaohua frowned. He had previously considered this technique, but recently he had obtained the thunder flashing lightning technique in Misty Mountain. He felt that this lightning attracting technique was inferior and couldn't be considered too powerful. Moreover, Xiang Zhili's cultivation was still shallow. This lightning attracting technique might not be as useful as God's guidance, right? You don't want to consider anything else? Xiaohua seemed to want to change Xiang Zhili's mind. For example, a technique that can strengthen divine sense? Adoptive father has such a secret technique? Xiang Zhili's eyes lit up as he exclaimed. How about it? Do you still want to choose the lightning attracting technique? Xiaohua stared straight at Xiang Zhili, waiting for his choice. Hee. Xiang Zhili laughed. Boy wants to learn. I'll listen to adoptive father's arrangements. Ha, you child. Xiaohua laughed. Xiang Zhili's greed was very similar to his. If he wasn't too greedy, how could he have his current cultivation? Forget it. Let adoptive father think about it. Xiaohua laughed and closed his eyes to think. In just half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Xiaohua waved his left hand. Xiang Zhili felt the world spin in front of his eyes as he heard Xiaohua's thunderous voice. Go to sleep. When you wake up, adoptive father will fulfill your wish. Xiang Zhili's body tensed up. His vision turned black and he immediately lost consciousness. Xiaohua waved his hand and Xiang Zhili's body lay flat in the air. Xiaohua pointed his hand at Xiang Zhili's dantian. After a moment, he waved his hand again and took out the few remaining cores of the male and female lightning beasts from the space. Salala. Several streaks of lightning appeared between the two cores. Xiaohua muttered to himself for a moment, then formed a seal and hit the cores. The two cores split into tiny lightning cores that were smaller than a pinky finger. Sizzle. Following the cracking of these lightning cores, strands of lightning were born from these lightning cores. Chapter 30-41. Xiaohua looks at Xiang Zhili, whose eyes are closed, and says to himself, Lear was born from a lightning beast's inner core. His physique or bloodline should have a lightning beast attribute. Although the lightning beast's inner core is small, it should be able to nourish and grow after being sealed in his body. Moreover, when Lear has the ability to break the seal, the male and female lightning beast's inner cores will have been nourished by Lear's bloodline and will be able to be controlled. At that time, the lightning attracting technique's incantation will be easy and won't take much effort. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's hand seals one by one, extremely similar to the technique used to refine pills. After an hour, Xiaohua grabs his hand and presses it towards Xiang Zhili's lower dantian. When Xiang Zhili opens his eyes again, he looks at Xiaohua's smiling expression and then at his own hands. He mobilizes the true qi in his body and circulates it in his meridians, but he doesn't find anything special. Adoptive father, Xiang Zhili looks at Xiaohua tentatively. The lightning attracting technique is no small matter. It's definitely not something you can control with your current cultivation. Xiaohua says indifferently, adoptive father has already done something to your body. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, you'll be able to control the lightning attracting technique. Saying this, he waves his hand again and 2 jade slips fly in front of Xiang Zhili. One of them is the lightning attracting technique's incantation, and the other is God's guidance, which is a technique to strengthen divine sense. You can comprehend it yourself. If you have any difficulties, come and ask me. Yes, many thanks for adoptive father's kindness. Xiang Zhili hurriedly bows. Although he doesn't seem to have any changes and he himself doesn't know what changes have occurred in his body, he is clear in his heart that adoptive father has already paved a cultivation path for him. Moreover, this path will also improve as adoptive father's realm increases, until it reaches the heavens. You can go. Xiaohua waves his hand, call Wu Qing over as well. He boy knows. Xiang Zhili doesn't show any jealousy. Instead he is happy, boy still wants to talk to adoptive father. Although junior martial uncle's aptitude is very good, but, in terms of strength he is far inferior to boy. Since adoptive father has the heart, boy won't mention it. And as long as you have the heart. Xiaohua nods, you are all disciples of Myriad Thunder Valley. Now and in the future, you have to support each other. Whatever foster father taught you, you can secretly pass it on to Wu Qing. As for your own opportunities, foster father won't ask, so you don't have to tell Wu Qing. Boy understands. He Zhili's Xiang Zhili's, but without Zhao's permission he are to teach to pass it. But he do. Without Xiao he didn't without Xiao's permission. Xiaohua to him is. TT. To him to be filled and to be filled and him to s's. To be close to be filled is to be filled to be close closes is to be close to be s to be made ancest to be ss him. To be in. He. Not long after Wu Qing arrived. He was still as indifferent as before. He bowed and greeted second senior brother, then stood there quietly. Looking at Wu Qing's calmness, Xiaohua sighed. Everyone is different. This is predestined at birth and cannot be changed in the future. Looking at Xiang Zhili's performance and Wu Qing's, Xiaohua has some doubts. He couldn't help but ask, Wu Qing Lear asked you to come, did he say anything to you? He did. Wu Qing looked at Xiaohua and replied, he said second senior brother is going to teach me a great divine ability. Xiaohua was speechless. He couldn't ask Wu Qing why he wasn't excited, could he? Did he tell you what it is? Xiaohua could only ask. One is a divine sense strengthening technique, one is a meridian strengthening technique, and the last is the lightning attraction technique. Wu Qing's expression was still calm. However, he also said that I have to keep it a secret. Other than him and second senior brother, I can't tell anyone. If your father and mother ask, will you tell them? Xiaohua asked again, admiring Wu Qing's calmness. I won't. Wu Qing answered resolutely. Seeing Wu Qing's resolute answer, Xiaohua hesitated. He thought for a moment and waved his hand. Fine, you are different from Li. You don't have to hide it from master and master's wife. No need. Wu Qing shook his head. If Li can do it, so can I. Do as you wish. Xiaohua looked at Wu Qing's tightly shut lips and didn't say anything more. He continued to use the heaven and earth sleeve technique. When Wu Qing woke up, Xiaohua gave the jade slip to Wu Qing and warned, if you don't understand the techniques in these 3 jade slips, you can come and ask. If I'm not in the valley, you can also compare notes with Li. However, each person's own comprehension is always stronger than others' guidance. Yes, I know. Wu Qing took the jade slip and didn't look at it. He still stood there. Right, you can go now. Calling Ying over. Xiaohua waved his hand. He had also decided that since he would treat everyone equally, he might as well let the 3 children fight together to avoid future troubles. Yes, Wu Qing answered and turned to leave. He only stopped when he reached the entrance of the cave. He turned again and bowed. Thank you, second senior brother. No need to be polite. Xiaohua smiled and nodded slightly. He originally thought that the extremely shy Cui Yingying wouldn't come easily, but he didn't expect that in just a moment, Wu Qing would actually bring Cui Yingying over. As usual, Cui Yingying pulled Wu Qing's hand and hid behind him in extreme fear. Moreover, from time to time she would turn her head to look outside the cave. Ai, this child. Xiaohua swept with his Buddhist awareness and naturally knew that Dui Qiming was guarding outside the door. However, she couldn't hide the joy on her face and didn't dare to take half a step into the cave. Second senior brother. Wu Qing pulled Cui Yingying to Xiaohua and bowed. Good, Xiaohua nodded and covered with his hand again. Cui Yingying closed her eyes and her small body flew into the air. Little brother will take his leave. Wu Qing saw this and turned to leave. However, Xiaohua spoke. Yingying is still young. In the future, if I'm not in the valley, you and Li Er will have to teach her if she has any questions. Do you understand? Yes, little brother understands. Little brother will tell Xiang Zhili what second senior brother said. Wu Qing nodded and slowly walked out of the cave. After half a day, when Cui Yingying opened her eyes and saw that Wu Qing was no longer there was only an unfamiliar Xiaohua in front of her. Her small mouth flattened and with a cry, she ran away from Xiaohua without hesitation and rushed out of the cave. Xiaohua bitterly smiled, his figure fluttering behind her. Who would have thought that it would have been better if he didn't leave? Although Cui Yingying didn't turn her head, she still sensed him and walked even faster. After leaving the cave, Cui Yingying immediately jumped onto Dui Qiming, who was also worried about her beloved daughter. She tightly hugged her mother's neck and fearfully twisted her tearful face to look at the smiling strange martial uncle. You child, you're really useless. Dui Qiming angrily shouted. Your second martial uncle is doing this for your own good. Then Dui Qiming turned to Xiaohua and said, Second senior brother, this child has little experience and is very afraid of people. Please don't take offense. He's fine. Xiaohua waved his hand. Although Yingying hasn't seen much, she's the same as Li Er. I won't treat her unfairly. In the future, I will personally teach her cultivation. In addition, I've already warned Li Er and Wu Qing that if I go out to gain experience and am not in the valley, Yingying can ask the two of them if she has any questions. With Yingying in second senior brother's hands, this concubine can rest assured. Dui Qiming hurriedly bowed. This concubine thanks second senior brother. Get up. Xiaohua said with a smile. I can't teach you basic cultivation techniques, but I do have some unique divine abilities. If you don't mind, I can also pick some suitable ones to teach you. Ah? Was that true? Then I'll have to thank second senior brother again. Dui Qiming was very clear about Xiaohua's divine abilities. Now that she saw Xiaohua agree, she was naturally wild with joy. Let's talk about this later. Xiaohua waved his hand and asked again, You all came back from the Thunderquake Palace. How was the situation? When this matter was mentioned, Dui Qiming's expression became somewhat unsightly. She said in a low voice, Second senior brother's method of intimidating the aura refining disciples that day was extremely good. Almost all the aura refining disciples didn't dare to cause trouble again. However, they were humiliated and angry. You also saw that there were several hundred letters of challenge. Now that I heard that second senior brother has returned, there are actually some foundation building senior brothers blocking the valley's entrance, wanting to fight with second senior brother. Are they crazy? Xiaohua was stunned. Do they think they're better than Qingjian? Don't tell me they don't know that what I said that day was really serious. Dui Qiming smiled bitterly. She looked at the puzzled Xiaohua and said, Second senior brother, you still underestimate people's greed and jealousy. Not to mention what you said that day even if you didn't say it. As soon as this Dao sword battle ended, there would definitely be a lot of disciples coming to compare notes with you. Can you not agree to it? If you don't agree, they'll say that you don't dare to accept the challenge and that your achievements are fake. But if you agree and accept the challenge, if you lose, they'll naturally say, Look, the meritorious contributor's cultivation base is only SO. If I went to the Dao sword battle, I would definitely have more achievements. But what if you win? They'll say, What's so great about that? Since he could kill Qingjian, his cultivation base must be high. It's nothing if I lose to him. This Is too shameless, right? Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's not all. Dui Qiming sneered. When second senior brother wasn't in the Myriad Thunder Valley, when eldest senior brother and Hongshan saw the letters of challenge, they also expressed that they could accept the challenge on second senior brother's behalf. But they didn't agree, so what do you think they meant? Their letters of challenge directly stated that it was second senior brother. Chapter 30-42. Xiaohua's heart warmed when he heard that Xiang Yang and Cui Hongshan intended to fight on his behalf. He then asked, "Did any of these disciples go to Sky Patrol City with us? Disciples who have been on the battlefield definitely won't be like this." Dui Qiming continued, "They know the cruelty of the battlefield. Even their disciples won't be so impulsive. Only those who haven't been on the battlefield and have the advantage of not having to experience life and death would be like this." I understand. Xiaohua knew that he was still lacking compared to Dui Qiming and Cui Hongshan in terms of social conduct. He nodded and asked, "Eldest senior brother and junior brother Cui have returned, right?" "Yes, they're with master's wife now." Dui Qiming replied. Xiaohua nodded and said, "All right, let's go. I'll listen to your opinions." Inside the cave, the younger disciples had already left. The situation outside the valley was obviously tense. Only Xiang Yang and the others were sitting on jade chairs with frowns. Seeing Xiaohua enter, several people forced smiles, especially Cui Hongshan. He received Dui Qiming's signal and respectfully thanked Xiaohua. Xiaohua nodded to indicate that there was no need to be polite. He then looked at Zhou Minghui and said, "Master's wife, this disciple really didn't expect that the Dao Sword War would have such a huge impact on our Myriad Thunder Valley." "Ai, Xiaohua, don't talk about you. This old one is also surprised." Zhou Minghui was also vexed. Previously, this old one felt wronged when we weren't welcomed in Myriad Thunder Valley. Now that Myriad Thunder Valley is the focus of attention, this old one remembers the peace of the past. It would have been better if no one had paid attention to it in the past instead of getting caught up in this nonsense. Especially your battle achievements. Before you didn't have any battle achievements, this old one felt that it would be good if you could return safely. However, after obtaining battle achievements, this old one felt that you would be the meritorious subjects of my Imperial Thunder Sect in the future. Whether it's my Myriad Thunder Valley or you would receive more respect in the Thunderous Palace and even in the Imperial Thunder Sect. However, I didn't expect that, instead of receiving respect, you would receive so much filth. Actually, no matter what I say, Cui Hongshan said with a smile, my Myriad Thunder Valley's foundation is still too weak. If we develop for a few more years and second senior brother recruits a dozen more foundation-building disciples, who would dare to challenge my Myriad Thunder Valley? The situation. I'm afraid it's similar to the situation of my Imperial Thunder Sect in the Cultivation Three Kingdoms, right? Xiaohua's heart stirred and he spoke again. That's right. Xiang Yang rarely spoke. The current situation has developed beyond our control. Master's wife, in this disciple's opinion, we can only wait for Master to come out of seclusion before making a decision. He eldest senior brother. Xiaohua laughed. Do you think that the face of two Azoth core cultivators can make them stop? Do you want Master to face such a terrible situation as soon as he comes out of seclusion? If that was the case, wouldn't Master scold little brother to death? You know Master's temper. Xiang Yang smiled bitterly. That's right, if the faces of the two golden core cultivators were of no use, what else could the Myriad Thunder Valley have? Has second senior brother made a decision? Dui Qiming looked at Yan Qinglian, and the two of them exchanged glances before asking. Encounter soldiers with arms, water with an earthweir. Xiaohua waved his hand. Since it was this Xiao who said it that day, then this Xiao will naturally deal with it. Second junior brother. Xiang Yang immediately disagreed. You won too much honor for our Myriad Thunder Valley in the Dao Sword Great Battle. There's no reason for you to return to the Myriad Thunder Valley and accept the challenge. This matter, let me and little junior brother accept the challenge together. Eldest senior brother, this little brother naturally has arrangements for this matter. Don't worry. As Xiaohua spoke, he raised his head and urged his magic power to call out. Not long after, Xiang Zhili happily flew in and bowed in greeting. Lear, take this jade table and the challenged jade slip to the outer valley. Xiaohua pointed with his hand and said, Ah, foster father, you're finally going to make a move? Xiang Zhili was overjoyed. Let's see if they still dare to challenge after killing one or two of them. Boy doesn't believe that. They're not afraid of dying. Xiang Yang scolded. They're all disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. How can you casually kill them? Father, that's the Thunder Arena regardless of life or death. Xiang Zhili cried out exaggeratedly. What kind of face have they had these days? If they don't kill a few of them, how can they stop? Looking at Xiang Yang, Xiaohua said coldly, that's right. This Xiao said that if they're not afraid of death, then come. Since they've come, then this Xiao will kill one or two of them. Let's see if they still dare to. If they dare, then this Xiao will kill again. Left and right Thunder Arena, regardless of life or death. Second senior brother. Hearing this, Cui Hongshan's hair stood on end. He hurriedly advised, this little brother feels that it's best to stop before going too far. After all, they're all disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. Don't say any more. If they still had feelings for the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples in their eyes, they wouldn't have forced us like this. Xiaohua waved his hand indifferently. Besides, others may not know, but how can you not know? This Xiao's methods all want to kill. If they insist on attacking, this Xiao doesn't know how to keep their lives. Let's go. Only Xiang Zhili wasn't afraid of making a big fuss. He took the jade table and several hundred jade slips and flew out of the valley. By the time Xiaohua arrived at the valley with Cui Hongshan and the others, Xiang Zhili had already placed the jade table and jade slips outside the Immortal's cave. Moreover, more than a dozen disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect on duty had already surrounded them. Similarly, more than a dozen disciples were holding jade slips in their hands and standing in the air a little further away. Senior brother Cui, what are you doing? The leader of the disciples on duty was a foundation-building disciple who was obviously familiar with Cui Hongshan. Seeing them flying over, he hurriedly asked, Junior brother Zhen? Cui Hongshan smiled bitterly. He pointed at the jade slips and the aura-refining disciples in the air and said, they're all here to challenge my second senior brother. Previously, my second senior brother wasn't here. Now that he's back, he naturally has to fight them. My second senior brother isn't even afraid of facing a cruel sword cultivator, so why should he be afraid of others? Sigh, that disciple stamped his feet in the air and shook his head vigorously. However, when he saw Xiaohua's cold expression, he didn't know what to say. Xiaohua didn't say much. Looking at the dozen disciples, he asked, are you here to deliver the letter of challenge? Those dozen disciples hesitated for a moment. Almost at the same time, they respectfully saluted and answered yes. And put it inside. Xiaohua said indifferently, then wait on the side. Yes. The dozen disciples placed the jade slips on the jade table and obediently stood on the side. Wuching. Xiaohua said with a smile, pick one from inside. Yes, foster father. Wuching stretched out his hand, took one out from inside and respectfully handed it over. Good. Xiaohua took it and scanned it with his divine sense. He said loudly, Qian Yuha from the Imperial Thunder sect. So you're a senior brother from the Imperial Thunder sect. That's really great. Then Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, Junior brother Zhen? I don't dare. Junior brother's name is Zhen Jian. I wonder if senior brother Xiaohua has any instructions. Zhen Jian hurriedly returned the salute. Xiaohua handed the jade slip to Zhen Jian and said, I'll have to trouble junior brother Zhen to bring this jade slip to the Imperial Thunder sect. Tomorrow at noon, I'll personally go to the Imperial Thunder sect. There's no need to ask my Thunder sect's Reverend Lei Meng to be the witness. Anyone can do it. I want to challenge this Qian Yuha at the Imperial Thunder sect's Thunder Field. Moreover, my Myriad Thunder Valley will randomly pick one of these jade slips every night and ask junior brother Zhen to deliver it. Until I've finished all the challenges. Xiaohua said each word clearly. After he finished speaking, he threw the jade slip to Zhen Jian and turned around to fly back to the Myriad Thunder Valley. Looking at the jade slip in front of him, Zhen Jian smiled bitterly and looked at Cui Hongshan for help. Junior brother Zhen, Do as senior brother Xiao says. Cui Hongshan sighed, if you don't seek death you won't die. Since someone is seeking death we can only let him die. It can't be, right? Zhen Jian shouted, it's for real? The complexions of the dozen or so aura refining disciples also changed. They glanced at each other and hurriedly left. Xiao Hua returned to his immortal's cave to meditate. The myriad Thunder Valley became quiet, but the entire Imperial Thunder sect was boiling over. Night was originally for ordinary people and cultivators didn't care about it. However, during the night, cultivators would usually rest or meditate as usual and wouldn't be too active. Tonight, however, Xiao Hua's words and the news of him accepting the challenge from the Heavenly Thunder Palace's foundation building disciples had completely disrupted this night. There were many disciples in the Imperial Thunder sect, and aura refining disciples and foundation building disciples even accounted for the majority. Xiao Hua's lightning strike of several thousand aura refining disciples had already offended the majority of this majority. Now he was even risking universal condemnation to compete with the foundation-building disciples and directly accepting the challenge from more than 1,000 foundation-building disciples. It was truly like a meteor rushing into a rushing river. Although the river was vast and turbulent, the meteor was also fierce and courageous. When the meteor fell into the river, the waves would rise for thousands of feet. Would the river drown the meteor or would the meteor break the river flow? This was the question that countless disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect were eagerly waiting for. Indeed, the rise of the myriad Thunder Valley was really too sudden. Before the great battle between Dao and Sword, they were completely unknown. Although the myriad Thunder Valley used to be an important place of the Imperial Thunder sect, it had already been forgotten. Unfortunately, although they were late-stage foundation-building cultivators, they were clumsy with words. The myriad Thunder Valley didn't have many descendants, and their only disciple Xiang Yang was often the laughingstock of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. There was also Xiao Hua. Although he was famous for a while during the Feather Immortal Assembly and almost everyone saw his outstanding talent, he still failed to enter the foundation-building realm. Xiao He, who was standing there, was immediately drowned by the huge waves and no one could see her again. However, after the great battle between Dao and Sword, everything was completely different. Not to mention that Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming were members of the Imperial Thunder sect's first small team, and Cui Hongshan was even the captain who made the greatest contribution to the Imperial Thunder sect. Not to mention that Xiang Zhili came out of nowhere and had amazing aptitude. Not to mention that under the management of Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming, the myriad Thunder Valley had more and more disciples and Cui Hongshan's position in the Heavenly Thunder Palace gradually rose. Just Xiao Hua, this person who streaked across the sky like a comet after the great battle between Dao and Sword, was enough to change the myriad Thunder Valley. You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.